Live, baby. Let's go.
Yo, what's good?
Marathon begins.
What is good?
Let's go, baby. All right.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, man. Let's do this.
I'm ready to go.
This show is crazy packed. There's legit. There's gonna be a wardrobe change in the show. I ain't gonna make it in this, man. It's a little. It's too toasty for this.
Yeah, I got the fan going. Hopefully, you guys can hear it.
Yeah, I got mine going too.
It is warm. It's about to be warm in general this weekend. I mean, and we hit 90s or high 80s or something like that.
Yeah, 91, I think today.
I like that.
Yeah,
I'm one of those. I think we've talked about this before. I'm one of those guys where I like my seasons to be the way they're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. And you'd hate it out east. Oh, no, they got seasons out east. It just gets,
They actually have the definition of seasons.
They have real winters.
Yeah. But I say that for like as much as I love LA was 80 degrees every single day.
All day, air day.
And I was like, Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about going to the beach. I'm like, this is trash. Like, I need to have a jacket on. So
I'm not a big fan of that.
It's supposed to be warm. In the words of Marlon Wayans and the Wayans brothers, make it hot.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Okay. Roddy, you're doing a lot, Roddy. It's too early for this. Roddy. Black bottles, let's go. Let's go, baby. We in here.
Let's go.
We in here.
Yes, sir.
8 hours, baby. Laguna Boulevard is hot right now. Look at even Danny in here. Danny in San Francisco in here nice and early. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm going to tell you right now. We're going to talk about them. But the Kings can't steal my joy today. They can't.
Yeah, we'll deal with that.
We're damn near like a Friday. They can't steal my Friday away from me.
Can't take my joy, devil. You cannot take my joy, devil. What's up, Alex? Welcome. Get that thumbs up.
I don't know if we've seen Alex. What's up, Alex?
Y'all already on that thumbs up, okay?
What's good, baby? John Bull, what's up, man? Kyron. Cheryl in Baltimore, what's good? Baltimore sitting back, relaxing. They don't have the stress of what us Niners fans got going on right now. Why does everybody think I'm a meltdown?
Bro, what do you mean? That's what they're here for. Bruh, that's what I'm here for. I'm here for the meltdown. I'm here for the meltdown. I don't think it's happening. I think it's a work. I'm telling you, I don't think it's happening.
I literally, I don't know what to believe. I don't. I see the odds and all this other stuff, and I don't know what to believe. I hear Pat McAfee. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to believe.
50 seconds. Yo, Deuce and Mo in here. Okay. You know it's a big day. Is that television's Morgan Reagan, by the way?
It's exactly who it is.
I'm me and Deuce, we don't fit in. Like, you know, Kenny and Mo, the TV stars.
You're the TV star. I just made a cameo.
Please.
I'm the guy that gets
You made a cameo for 2 straight weeks.
Well, I mean, you made it for 2 years.
What's up, baby? KC's a little happier this morning than he did leaving yesterday's show. Okay. Like, good news has been leaking.
I wish I had the sources.
Man, appreciate you, Jacob. Thanks, man.
The Streets Boys out last night. There was 7 made progress last time that I checked.
Hey, we are here. Let's go. We are here, baby. It is draft day. And we are with you for the next 8 hours.
Yes, sir.
ESPN 1320 Draft Day Special brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. He is Kenny Caraway. I am Damian Barling. Again, we thank you so much for being here. We thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of your day. And for some of you, we thank you so much for letting us be your entire day, because there are some people in this chat that I know are going to be sticking around here until 8 o'clock, and we greatly appreciate it, whether you're listening on the Odyssey app or you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. The show will be complete with wardrobe changes and all over the course of the next 8 hours. We have laptops in front of us. We've got iPads. We've got television screens. We've got our phones. We are glued to every single news, note, and rumor that will be taking place over the course of the next 8 hours. Beginning at 5 o'clock, we will bring picks 1, 2, and 3 for you live, and then we'll react to what the San Francisco 49ers wind up doing there at number 3. And there is speculation all over the place. Speculation that includes Trey Lance now becoming the betting favorite to be at number 3. Speculation that includes the NFL pleading with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch to keep this pick a secret to add drama to the television broadcast. I'm not making that up. I'll have the story for you along the way. Yeah. There are rumors of an Aaron Rodgers trade. Woo-wee. There are rumors of a conversation that took place last night between the Green Bay Packers and the San Francisco 49ers that involved a package of Jimmy Garoppolo, the number 3 overall pick, a variety of other incentives in return for the reigning NFL MVP and the Chico native Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, shoot that shot, player, at all times.
Shoot it, man.
Shoot that shot.
There are rumors that they called a team in Houston about the availability of a quarterback down there as well. So we will cipher through all of this. The guest list is deep. Akash Anavarathan is going to be with us at 2:30. Trey Wingo is going to be with us at 2. Deuce and Mo will be with us for their weekly visit at 1:17. Eric Crocker will be our first guest coming up in 50 minutes. Yes, we will deal with the monstrosity that took place last night at the Golden One Center. A 49-point loss at the hands of the Utah Jazz. We will deal with that in time.
Yeah, everybody calm down.
What do you mean? That's a bad loss.
It was a terrible loss, but everybody calm down.
You're always telling people to calm down, yet you're the one who gets emotional. You're the one who's famous for getting emotional, but you telling everybody to calm down. San Francisco Giants already had their worst loss of the season, and you already
emotional. That's a fact. There will not be a worse loss all year than the one they suffered on opening day.
There very well may not be, but man, let's dive into this. Here we are on draft day. It was going to be a big draft for the San Francisco 49ers, no matter what. Picking here at number 12, believing they re-signed Trent Williams. They addressed, they did a lot of, not to the T of what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in terms of retaining their free agents. And obviously it's a little bit different for Bruce Arians and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because they won the Super Bowl. But there were really important pieces that the 49ers needed to keep. Obviously none more important than Trent Williams. He got that massive deal. That was, the A block that kind of had the fall. They lined some other things up. They kept a couple of players here, a couple of players there. They let, some guys go, and it was a big draft no matter what.
Absolutely.
And then they traded from 12 to 3. And the entire complexion of what the San Francisco 49ers were doing today changed.
Yes. Yes. I remember that morning getting that tweet. It was in our group chat as well, got text to us.
Oh, yeah.
And I read it about 3 or 4 times. I checked the check mark from Adam Schefter a couple times. I went and scrolled his timeline to make sure this was the same guy.
Yep.
And I said, oh, it is about to be on. It's about to be on. They're moving up to number 3. They're looking to make a big splash. They're looking to change the game, to change what's going on. They're going for the gusto. I love it. I love it. And here we are, probably about a month and a half later. Damian, I'm telling you, leading up to this, just a quick story time for everybody. Leading up to this, all right, you guys have seen me. I've been a little flustered here and there. You know what I'm saying? I've been a little flustered, but I got to be honest.
You don't say.
Well, no, I've been a little flustered here and there. But Damien, I feel like, and I don't know if you guys can sense it in the broadcast or watching it. I've calmed down as we've gotten closer to this. Maybe it's the stages of grief and acceptance and all this other stuff. Maybe that's the case. But I've calmed down a little bit. It's like, all right, they take Michael Jones, they take Michael Jones. You know what I'm saying? Like he's got a level that he has to reach for me personally, for me to be okay with it. I don't think he's going to get there, but what are you going to do? It's not your call. But I woke up this morning and I was charged up. I was charged up.
Mm-hmm.
I was ready to go. My cousin, shout out to my man Ace. He texted me. He's like, "You ready for this 8 hours?" And I was like, "Let's go."
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. And that's before we heard anything about Trey Lance being the betting favorite. That's before we heard anything about Pat McAfee saying Mac ain't going to 3. Now, I tweeted it earlier. It was about 10:53 a.m. and I was stressed out. It ain't nothing changed here at 12:07. I'm stressed to the max, but I'm ready. This is awesome. This is awesome. I love it.
Poker Pro Eric says Kenny's going to lose it before 2 p.m. hits. We just know it, especially when the Mac Jones odds shifts. You can take part in the chat. It's a great way to be interactive with the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. I love how you spit, man. A month and a half ago when this trade was made, I know that's what it feels like, partner. It was made on March 26th. So it was a little bit over a month ago that this deal was made, but it gave us plenty of time to talk about it. It's all we've been talking about for the last 4 weeks. It started right away. That deal was done. The show was finished. That Friday show was finished. We had laid it out. We were getting ready for our call. We were going to go over a few things, fine tune a few things. We get the alert from Adam Schefter. We had to tear the whole thing up and start all over. And it's like, okay, what do we got here? This has got to be a move for Trey Lance. We started to hear right away the 49ers have no interest in trading Jimmy Garoppolo. The 49ers have no interest in moving him right now. They're going to keep him. They're going to use this draft pick. They're going to use this year to develop that draft pick with a healthy, hopefully, Jimmy Garoppolo at the helm. Okay, let's ride. Let's do it. And then that tailor-made for Trey Lance, a guy who didn't get a lot of run last year, a guy whose film is a little bit limited, but a guy who everyone – I listened to him talking to Dan Patrick today, man. Who wouldn't want a young man like that in their organization, man? He says all of the right things. His film says all of the right things to the scouts out there and the people who really dive into the film, and it felt like, okay, with essentially a year away from football, this makes the most sense for Trey Lance. And then the Mac Jones rumor started. And they have been running wild like Hulkamania ever since. The Mac Jones rumors they were running strong for about 3 weeks. Some people were like, this doesn't make sense. This isn't Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch don't leak things. Where is this coming from? There are reports all day today. There have been reports for weeks that no one in the organization knows who name is going to be called. You can believe that if you want to. I think that there's a lot to be said for that, if that's accurate. And we can, dive into that later. Like if Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are really the only ones that know. By the way, did you see Jed York's tweet today?
Jed, I tried to ask him a couple times. They were drafting 3. He didn't respond.
Jed, I'm stunned that he didn't reveal that here 8 hours before the draft. But apparently he's looking to make friends on social media today.
And look, there's tea leaves everywhere. Tea leaves everywhere. It's like October right now because there's tea leaves everywhere. You ain't making no friends if you take a Mac Jones at 3. You talk about I'm ready to make friends on social media. Best way to get a bunch of venom is to come on here on social media after you're the owner that's overseeing a pick of a guy that, bless his heart. I've said it before. Don't get it twisted. Bless his heart. This guy has done nothing to me, nothing to any 49er fans out here. He's just trying to live his dream. But we don't want him. And if you're Jed York and you're talking about ready to make friends on social media, drafting Mac Jones, yeah, you ain't making no friends. So I'm just saying, if you're reading the tea leaves, and he should.
Where do you get the tea leaves? Do they get delivered with your newspaper? Do the tea leaves get delivered with your newspaper?
I don't know where the tea leaves come from. I have no idea.
Okay, because you're talking about reading them. I'm just like, is that a special section in the newspaper is all I'm asking. Because that is an antiquated term.
Just like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I don't make the analogies.
No, you don't. No, you don't. But my man B is wondering how many of those bottles behind you are you going to plow through if the Niners draft Michael McCorkle? Well,
I don't know. I think it'd just be a little McQueen. To be honest with you, like I said, I've come to the acceptance. I'm still not sure that it's not Michael Jones.
There's a good chance more bottles are going to be cracked if it's not Michael McCorkle than if it is.
Absolutely. It'll be a party if it's not Michael
We popping
Jones.
that Luke Belair. We popping that Gold Lux if it winds up being Trey Lance, or maybe if it's a smoke screen, hell, give us all the smoke. Let it be Justin Fields. Maybe New York is the one who's working all of us. Maybe they have no interest in Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a report yesterday that this is crazy. My partner said it best yesterday. We'll know when we know. Okay.
Yeah.
But there was a report yesterday.
Solid. Yeah. Thank you for that.
That an NFL GM is adamant and insists that Justin Fields is going to be number 3.
Is that general manager John Lynch? Because if it's not,
it could be. Who knows?
Well, this
is unbelievable drama. I love it. Like I said, I can't remember this much drama for an NFL draft since Johnny Manziel was on the board and the Cowboys were up on the clock. That's the last time I remember this type of injury.
And that wasn't even high enough to have this type of drama. That wasn't even high enough in the draft to have this type of drama. And I mean, the stories that came out after regarding that pick are fantastic. Like they're legendary about how Jerry wanted Johnny Manziel, Steven wanted, I think it was Zach Martin, and you don't know how to take chances, allegedly, is what he said before walking out of the room and drafting an all-pro his freaking rookie year. We'll step out. We'll come back. We have got you covered for the next 8 hours. We'll talk more 49ers. We'll talk about the embarrassment that took place at the Golden One Center last night. I'm refreshing Twitter, waiting for that Woj tweet. I'm waiting for a Woj tweet on draft day.
Boy.
We know it's not coming. So much more ahead here. Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey. It's D'Lo and KC. It's the ESPN 1320 Draft Day Special here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We in here. I'm gonna turn
Ramsey.
I'm gonna disappear for a split second.
All right,
No, you go. Go ahead.
Where Ramsey? Yeah, where he said something earlier. I saw you in here, Ramsey. Where is it at? Let me find that thing. Yeah. The draft starts at number 4. Some of us truly aren't concerned with that 3rd pick. Let me tell you this, Ramsey. Your sorry Falcons are going to be sorry regardless of who they pick. They've been sorry my whole life. They're going to stay sorry. They ain't never winning nothing.
Why is Ramsey a Falcons fan again?
I'm not exactly sure he was, but he was talking about Rise Up the other day.
Shut up, Roddy. I fixed it. Jerk. I fixed it, right? At least I think I fixed it. Did I? Because I meant that's what I was trying to do. I disappeared for a second.
Hey, man. Jed, you can say a lot of things about Jed. I don't think he's no dummy. If he knew tomatoes were coming at him, he wouldn't. I don't think he'd be out here like this. I just don't.
You ain't going to do
that.
I
just don't.
Ain't going to do that. Oh, man. All right, 14 minutes down, 7:45 to go. It's like when you're driving to LA and you see that sign that says LA.
Oh my God,
310 miles away. Oh, we almost there. Nah, the Dirty Bird was legit. That's no lie. Nah, the Dirty Bird was it. I love me some Dion. Yeah, I love me. I love Dion.
I was rooting for the Falcons in that Super Bowl.
We were all rooting for
the Falcons.
All right, that was playoff your soundboard.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
How dare you?
Thank you. I meant to isolate that very eloquent piece of sound on me yesterday following I think that was in like the after chat. Because I feel like it would go. Yeah, I mean, I went to the Trent Dilfer School of Broadcasting.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Look at his compadres laughing at him after.
Trent's as good of a analyst as he was quarterback.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
There it is.
So
nailed it. That's who I take my that's who I take my broadcasting.
That's a classic line. I mean, that's up there with us.
It's right.
Not being here on Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So
you do
for all of us.
No, thank you. I love that he threw that part in. That's the absolute best part. That's for all of us. That's for all of us, by the way. Just throw that out there. It's for everybody. Oh, it's all right, Met2 on Freeport. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, man, it wasn't your fault, man.
We know that ain't on you.
It wasn't your fault, brother.
Yeah, ain't on you. We team Met2 all day. All day. Oh, you're gonna call? Yeah.
You got a number, Jesse? Bet.
What is happening
here? I saw your text from the group chat. He was like, after he sent it, he was like, "Sorry, it's so long."
I'm glad you said that. It reminds me, they're in the chat. I got to send Deuce and Mo the invite.
Oh my God.
Man, you picked a great day to be with us, and we are so happy that you are. We only ask that you spend the next 7 hours and 42 minutes with us. That's it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. Indeed. We've got a lot to talk about as it pertains to the NFL draft. We will keep you updated on any and everything that happens. I mean, how crazy is today? Tim Tebow is back. He's working out with his buddy Urban Meyer in the Jacksonville Jaguars.
First
about that?
I mean, hey, keep trying to live your dreams, bro. I ain't mad at you. But Tim Tebow ain't no spring chicken no more.
With 33?
Come on.
I think he's 33. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Hey, that's the magnitude of today. That's the magnitude of today. Tim Tebow out there getting them workouts. Tim Tebow's like, you know what? I'll take the attention off of these quarterbacks. I'm going to get a workout in with my old ball coach here at Jacksonville. This is good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, that's the magnitude of the day. I mean, what beats a proposed Aaron Rodgers trade, rumors of Deshaun Watson stuff, and Tim Tebow? Same. Urban Meyer or Aaron Rodgers, Deshaun Watson, Tim Tebow. Same. Right there.
We're good. We got it all. We got it all now. We're good.
Wow. Adam Schefter, boy, it is. I told you we've got everything in front of us here. Adam Schefter tweeted this. Reigning MVP Aaron Rodgers is so disgruntled with the Green Bay Packers that he has told some within the organization that he does not want to return to the team. League and team sources told ESPN on Thursday. That is the real Adam Schefter. That is the Adam Schefter with the trademark. He just reported that Aaron Rodgers is so disgruntled with the Green Bay Packers that he has told some within the organization that he does not want to return to the team. Someone hit up Jed York, forward him this tweet, and ask them to make the proposal again. Be like, hey, bruh, you just lost a little bit of leverage because it's all public now. Let's go. Bruh. If today ends with Aaron Rodgers as a San Francisco 49er, I'll gladly stay on this stream until midnight. I have no problem with that.
Aaron Rodgers.
Can you imagine
out
going from Mac Jones to Aaron Rodgers? Bruh, what is happening right now?
Man.
Now, let's bring everybody down here a second.
No, it's not.
Wait a minute. Remember, allegedly, Russell Wilson wasn't happy in Seattle either.
Mm-hmm.
According to Pete Carroll, yesterday, it's all good. We've patched everything up. We're good to go. We're moving on. We're having a great day. Ain't nothing to see here.
You know what this tells me?
Don't.
Is Rodgers wasn't going to say nothing, but when he heard that report, he was like, "Oh,
let me get out of here."
Time.
Yeah,
now's the time. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Adam, it's Aaron. Well, you know what? We guess the source is always fun, but there is something important to tag with this.
You reading them tea leaves?
No, I'm reading the tweet.
Oh, okay. Because I'm reading.
Tea leaves. Is that an app? I'm gonna search tea leaves at like 8:30.
How many times a day am I going to say tea leaves?
You're at about 5 right now. If you hit 12, I get that gold bottle behind you.
Way over plus 2,000 for me to say more than 12 times tea leaves.
He's getting it from multiple sources, league and team sources. So that leads me to believe it's probably normally when someone says league sources, that's not a player. It could be someone on the team, but it's not a player. It's a coach, it's a general manager, or something along those lines. Team sources often mean a player. Team source may very well be Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know, I'm just putting things together.
Putting them together right Christ, now. Deuce and Mo. That's Deuce. I'm not going to put that on Mo. That's Deuce.
It's going to be Deuce. Deuce saying, Adam Schefter saying Rodgers' Packers career is in jeopardy.
You should be ashamed of yourself. You should. Is Kyle Shanahan ready to revisit? If there is anything real here to this Aaron Rodgers thing, if Aaron Rodgers really wants out, if maybe San Francisco could be a front runner in all of this, will Kyle Shanahan rethink everybody being alive Sunday?
No,
it still not. He still won't rethink it. Even with Aaron Rodgers, he still won't rethink everybody being alive come Sunday.
No. All right, he's dead set on that. That's his Mac Jones of life probabilities.
Okay. Adam Schefter continued. Rodgers is unhappy for a variety of reasons, with some of it dating back to last year's draft when the Packers didn't inform him before trading up to draft the quarterback with their first pick. Some took it as a sign that his days in Green Bay were numbered. Of course, he told your man's Pat McAfee, I think it was Pat McAfee, that they had a plan, they had a timeline. He just threw it off. He completely threw off their timeline because he went out there and was the best player in the league last year. He went out there and became the league's most valuable player. And he went out there and accomplished all of the things that he did with Matt LaFleur. Maybe that was part of the idea of drafting Jordan Love, is we've got this new quarterback. I can groom him. This can be my guy. Jordan Love, this could be my guy. And Aaron Rodgers is like, yeah, okay, it's cool. I'm just going to go out there and win an MVP and remind everybody I'm the best quarterback in the league, or one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Well, it's funny you bring up Pat McAfee, because this may be one of the more definitive statements I've heard from somebody in the media or in the know in the last week or so, when he came out this morning and he said Mac Jones is not the pick at 3. Go about this again later. We'll run this through once again. Who did you say Aaron Rodgers does a weekly show with?
Pat McAfee.
All of a sudden, Rodgers, I want out. I'm hollering at Schefter. He knows who it will or won't be Pat McAfee. Well, he don't know who it will be. He knows who it won't be, according to his sources. I'm just saying, I haven't completely put it all together right there, but there's something going on there. Number one, like I said, Damien, have you heard anybody in the last 2 weeks say, no, it is not Mac Jones?
No one has said anything definitive like that, no.
And Pat McAfee, from everything I got, I don't listen to him often. I'm just vaguely familiar with him, but he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that just kind of throws things out there. He even said, I think in the follow-up that clip, he's like, I'm not a sources guy. I don't even ask for sources because I know when I get stuff, I'm gonna do what I just did. So I stay away from it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's all pretty legit. I mean, it's not as if he's a professional wrestling announcer or anything like that. It's not like he's familiar with the business of a work. It's not like he's familiar. It's not like he's, you know, it's not like he's familiar with the business of sports entertainment and milking a storyline. No, what would he know about that? That's professional wrestling business. Pat McAfee doesn't know anything about professional wrestling, or does he? I'm starting to feel some type of way. Yesterday at the end of the show, I said it's going to be Mac Jones. It's just too loud. It's just too loud. I'm just starting to put some things together, man. And I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be Michael Jones. Well, we're going to find out soon. We are going to find out soon. And by soon, I mean in like 5 hours. About 5 hours from now, we'll find out when or who or what. Maybe we'll find out before then. Hell, maybe it's going to be Green Bay on the clock. Maybe it'll be Green Bay on the clock after the New York Jets select as we're getting, you know, excerpts, we're getting updated, because obviously we're not going to read the entire article to you here on the air. There is a note in there that says the Packers have offered to extend Rodgers' contract, which is funny because I'm trying to envision like how that conversation went. Like, hey, I don't want to be here anymore. Wait a minute. No, baby, don't leave. Don't leave. Fine. Look, if you want to get married, we can get married. That's like fine. Like, don't leave. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Let's get married.
He hit him with that Martin. He said, I don't even know why you're here. Step. Tina, baby. No. That's what they hit him with. And Aaron was gone. Aaron is gone.
But is he?
Remember I told you, I said, Russ ain't going yet. Even when all that was going on, I said, he's not going yet.
Yeah.
He's going to go, but this ain't the time. I feel differently about Aaron Rodgers.
Well, there's a way you could fix this.
What you got?
There's a playbook for it. Bills run it. Robert Kraft is run it. Trey Jordan Love.
Remember I asked that question.
I mean, you did. You absolutely did. Do it.
That would be crazy. What if the Niners traded 3 for Jordan Love?
Now tell me, because you're chuckling, you're laughing. Tell me how you'd feel about that.
I feel fine about it.
Because we don't know a lot about.
I hate to
a lot. We don't know anything about Jordan Love. Jordan Love ain't taking a snap in the NFL. I don't think he is.
I really hate to be this way. It's almost every quarterback that is a possibility that I'd be okay with outside of Michael. Jordan Love, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Aaron Rodgers. I don't care. I know who I don't want it to be.
Okay.
That's what I do know.
Hey, Jesse, I know you're listening. I made a mistake. Crocker is at 12:30, so you can go ahead and get him on the phone. For some reason, I wrote Crocker in at 12:50. Eric Crocker is going to join us here in just a minute.
It's a crazy day.
Forgive me. Sorry about that, Jesse. That's on me. I figured instead of going silent and continuing to type on Slack that I just acknowledge I made a mistake out loud to everybody. Because I even think I said Eric Crocker is coming up at 12:50. He's not. He's coming up in like 30 seconds, and he's fully expecting to be on the show in 30 seconds. And we're not going to keep a man the caliber of Eric Crocker waiting. So my bad on that. That's me.
It's not as I mean, it's an error, but it's not like that error from the Brewers game. Did you see that?
I did see that. Yep. Not. Hopefully, we don't have any of those today. Hopefully, we don't have any of those. Hopefully, we don't have any 96-mile-an-hour fastballs to the face. And hopefully, we don't have any 49-point losses either.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that was all bad last night.
Let's avoid those. at all cost. But we'll make some mistakes throughout the day, and they'll probably all be made by me, as Eric Crocker is set to join us here in just a couple of seconds. Curious to get his thoughts on everything that we've heard so far today. Let's bring in the man, Eric Crocker, the Striking Gold podcast. Croc, there's all sorts of rumors out there, man. What do you think? Aaron Rodgers in the San Francisco 49ers, Aaron Rodgers wanting out of Green Bay. What do you think of all these reports coming out on draft day?
If you're going to give up 2 future firsts and use a third, so essentially 3 first-round picks on one player, I'd rather be Aaron Rodgers than any rookie in this class.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm with that, man. And I'm not even the biggest Aaron Rodgers guy. Like, I recognize his talent. He personally seems to just rub me the wrong way. But if you could find a way to get him right now with this team in this part of it, I mean, he's coming off an MVP season. Let's go. Let's go. I'm all for that, EC.
I think I know why he rubs you kind of the wrong way. Like, he just has like this cockiness, this arrogance that he kind of just walks around with.
Oh, yeah, nothing's ever his fault, Eric. Nothing's ever his fault.
I know, but it's one of those things. I think he's one of those guys like you either love him or you hate him. And I love him just because it's like, I like the a-holes. You know, the guys that are like a-holes, like, I like that. So just the way he is, I hate it when my Niners play against him and how he just does little things. But just kind of watching him play against other guys, like, yeah, I like Aaron Rodgers. And I mean, just on top of that, like, the fit with the 49ers, the familiarity with the system and the scheme, like, you know, it would be like a seamless kind of transition. So all those things, I can see why the 49ers picked up the phone and called him last night, called Green Bay.
No.
Who are you leaning towards? Like, who's your favorite quarterback that you've watched over the course of the last few weeks that's in play there at number 3, assuming, of course, that it's not Aaron Rodgers?
Well, aside from Aaron Rodgers, my favorite has been Justin Fields. You know, if I could take, and not just over the guys that are available there, I like him more than any other quarterback in this class. I don't think that there's a quarterback that is more talented than him. I don't think anybody in this class has a bigger arm. I don't think they're just more accurate. I don't think they're more athletic. I don't think they're just smarter than him. You know, I think some of the things that was asked of him at Ohio State maybe makes certain things look a little funny with just his, you know, maybe holding on to the ball too long, but, you know, that's fixable. But not fixable with everything else he comes with. So, you know, when you look at it from that standpoint, and, you know, we've seen him and Trevor Lawrence on the same field multiple times now. And both times, I did not think that Trevor Lawrence was better than Justin Fields. So that's just my opinion. I seem to be kind of alone on that. And that's not like a hot take or anything. I just love the talent and ability from, you know, what I've seen from Justin Fields. So if it's me, he's the pick. But if I have to go off of where I think the 49ers go, I actually think it's Trey Lance. I've been kind of having that feeling for a few weeks now. I actually messaged Quincy Avery, Trey Lance's quarterback coach, a few weeks ago, and I was like, you know, I don't know why, but I just had this gut feeling. I think Trey Lance is the pick. And he actually told me, he said, hey, like, I think you might be right. They just asked him to work with John Beck. And this was kind of before it was like public news. So he had messaged me that, and I was like, that's interesting. So I think that he's the pick. And I have my kind of different reasons why I feel like that.
Well, let me ask you this, Eric. What, after looking at Trey Lance, give me kind of his pros and cons. You're a great evaluator of talent and breaking down film. I know you've watched a lot of Trey Lance or whatever game tape is out there for. What are the pros and cons of Trey Lance?
All right, so I'll start off with the cons. The cons are, one, I think most people will talk about his accuracy, where it's been a little, you know, hit and miss. Two, I think, obviously, like, you know, the level of competition that he played against, playing in a lower division. I know people joke and be like D2, D3, but no, he played in the FCS at the highest level. And then obviously he dominated that division. But I think those are kind of like, if you want to talk about the cons that just jump right out, is the you know, sometimes the accuracy dips, the competition, and then obviously like just not playing in a year. You know, you have the one game this year that was whatever that was, like a scrimmage. And, you know, I think a lot of people, as far as the quarterback position, kind of hold that against him. So those are the cons. When you look at the pros, And I always like to look at with all prospects, like what can I teach, what can't I teach? And, you know, some of his issues, like, oh, he hasn't played a whole lot. All right, well, we can give him playing time. You know, oh, his accuracy. Okay, well, we can work on his accuracy because a lot of it comes from his mechanics. And we've already seen him clean up a lot of that just from watching him throw out a pro day. So, you know, at least to some extent, he's working on those things. And then what are the other things I can't teach? Well, he has a big rocket arm. He's extremely athletic. Talking about somebody at 6'4", 230 pounds. Even though his accuracy dips at times, he was a 67% passer, and he makes every throw on the field. Like, we're not talking about somebody that is like a 58% passer or something like Drew Lock was coming out of Missouri. Like, he was a 67% passer in more of a pro-style offense, played a lot of under center, turned his back to defenses, and then everything that you hear about him on top of being able to make every single throw and all those things, how bright this kid is. And I think that's why I'm so high on him. And if there's like a guy who's just like bent on being successful, it's the people that are like him, the people that are willing to kind of bet on themselves, you know, wanting to be a quarterback, wanting to go to Minnesota. Minnesota said, we'll have you here, but to play safety. He said, no, I'm a quarterback. Went, sat at North Dakota State behind Eastern State, you know, quarterback that got drafted. So he redshirted the first year. While he was redshirting, he was like, you know what? I'm done with all my stuff. Let me watch and break down NFL defenses. So he watched NFL film. Then his redshirt freshman year, he comes. They bring in a quarterback to play over him from Iowa State, I believe it was. And so they brought the quarterback in. He gets into a competition with the quarterback, beats him out as a freshman. But we're talking about a 19-year-old kid at this time, 6'4", 225, that dominated where he played at. And when I say dominated, he went undefeated, 17-0 as a starter, did not lose a game. Are there things that he can improve on? Of course. There's things that every quarterback in his class can improve on. But the things he can improve on, when you start to hear how smart he is, how bright he is, how hard of a worker he is, you hear John Beck say, hey, he came to me and said, what do I need to work on? Don't sugarcoat it. Tell me exactly what it is. And that's rare for guys. And then you hear him reaching out to scouts. What are your guys' evaluations on me? What do I need to improve? Like, it's not normal for people to be like that and have that type of mindset to really improve their game. So I love Trey Lance, the side of him and what he can be. Obviously, there's a lot, more upside than what you typically would like in the sense of kind of guessing. But just when you have a player like that that's willing to put in that type of work and has his type of ability, you can't help to like him. And I think that's why the 49ers have kind of fallen in love with him throughout this process.
Former defensive back Eric Crocker with Dilo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Eric, what do you see as a former defensive back? What do you see when you watch Mac Jones play?
I see, it is hard because I've watched him through the eyes of like an evaluator, and I'm not as well on him as other people. I think he's talented. I think he's more mobile than people want to give him credit for. Obviously, he has the ability to be very accurate. I don't think he's as historically accurate as people would like lead you to believe because of his 77% completion percentage. He threw probably more screens than anyone, and obviously, like he threw to a lot of wide open receivers. So I think that definitely helps a lot. And when I say more screens, like he had almost 600 yards in screens off of screens alone, whereas Justin Fields, he only had 80 yards off of screens. So obviously, two different defenses, but like just throwing screens boosts your completion percentage so much. But that's not to take away from the throws that he is able to make. I think he can make throws well at all levels. I think that the biggest thing, or I don't want to say biggest thing, but knock on him a little bit is, one, he doesn't have the special traits like the other guys. And that's a big deal in the sense of kind of upside and maybe being able to kind of overcome some situations that you might end up getting into. Maybe not being able to have your feet set and you have to throw this deep out. Can he do those things? Maybe the play breaks down too quick. Are you able to escape at all? Do you even have the ability to do so? I do think he has more athleticism than people give him credit for, but I don't think he's like sniffing the other guys that most people would take ahead of him. So he is talented. Obviously doesn't have the biggest of arms. He's a little bit more Jimmy Garoppolo with his throwing downfield. It just doesn't look bad because he's throwing most of the guys that are wide open. And then even when they're not, a lot of times they did a really good job of making contested catches. So I think he would do well with the 49ers, but I just couldn't take him over certain other, the other quarterbacks in this class.
Yeah, I'm ready for this, man. I'm ready. I know you said you would go with Justin Fields. I know you said you think it's going to be Trey Lance. If it's Mac Jones at 3, would you be okay with that? Have you seen enough from him to say he's not my favorite, he's not the top out of the 3 that are available, but he might be able to do something for him?
Yeah, I like him. I just would have a hard time taking him over some of these other guys, and that's what I would have an issue with. It's like almost kind of like settling, right? Just because, like, well, it fits. Like, what he does, it fits. So it's like, it fits, so I'm going to pass up on Deshaun Watson. I'm going to pass up on Patrick Mahomes. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, you know, so, like, that's just kind of how I look at it. And I'm not saying these guys are going to be that, like these other guys, but just it's all potential. We don't even know what Mac Jones is going to be. So I like to look at, like, where are they most likely going to be? And I would say, you know what, he's most likely going to be a Kirk Cousins, right? And that's solid. Like, that's a starting quarterback in the NFL. Cousins have made a ton of money. When I look at, you know, Justin Fields, like, what is Justin Fields most likely going to be, right? He's probably not likely to be a Patrick Mahomes, but I think he's more likely going to be a Dak Prescott. So then it comes down to, are you a guy that like Dak Prescott more or a Kirk Cousins type more? And, you know, I like Dak Prescott more than Kirk Cousins, you know? And that's the question that maybe the 49ers are going to have to ask themselves for the 6 time.
Croc, you're killing it, man. Please. Yeah, absolutely. Somebody hire this man. Croc, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
All right, John. Thanks for having me on.
All right, man. That's a man, Eric Crocker right there, the Striking Gold podcast. Check that out wherever you get your podcast from, whether it's Apple, Spotify, Google Play, Odyssey. It doesn't matter, man. Croc knows his stuff.
Absolutely.
Man, he knows his stuff. And hearing him talk about Justin Fields that way, again, if it's a work, let the whole thing be a work. Like, let it all be a smokescreen. Ian Rappaport tweets, over the last month, Aaron Rodgers had his agent, Dave Dunn, fly out to Green Bay for several days of meetings to work through the situation. Rodgers refused to restructure. He wanted an extension. Teams called knowing he wasn't happy. Green Bay rebuffed them, offered an extension. No deal. That's the latest from Aaron Rodgers. According to Ian Rappaport. So much, man, the day's already wild.
Crazy.
It could get way crazy. Imagine being a 49er fan waking up thinking this is the day we're getting Mac Jones, and now the possibility of Aaron Rodgers isn't insane.
Go.
It's not insane at all.
Let's go.
Not nearly as insane as losing by 49 points last night. We'll deal with that and keep you updated on all the NFL rumors as D'Lo and KC roll along here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Keep bringing up old stuff.
My bad, Jesse. Sorry about that. Sorry, my bad having them mixed up, having the time mixed up. So we'll just move King stuff down here.
Aaron Rodgers finally coming back to the Bay. That would be
nothing happened yet. Relax, calm down.
I'm talking about the possibility. Like, if that were to happen, like him coming back to the Bay, that would be insane.
That would be nuts.
And like I said, I told Croc, I've never been a big Aaron Rodgers guy. Said it on here numerous times. But I mean, I don't take away from what he's accomplished in this league, what he's going to be, which is a first ballot Hall of Famer. And he can do his own little Tom Brady. Get out of this disgruntled place and lead us to the Super Bowl.
Could.
How many years do you think Aaron Rodgers got,
baby? How many years? What?
How many years do you think he got left?
See, 37. Shoot, man! At the way quarterbacks are going, what did Breeze retired at 41? Brady's going till 44. I mean, I don't know that anybody's going to do what Tom did, but if anyone could do it,
he could do 41.
I think so. 41. Yeah, I think he could do 41.
4 years left for Aaron Rodgers. That's okay. Wow. See, they just keep playing with my emotions this entire day.
I guess I'll read Ian Rappaport's next tweet on the air instead of during. Well, no, I'll read it for everybody and reread it. Here's my understanding of the Aaron Rodgers situation. Rodgers and the Packers have been negotiating a long-term contract offer. They've been working on it for weeks. Rodgers has been unhappy at times during those moments. No deal is done. He is not happy. The Packers remain more from Ian Rappaport. The Packers remain committed to Aaron Rodgers. Tom Pelissero said there is zero chance of trading him. It's all about getting the extension done, and if that happens, this should take care of the matter.
He just said that?
Ian Rappaport just tweeted that right now, yeah.
This never ends well for these teams. It never ends well. No, we're going to work this out. No, you're not. You're not going to work it out. All teams, my bad. Okay. Oh,
wow.
All right.
Wow. Look at that picture. Look at that picture. Is that Kenny Caraway and Michael McCorkle? Oh, did y'all have a falling out? Is that what happened? Is that the beef? Oh no.
Hey man, young Michael.
Wow.
I hope you have a very successful NFL career. I really do. I don't know if it's in San Francisco, but I don't wish nothing bad on you, brother.
I hope all these new YouTube followers hit the thumbs up and subscribe button while they're here. I hope Michael McCorkle hits that thumbs up.
We got our own version.
Welcome to the show.
Get your followers up,
man. Yes, indeed. I hold on. I just can't get over this picture. That's me with my bro. I can't get over this picture, man. Look at that.
That is funny stuff.
What a morning this has been.
I don't wish no bad on McCorkle. Have a great career. Just not here.
We are here live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app. You can listen on 1320 AM. Already been a very, very eventful morning. We're taking your calls as well, 916-349-1320. The latest from Ian Rappaport on Aaron Rodgers. The Packers remain committed to Aaron Rodgers. Tom Pelissero said there is zero chance of trading him. I repeat, zero chance of trading him. It's all about getting an extension done, and if that happens, this should take care of the matter.
Sure, Jan. Look, I said this in a break. I continue to say it. These teams, they always do this. And what do I always tell them, Damian? Whether it's the Houston Rockets, Houston Texans, even though that situation is crazy. Now the Green Bay Packers, Seattle Seahawks. It's not going to work. Stop. Oh, I know you got to put out a front out there. Oh, it's fine. We'll get this done. No, you won't. All right. It's not going to happen. You can either do it now and get the most that you can from them, or you can do it next year. Have the risk of him getting hurt or having a below average year, whatever the case may be, and then the value goes down even further. See, in some cases, like in certain cases, I understand, no, we're going to wait this out. We're going to wait this out. In some cases like this one, and I'm not just saying it for the 49ers or whatever the case may be, it's just in general. Like, it's not going to work. Maybe with Aaron Rodgers, you give it one more year. He's not going to be there past next year. The clock has already started ticking.
You've got to do something with Jordan Love, though. Like, if you're working on an extension for Aaron Rodgers, you've completely punted on Jordan Love. And if I'm Aaron Rodgers, that's what I'm pissed about.
Right.
You had the opportunity. You just threw away a first-round pick. You threw a first-round pick away on a year when I became the league MVP. Do you know what we could have done with some offensive line help? You know what we could have done with a piece here, a piece there, maybe something on the defensive end? Like, this could be the difference between a Super Bowl and not. If I'm Aaron Rodgers, no matter what Green Bay says to me, shoot, one, I got the money. Two, I might already have another job outside of football that's going to pay me a very significant amount of money. And you can't convince me, if I'm Aaron Rodgers at this point with the malpractice, as my partner would say, that organization executed by drafting Jordan Love. And now, you're going to sign me to an extension. What you going to do with him? Because you're coming up on a point where you've got to pay him. Remember, that was the whole thing with Jimmy. Mm-hmm. The Patriots had to make this decision with Jimmy Garoppolo. It was fine to sit him behind Tom Brady until they had to pay him. It was fine to sit him behind Tom Brady until they realized, man, Brady's not slowing down. We're going to have to continue to play him. It was fine until Brady said, hey, Mr. Kraft, get your mans out of here. He's bothering me. And they got him out of here. He's off to San Francisco. That's the same situation the Packers are in now, except the Packers, I don't know that they can fix it. I don't know that these conversations, there have been tea leaves. It's been on the tea leaves for a while.
Yeah.
There have been rumblings.
Mention of tea leaves.
There have been rumblings of the Matt LaFleur, Aaron Rodgers relationship since the beginning.
I forgot a guy who listens to the show. He comes into the chatty house sometimes, and he's a Packers fan, and he confirmed what I said I had been hearing from the Green Bay streets for a while now, but it really flared up after this year. Nobody believes that Aaron is going to retire Packer. Everybody in Green Bay all thinks he's going to leave at some point. A lot of people, in some respects, want to just get it out the way now. They're like, he's going to leave. They think he's all coming to California. And they're like, he's going to leave us. Get it out the way now. And let's move on with our lives. And the Packers, now look, to be fair, if you are willing to trade him, you can't just say, well, no, he's open. Like, you got leverage, you got to protect and all that. I get it. But in their heart of hearts, no, they should know this is, you can do it now or you can do it later.
Why not do it right now?
Yeah.
Right now.
It's coming up. Is his stock going to be any higher ever than right now?
It's not going to be any higher, no. I mean, he just won the MVP, for God's sakes.
That's my point. It can only go down. Even if he has a little below average season than what he had this year, and say he's good, really good, but not great. It's I think he's slipping. He's going downhill.
What can you realistically offer them, though? You just gave up 2 first-round picks to get to where you are. So obviously you can give them you're going to give them Jimmy for 1 year. They don't need Jimmy Garoppolo. They already got a quarterback waiting.
Give them Jimmy and 2 players.
What's the point in Jimmy? Jimmy doesn't do anything.
Maybe you got to do that for the I don't know. Maybe you do that for the money for the 49ers. I don't know if they would help you out.
I just don't know why. I'm not talking about San Francisco. If you're San Francisco, you do whatever they want. I'm asking Green Bay. What do like you can't get draft picks from them because they gave 2 of those away. What's the point in getting Jimmy Garoppolo? You're trading Aaron Rodgers. You've already got a quarterback there. What are you trading for, a backup quarterback? You need to do something with Jordan Love here at some point.
Yeah,
that's the whole point in all of this. You got to do something with them. So unless you're asking for Debo or Ayuk or Fred Warner or something, I don't know what the point is.
You're getting, off the top of my head, Fred Warner might have to be in that deal, and I don't want that, but he might have to be in that deal. But you're getting number 3 in the draft this year, which can get you a Kyle Pitts, can get you that offensive lineman, it can get you a number of different things. So you're getting that, and then you're getting Javon Kinlaw, maybe a Fred Warner.
Maybe that's it.
I don't want Fred Warner in any deals. Everybody who knows me knows how I feel about linebackers and middle linebackers. I don't want Fred Warner. But if they say
you don't, what you're saying, whoa.
No, I don't want him in the deal.
Right.
I want him to stay a 49er. But if they said we can do the deal, only thing that's missing is you got to put Fred Warner in there, I might have to pull that trigger.
I'm going to give you something to think about here real quick.
Okay.
You have argued for a while that one of the reasons you've got to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo is because of the money, and you've got to be able to re-sign Fred Warner next year or during the season, one or the other.
Yeah.
If you're bringing Aaron Rodgers' money back, you're probably restructuring his deal. You're probably locking him up for the next. You're spending the money on a quarterback anyways. You might not have the money to re-sign Fred Warner.
Very fair.
Which would make it appealing for the Green Bay Packers there, which, again, we're firmly against, as Fred Warner is our guy. But if you can make it work for the league MVP, you make it work for the league MVP. 916-349-1320. Let's get our man Mitch in here real quick before we shift our attention to the Kings. Mix, what's good, baby?
So quickly, 2 weeks ago, I think Aaron should remember that it was his execution at bats, poor planning. I mean, at the end of that game, I'm sorry. And they should add for Jimmy. Let Love sit there for a few more years. I mean, Aaron Rodgers did it. He's still getting paid. So, unbelievable. They should ask for Sosa if they want Rodgers. And one thing for the Kings, Metu, I think he's a starter. I like that move. That was a good sign. He improved his play. I mean, I love he's one and done. Finally, someone's living up to their ability.
Okay.
It's good for the Kings.
All right, Mitch. We appreciate you.
I will say this about Mitch. First of all, the 49ers don't have Sammy Sosa under contract, so I don't know if they can move on with him. I think he was talking about Nick Bosa. And our buddy, the boss man, he is adamant against moving on from Nick Bosa. I'm going to keep the same energy. If push came to shove, I was ready to move Bosa for Deshaun Watson. I feel the same way about Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, wait a second. The age difference, I think you have to hit pause there because of the age difference. Fred Warner, I'd listen to. Nick Bosa, I don't know that I would.
Let me tell you why. Nick Bosa, and I think he's going to be great. I want to believe that he's going to come back strong. I know people are unpopular. I don't look at those pass rushers the same as everybody else does, though. I have always valued the middle linebacker position over the pass rusher. That's just me. That's the way I look at it. I know some people may think it's crazy, but the middle linebacker is the heart and soul of what you want to do on the defensive end. And Nick Bosa, as great as he is, he's got 2 ACL tears in his lifetime. He had a shoulder issue, I think it was, at Ohio State when he sat out. Are you gonna guarantee me that Nick Bosa is gonna be good to go for the next 6-7 years? We ain't got to worry about him at all.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
Goes for all of us, Kenny. You heard what my man said. Goes for all of us.
That is a great job by you, partner. But I don't know, man. I don't know. You're not trading 100% Nick Bosa with no injury history away to Green Bay. You're trading, like I said, a guy that has 2 ACL tears, a bad shoulder. You don't know what's coming on next.
Your energy is shifting here a little bit because when you talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, you go, "Oh, when Jimmy Garoppolo's healthy, the team is good. Oh, when Jimmy Garoppolo's healthy." But you with Nick Bosa in this prospective trade, you're pointing out he sprained his knee back when he was 7. Like I think he
2 ACL tears.
But those were later in life. That wasn't when he was 7. Those were the start of his knee problems. When Joey knocked him down, he scraped his knee. Like that was the beginning of all of his issues there with his knee. But I think you're trying to rationalize moving on from Nick Bosa. If Nick Bosa was a deal breaker, like if it's like it's Nick and it's no one else, then I wouldn't offer him up. I'd listen to that. Here's something from Jay Glazer here real quick before you jump in, partner. Aaron told the Packers he doesn't want to return, as Adam Schefter said, and I think it's more than a contract deal. I think he's pretty strongly convicted that he doesn't want to go back to the Packers. That's from Jay Glazer. So Ian Rappaport is framing it as like, oh, you get this deal done and you get the contract done. It's probably done.
Yeah.
Glazer is framing it as, nope, that ain't it. Now, just to help people decipher this a little bit, or this is how I decipher stuff. Ian Rappaport works for the state-run media. He works for the NFL Network. He's probably getting his stuff, don't know this, probably getting his stuff from the Green Bay Packers. Jay Glazer, that That's not where Jay Glazer gets his stuff.
Jay Glazer in that warehouse with all the weights and
Jay Glazer at Unbreakable, and he's on the phone with Pat McAfee, who's on three-way with Aaron Rodgers, and they're going over this whole scenario.
Wow.
I'm gonna lean a little closer towards Jay Glazer and Adam Schefter than I am Ian Rappaport, which is a good rule of thumb anytime you read something from Ian Rappaport.
I'm telling you, Aaron Rodgers, everybody in Wisconsin and Green Bay, he's been gone. He's going to leave. He's going to leave. This ain't no, but we could work it out and sign a contract and he'll retire here. He's going to leave. And he's going to, how he finds a way to do it, he's going to leave. And I'm telling you, once again, see, you take my negotiating skills with a private conversation that we're having with where I'm willing to go.
I got you.
I'm willing to go to Bosa.
Mm-hmm. Not offer him up out the gate.
No.
You're willing to go to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a developing situation here. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Demi Barling.
I know.
Question mark?
I know it. No. I got to get to the Kings, but we
really don't. We really don't have to. I mean, we mentioned it.
We get to the Kings.
Deuce and Mo are going to join us in 17 minutes. We'll just lay out and let them talk about it. We'll let them deal with that.
I just got a text from a
Uh-oh.
buddy of mine.
Uh-oh. Sources close to D'Lo and KC say,
hey, I'm going to have fun with this, okay? I'm going to have fun. Hey, I don't know what this means, but I'm going to have fun with it. So my buddy is buddies with somebody who's buddies with Trey Lance.
okay.
And he said that blank told me, buddy told me.
I got you. We're following.
In conversations with Trey, he think the Niners are going to pick him. And he said Trey's not the kind of guy to BS with his friends.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Hey, we'll see.
I'm just saying.
We'll know when we know.
There was
we'll know when we know.
Jesse, put that on a shirt.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
That's it. That's it right there. You can't. So we'll know when we know. That's pretty much how it rolls.
The other thing, I don't know if you caught this. This was in 49er land. I don't know how deep you dive into 49er land, Damian. I know, it's your job and your profession, but ingrained in the 49er
like
land.
49er Twitter?
Yeah.
No, I'm good for one fan base Twitter, not two. I ride with my Kings crew. That's it. I'll ride with my Kings crew, and then I'll let you give me the rest of the information as it pertains to the 49ers and the Giants.
So there was a
Warriors Twitter has been thrust upon me in recent months, but that's okay. That's okay. It's a dark place.
But Trey did a podcast with the 49ers podcast. He did an interview with a 49ers podcast, I think earlier this week.
Okay.
And they're signing off, and the guy goes, "Hey, Trey, here's the hoping we see you in a 49ers uniform on Thursday." And, they're all laughing. They're like, yeah. Trey's laughing like, and he goes, "That's the plan."
Well, I mean, he wants to go 3.
That's what I'm saying. You can read that how you ever want to read that.
He wants to go 3.
He said, no, they said, and you can come back on again or something. He's like, that's the plan.
Yeah, of course. He wants to go number 3. The draft is here, and the 49ers are picking 3rd. Or maybe they're trading it. I'm not really sure, but I do know that ESPN 1320's draft coverage is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. They also make those Luke Belair bottles behind me, and if Aaron Rodgers is headed to the San Francisco 49ers, we might pop 3, 4, 5 of them tonight. There's going to be a party at the Caraway Estates come about 8:05 when we sign off. I might even go live on the phone, YouTube. I might stream my drive all the way to Elk Grove, stream my interactions with all Kenny security in case something happens, and then we could stream the whole Luke Belair, McQueen, and the Violet Fog party over there at the Caraway Estates, man, as we roll along. 1 hour down, 7 more to go. The draft begins in just about 4 hours. Deuce and Mo set to join us. Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan, television's Morgan Reagan. Congratulations to our good friend Mo, who's going to be doing the pre and post game hosting duties.
Yes.
Literally, I swear to you, the only reason I'm going to watch the Kings versus Lakers tomorrow is to see Morgan do that. Okay. The only reason I'm going to watch the Kings versus the Lakers tomorrow is to watch Mo do her deal. I very much had a plan to watch that on Synergy sometime Sunday morning or sometime Saturday morning when I was just laid back and relaxed. But I can't watch Mo on Synergy, so I'll be locked in tomorrow to watch her.
We don't tapped in. We definitely gonna be tapped in.
100%, and they'll be with us coming up here in just a little over 10 minutes. We'll keep an eye on tweets from Glazer, Rappaport. We'll keep an eye on tweets from Adam Schefter. We'll look for suspicious like patterns over there on Aaron Rodgers' account or Trey Lance's account or Justin Fields' account. We're following Mac Jones. We've got a private investigator following Mac Jones all around. So we will be locked into that all day long. Deep breath.
Come on.
154 to 105.
Oh, jeez.
154 to 105. It was funny. We were talking yesterday. Casey and I were talking about how to structure this show. And, we have talked on a number of cases. The plan wasn't to do an 8-hour draft show. The plan was to do a 4-hour draft show, a regular edition of D-Lo and Casey. We'll talk draft, but we talk about the Kings, and we realized as we got closer to the draft, there's probably only a couple of circumstances in which the Kings would be a major story. I mean, De'Aaron is out. We know Harrison is out. Harrison is out probably for another couple of games. LeBron might be back on Friday. Harrison ain't going to be back Friday. We know De'Aaron ain't going to be back Friday. Certainly doesn't sound like Marvin Bagley is going to be back Friday. So we were trying to figure out, like, what would a story be? The Kings win, like, okay, I guess that's a story. Not really. Probably if one player goes off or they get killed. Well, they got killed.
They got blasted.
They got absolutely annihilated. I mean, they hit the record books. The Jazz led by 32 points at halftime. It's the third time this season they've led by 30-plus points at halftime. That's tied for the most such instances in NBA history. It's the biggest blowout in the history of the Utah Jazz. It's the biggest blowout for the Sacramento Kings since 1991.
That seems like a dark time. 91.
Bruh.
I think Antoine Carr was on the squad then. Coswell.
Bruh. What the hell? Like, it's one thing to lose, man. Like, it's okay to lose. You don't have De'Aaron out there. You don't have Harrison. It's whatever. Even with De'Aaron and Harrison, you're not better than Utah. You're talking about the top team in the Western Conference. And we talked about Utah. Utah has not been playing their best ball as of late. Mm-hmm. They needed to get right. We thought they would get right against the Kings, not to the tune of 154 points, not to the tune of plus 49 point differential, but we knew, okay, the Utah Jazz are going to be looking to kind of right themselves a little bit. Oh, they got to be feeling pretty good headed into their next game.
Yeah, man, they're feeling like everything has been righted for their road to the end of the season until they get Donovan Mitchell back. It was bad, real bad, Michael Jackson last night at the Golden One Center. But man, I mean,
at home, like, you let him do that. I don't care that there's only a couple of fans there. You let that happen at home.
It's all bad. It's all bad. I'm not here to say that it's not all bad. Utah was insane from beyond the arc last night, though. They had 24 threes on 58% from beyond the arc. Like, they were
stupid, man.
They were on fire. Some of that has to be on the defense.
Okay.
Because the Kings never really defend. Some of that you got to tip your hat to a team that is one of, if not the best, 3-point shooting team in the league.
Okay, thank you, Luke Caraway, for kind of acknowledging that, because your brother from another mother who coaches the team, he seems to not recognize, and I understand how good Utah is shooting threes, but have you ever noticed how many teams shoot really, really well against Sacramento?
All of them.
I don't think I have ever heard Luke make the correlation between his defense, his team's defense, and what the other team is doing. Oh, they just got hot. They made shots we didn't. Psh. Why do you think that is? Why do you think every team walks into the Golden One Center? Why do you think every time you step on the floor, that team magically shoots well? Do you think you're cursed? Is bad luck?
No defense.
That's what it is.
We've laid out 2 instances where he's acknowledged it and said, please help.
We're 50-something games into the season, and he's laid out two instances in which his team doesn't play defense.
What do you want him to say?
Bring it up every damn game. The reason that team shot 58.5% from the field was because, or from three, excuse me, they shot 64% from the field. The reason they shot that way from three is because we stink. That's why. Talking about, well, at least he's got he seems to have the support of the players. It ain't going to do him no good when he's unemployed in 17, 18, 19 days. Ain't going to do him a damn bit of good. No, do something these last 10 games, 9 games, however many freaking games are left. Too many. Do something. Say something. Wondering why your team comes out there. You're talking about competitiveness and effort. You're really wondering why your team doesn't have any competitiveness and effort? It's because you coach with no urgency.
Wow. There we
Quinn
go.
Snyder stomping around the damn sidelines, mad as hell for God knows what reason. His team is up 40. Luke just sitting there trying to figure out how to put his mask on.
We're going.
Him and Key went to the Kim Mulkey School of putting on a mask.
We're going to get into our season-long discussion where it's like, yeah, Luke, tell these grown-ass men who should have pride in themselves to play better defense.
Hey, protect.
Come on, man.
What's your
man? Like, we out here getting blasted, and I'm like, well, the coach didn't yell at me, so I'm going to still be cool with letting all this happen.
You could put it on the players, too. You could put it on the players. You could put it on all of them. You could put it on Monty. You could put it on Vivek. You could put it on Matina. You could put it on every freaking minority owner who leaks stuff to Sam Amick or the other guy. You could put it on all of them. It doesn't matter. Everybody's wearing this. Everybody is not, and this isn't specifically a law. It's not specifically losing by 49 points. It's the same repeated conversation over and over again. This is this portion of our show is a rerun. And you can pick the game that we had this conversation after. It doesn't even matter. We ain't done a live show in a month as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. We just beat rerun. Hey, Jesse, just edit the clip after. Just edit the clip after the Phoenix game, and that's why it says sometimes, hey, the Phoenix Suns, they just shot well from three. That's why sometimes it says the Utah Jazz shot well from three. We just record every team's name. Jesse inserts it, and we keep it moving. We're like an automated system here.
That was pretty funny.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world.
I got nothing to do with nothing. Deuce and Mo join us next here as D'Lo and KC roll along on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Y'all are stupid. Oh,
Utah
man.
Jazz.
The Utah Jazz. Yeah, we getting there, B. We getting there.
Oh, man.
Seriously. Nah, where'd he go? There you go, Mark. Yep.
Yeah, they've been had issues.
Yeah, we're probably going to table that, B. We tabled everything. We actually had some really good stuff regarding baseball. We're going to table that till tomorrow. We just can't. There's just no room for it today. But Giants are good win for them last night. We actually have some really good baseball topics. All that stuff you put in, I just moved to tomorrow.
Yeah, I figured it's all good.
It's still there. Just moved it over. I feel like we've been planning 3 show. What is this? Been planning Wednesday.
that number.
Oh, trying to get to Roddy's number. YouTube is lit today, man. Love it. Love it. Love it. Appreciate it. Okay. I see you, John. All right, John. We getting there. It's Donnie, it's never too early, fam. It is never too early, fam. It is never too early. I'm gonna be on that cognac tip though. Not today, man. Not today. Yeah, buddy. That's it. Like I can't stress this enough. If you have if you consume responsibly, you see those bottles over Kenny's shoulder, man, and you have the opportunity to like get the rum and the Villon, the cognac, and if you're like I do, I'm telling you, like I told this to Brett when him and Ricky Rose were with us. They all work together. Now, I don't mean that you like mix them together. I mean, if you take one, it's like, all right, cool. You go to the other one, right away it's part of the same family.
Yeah.
Like it's oh man, it's so good. And I know Kenny and I got something. We got something brand new coming that we can as soon as we get the thumbs up from Black Bottles 916. As soon as we get the thumbs up from Black Bottles 916, we'll be talking about it. Let's get the squad in here. Let's get the crew in here. Boom, boom.
Yeah,
talking about boom. Let's get the squad in. Why am I echoing? Hang on 1 second, guys. We need 1 second. Deuce and Mo, don't go anywhere. I need to make a little switch here. Stand by here. Nope, not that button. That button. Deuce and Mo. Hey guys.
1, 2, 3. How we doing?
Man, we are having a blast, man.
The NFL, man, they just know how to put on a damn show. Like the 3 pick has been talked about for like the last month, and then they go, yeah, let's go ahead and drop a little Rodgers bomb about 4 hours before we kick things off.
They killing it today. They are killing it today. Did you see that? Did you see that the tweet that Jesse put in Slack, Damien?
Yeah, I got it right. Yep. Okay. Source with knowledge of dynamics say Aaron Rodgers could indeed be traded this weekend. The question is where.
Where does he want to go? Right? Because I mean, let's be honest.
Juicy.
They're not just
I know where he want to go. I'm for sure he wants to come to the Niners.
Why not? Full circle.
1 second, guys.
Right.
The NFL draft is here, and the 49ers are picking third, or maybe they're trading that number 3 pick. Who knows? But ESPN 1320's draft coverage is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good, as are these two, Deuce Mason and Morgan Reagan of the wildly popular Deuce and Mo podcast. Before we dive into the debacle last night and the San Francisco 49ers, Mo, congratulations. We were thrilled for those of us who stuck around. And I don't blame anybody who didn't. So a lot of people probably missed it, given there was very little reason to stick around for a 50-point blowout, 49-point blowout.
Yeah.
It was announced that Morgan Reagan's going to be doing pre and post game hosting duties. I tuned into the night chat. I got a little. I think I got a taste of Mo and Deuce on the night chat as Morgan was kind of driving the car there, which was fun to listen to. But Mo, congratulations. I know you're going to make the most of that opportunity. It's awesome.
Thank you. No, thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the support. And hey, later on, we have a video coming out of Deuce really prepping me, getting ready for this hosting role. So you'll get to see the behind the scenes of what Coach Deuce has been doing.
Combine. I can't wait to see that.
I'm envisioning Rocky music. I can't wait for this. Like, I absolutely.
Did you drink a raw egg? Did you have to do that?
You'd be surprised what I had to do, but I think I'm ready to host. So
I don't think she took a big bite out of like a tofu block. Like, I think that's the vegan equivalent of drinking eggs. She just took the whole block out of the thing and just bit it.
Damn,
Deuce, you're vegan too?
Yeah, man, plant-based, baby.
Okay.
What do you hate on it?
I ain't judging.
All right, good.
I'm not there yet, though, guys. I'm not there yet.
Hey, it's okay.
Yeah.
Start
I'm
with your
getting on the
meatless
grill
Monday.
this weekend.
Get on the grill, do what you need to do. I always just tell people, I'm like, take one day off of meat, and then there you go. You'll start to appreciate other things a little bit more. But do you too?
Yeah.
You want to? Hey, if you want to look like Mac Jones shirtless, do you, man? Do you, man? It's cool. It's cool.
Nothing you do is going to make that 154, 105 game work last night. And hey, Harrison didn't play, De'Aaron didn't play. Point out Mike Conley and Donovan Mitchell didn't play either. But you know, the Kings were certainly missing pieces. Marvin Bagley, like him or not, he is a starter. He was out as well. So what the hell?
I got to be honest, man. I'm even disappointed that we're talking about this. I was so excited. You just brought me back down. I'm on this NFL draft high. I'm feeling good, and then boom, the downer of all downers. It doesn't even faze me anymore. It's weird. That's what I feel like I've been in prison the last 15 years. All right, the first year seeing some of this stuff. Oh, this is weird. Now I'm adjusted. Now I'm used to a 50-point, 49-point blowout. It's like, okay, I'm hardened. I want to get out of prison soon for sure. But like, this is prison right now, and this is where we're at.
King's prison, I guess. And
it's a hell of an analogy.
I know.
Yeah.
Dude, he used that. He said that last night on the night chat, and he also used the analogy of like, it's when you're a third grader and you're playing against the sixth graders on the blacktop.
Oh.
The Kings are the third graders.
No, it was last night because you looked at, there was one point like the Jazz started in the second quarter. Every one of their players were 6'7" or taller. And the Kings have all these like 6'4", 6'5" guys. I'm seeing Bojan Bogdanovic with straight line drives to the basket around right over Buddy Hield. And it's like, what is Buddy supposed to do? I don't know.
I can't believe I even feel emotions or feel anything toward this, you guys. Like, that's the weirdest thing about all of this is, you know, I laughed the whole time I was kind of prepping for our little First Thoughts podcast last night, just going like, this is hilarious. Like, this is so bad. This is embarrassing. But, you know, you talk about missing those guys, and really it's missing leadership though, Damian, because you see what Harrison Barnes at least could add as this veteran leader. And then you have De'Aaron Fox as this like lead by example kind of leader. And then there's just this drop off of nothing. And I believe that Tyrese Halliburton can be that in the future, but why are you expecting that out of this rookie? And then on top of that, Richaun Holmes is your closest to nasty. He's like the nicest guy off the court, but you need him to step up and not hurt someone, but physically get into somebody and set the tone.
Do you guys think that with all the talk of, you know, gap year and, you know, we're going, I didn't say this, but the process of, you know, figuring out this roster and all this other stuff, do you feel like the higher ups get embarrassed at all from what's going on? Or are they just, you know, this is the process of what we got to do. This is, you know, it's a gap year. Do they get embarrassed at all?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not sure.
You know, like with Monty McNair, this is his first year taking over. But, you know, before this, he was in an organization that was making the playoffs every single year. He wasn't running it, but he was a part of it. And so to come to Sacramento, and even if you have the expectations that it's going to be bad and maybe they're not going to be good, it still doesn't make it any easier to stomach and watch, right? This thing is going for a long, we're talking about 15 straight years without the playoffs. And even though that's not directly tied to Monty, it's still part of the history of this franchise. 8 winning seasons in 36 years. I'm telling you, I'll put that up against any pro sports franchise. I don't think there's been a worse stretch run for a sports franchise going than the Kings. 8, and that 8 winning seasons came 8 years in a row. So it's a lot of crap.
And at the end of the day, we're dealing with humans, whether it's front office, whether it's players. So there's going to be emotions there. It's how far those emotions go. It's what really pushes or irks somebody to the extent and to the point where it is just too much. And I believe, though, when it comes to these players, that sometimes that's when I get really frustrated because you don't see it. You don't see the fire in their eyes of like, I'm angry and I'm going to do something different tonight. We talk about the same crap after every single loss. And the fact that we talk about it, you guys, they're professionals. They've got a professional coaching staff. They all know it.
Well, okay. I'll take your word on that. the Kings lost by 49 last night, and I still don't think they're having a worse day than the Green Bay Packers. This from Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk. From an unimpeachable source, as of last night, Aaron Rodgers' wish list was the Broncos, the Raiders, the San Francisco 49ers, not necessarily in that order. He wanted the Packers to take the 49ers offer. Next move by Rodgers is to be determined. This from Trey Wingo, who's set to join us in 35 minutes. The Packers reportedly told Aaron Rodgers they were going to trade him in the offseason, then backed off. It's been a bleep show between them ever since. And within the last week, Rodgers told the team, trade or no trade, I'm not coming back.
Wow. So, sorry, I just got chills.
This is the greatest day ever.
Look, and this goes to show you, this is Rodgers going, okay, like, I'm giving you guys time, and you better make it happen. Yep. And now it's like, okay, it's draft day, and nothing's happening. Yeah, I'm dropping the nuke on you now. Yeah. Schefter, Florio, all these guys are going to find out about it, and we're going to force your hand because this draft night, you got to do so. You can't let Aaron Rodgers, you got to make a big trade for him. And now it's all kind of making sense, right? There's been so much speculation about, hey, the Niners, what quarterbacks do they like? Is it Mac Jones? Is it Trey Lance? Justin Fields? And I'm sure Shanahan's like, well, it could be one of those guys, or it could be Aaron freaking Rodgers. So we'll go ahead and put a whole bunch of different things out there. This is great.
Well, the other thing about that, Deuce, is he kept quiet. Apparently, he was like, "Yo, you said you're gonna do this. I'm gonna be in the background. Do what you're supposed to do." And when the report comes out this morning that there was a trade on the table and they turned it down, like you said, he said, "Okay, I'm done being quiet." Shefty,
yep.
Shefty, I got something to tell you. Biggie Smalls, I got a story to tell.
All right.
Well, I mean, when someone tweets from an unimpeachable source, there aren't very many of those. Like,
who is Aaron Rodgers?
Right. Thank you. Wow, you're really working the Jeopardy angle today, Deuce. Well done. That is solid work right there. Unconfirmed reports have the Brooklyn Nets have reached out to the Green Bay Packers.
I saw that. Yep. But I think Aaron Rodgers just wants to be a part of a winning organization and knows if he's added on that squad, he can really get that team to the next level, take them out of
How's his hammy? Because everyone's hamstring in Brooklyn.
Well, look, the thing with that is they don't need him to be Aaron Rodgers of the past there because they have James Harden and Durant and Irving. They just need him to take about 8 to 10 shots a game, make about 8 points a game, and he's good.
No, just facilitate the offense. Just pass the ball around, make sure to get the rebounds.
Thank you.
There you go.
Kenny, I got to know how you're feeling right now because like this last week, it's been a lot of Mac Jones. And I know how you feel about Mac. It doesn't feel good. Then this morning, it's like, the Trey Lance stuff comes up. Now you're at the Aaron Rodgers point. You could be going from Jimmy G to Aaron Rodgers.
How does that make you feel?
I'm on edge. I'm really on edge. Okay. I've been on edge since the start of this morning of my day. I woke up at about 7 and I was on edge. Right. And then I started reading more and more of this stuff and all these things are coming up. I start getting my people in the streets. They're hitting me with different things. I'm like, that's interesting. And I'm reading some tea leaves. I think we're at 7 now. I'm reading some tea leaves and I'm getting juiced up. Like I said, Deuce, and you tried to calm me down. It didn't work. At 10:53 this morning, I was stressed out. I'm even more stressed out now that Aaron Rodgers is on the table potentially.
Would you imagine now if they pick Mac Jones after you're getting teased a little bit with Trey Lance? It's going to feel 20 billion times worse. And as someone who's more of just an NFL fan, I don't really associate myself with the team anymore. God, I love this. It's fun to watch it, right? It's fun. It doesn't impact me. All I know is going to be great to talk about.
Well, Kenny, this is the funny thing about me growing up a 49ers fan. Even with all this Mac Jones chatter, I really wasn't as angry as other people. Why? Because you look back in other drafts, you look at other quarterbacks, and you didn't know Josh Allen was going to be Josh Allen. You can go back and name so many other quarterbacks, especially in that position. So that's why I wasn't going to allow this to bother me that much. But now that the Aaron Rodgers information came out, and I've studied up more on Trey Lance of just who he is as a person, not even what he's doing on the field. I'm like, I'm I've already geared myself now in that direction. So I will feel a little bit more let down if it ends up being Mac Jones now.
It's all a crapshoot, though. I mean, even going back today, I'm looking at like from 2000 till now, and you can't really look at the last 3 years because we still need more time to look at the quarterbacks drafted in the first round, right? I mean, I think it's safe to say that Rosen and Haskins probably aren't franchise guys. But if you look from 2000 to 2017, there were 47 quarterbacks drafted. You could label 24 of them as busts. That's scary. Like if you're a pro football, that's a scary proposition. Like you like, hey, the franchise guy. That's why you take a quarterback in the first round. And the fact that over half of the quarterbacks drafted in the first round from 2000 to 2017 have been busts, dude.
Well, if you dig deep and you just and we're being real about it, and we're being real about evaluating quarterbacks, I honestly believe are there more than 10 what we all deem as franchise quarterbacks in the league? I don't think so. I think you got maybe 7 or 8, and everybody else, they're either serviceable, good, you know what I mean, but they're all the way down to just can't play. You know what I mean? There's not the odds, to your point, Deuce, the odds that you find a franchise guy in the draft are just minimal because there's not that many in general in the league.
And then the other wild note that I read today in a SI article about Trey Lance was talking about quarterbacks drafted from 2009 to 2016 in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Not one of those guys is still with the team who drafted him.
So what about this theory? Like you talked about it being a crapshoot for the organization. What about for the quarterback? Like how many of those quarterbacks that you talked about from 2000 to 2017 were busts? And how many were like busted by the organization? How many of them were drafted to terrible organizations, unable to develop, unable to get a fair shot, unable a chance to, we give up like Teddy Bridgewater. You give up on a quarterbacks now, like you got a year. You gave up on Josh Rosen in a year. You wanted to go get Kyler Murray. You gave up on Teddy Bridgewater in Carolina because you wanted to get, Sam Darnold? Excuse me?
I believe in Sam, though, right?
Who was drafted by the Jets in a similar position that they're in a couple of years ago. The Jets are a massive disaster of an organization that they're looking to correct with Robert Saleh. How many of those quarterbacks did we, because we all did it, evaluate wrong? And how many of those quarterbacks did the organization just blow?
Oh, that's a great point. And it is wild, though, that we can look back like 20 years. And it seems like the league still hasn't found a way to figure out like who's really legit and who's not, or when we get them, how to develop them the right way. The quarterback position is tough, man. And if you don't have one, you're searching for one like crazy. And that's why tonight you're seeing all these teams. You're going to see a ton of quarterbacks go in that first round, and all of them think that they've got their guy now. But like, let's be honest, the odds are, how many of those pan out? Like
that's why these, when you become an elite and or a good quarterback in this league, you do have a lot more power. And I think that player power is becoming more relevant. Obviously, we always see it in the NBA, but now you're seeing it more in the NFL. And is this the year of we've had years of quarterback controversies, but I feel like this is the year of like quarterback drama. You look at Russell Wilson in Seattle. Obviously, they're saying like things are getting better and better with them there. But now you're looking at Aaron Rodgers. You have the whole Deshaun Watson thing going on. There's a few other stories out there, and it's exciting for the NFL. But man, if you are a fan of some of these organizations, some of these franchises, aren't you feeling a little not so good today?
If you're the Packers front office right now,
that's what I'm saying.
So if you're the Packers front office, from everything we're led to believe, you told them that you were going to do this. You pulled a double cross on him in this particular situation. And I've read, and once again, got my ears to the streets of Green Bay. You know, I got people everywhere.
Oh,
there's a consensus. He was going to leave a long time ago. Like the people in Green Bay and in Milwaukee and Wisconsin, they have been preparing for Aaron to leave for a long time. Like, he's going to leave us. He's not retiring here as a Packer. He wants to go to California. That's where he's going to end up being. And it seems like the Packers were understanding that. They got in with Aaron Rodgers, said, hey, we're going to do this. And they double-crossed him. And now it's all hit the fan on draft
Green
day.
Bay scroob job, and the Packers were Vince McMahon in this situation right here.
Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. So you talked about the quarterback controversy. Like, look at what we've already seen. We saw Sam Darnold traded. We saw Teddy Bridgewater traded. We've seen, you mentioned Russell Wilson. We've obviously got this Aaron Rodgers situation here. How much of this do you think any of this? Obviously, the league has always been on the lookout for the next quarterback. The teams have always been on the lookout for the next great quarterbacks. But I've had this theory since around the second weekend in February that Brady shook the whole league. The fact that Brady just walked out of New England away from the, believed to be the greatest coach that ever lived, walked into a good situation, a pretty good situation in Tampa Bay, and grabbed up a couple of his friends who were just cast-offs from other teams and won a Super Bowl. That is what I think got Russell Wilson looking around like, yo,
Yeah.
what the hell? He over there, he's 50 years old winning Super Bowls. Yep. Y'all ain't even asking me about a free agent or a running back or an offensive line or anything like that.
That's a great point. And same goes with Aaron Rodgers. He's going, wait, you guys drafted a quarterback in the first round last year? Like,
right.
You're not going to get me some more help?
And what's so weird about this, Deuce, I was talking to you about this earlier today. I was talking about Aaron Rodgers' situation. This is before anything had come out about Aaron Rodgers. And the whole, drafting a quarterback, because I was thinking for Jimmy Garoppolo, if for some reason they did get Mac Jones and they wanted to keep Jimmy Garoppolo around, so then it could be, this guy starting and then Mac Jones kind of learning, which we heard a little bit from Matt Barrows from The Athletic, like that was the direction that they would go. But then we hear so many other things of, hey, we're drafting a starting quarterback, so it's not Jimmy that we want. But you look at the situation with Green Bay and it's like, that was their way of saying, no, Aaron, we still love you, but we just want something back here for when you get too old. It's now showing that you cannot do that in the NFL because a lot of people, whether you want to call it being sensitive or it's just showing that you're not loyal or trusting what that quarterback's talent really is.
Do you guys think he gets moved this weekend?
Who, Jimmy?
Aaron. Well, either one. Let's go both of them, Jimmy and Aaron.
I say Jimmy definitely gets moved. The Rodgers one, there's a lot of smoke right now. But, I would have to imagine some of these trades, if like the Niners are involved, don't you think they've been talking for a minute or something? Like, it seems like it'd be tough to execute a trade of that magnitude, like right now. But I could be wrong.
Jimmy to the Packers.
That which is so weird. Like we were just discussing that. Like, what is the purpose of Jimmy Garoppolo to the Packers? Like, there isn't one. Their quarterback's there. Like, part of the reason you're in this situation with Aaron Rodgers is because you already have the quarterback. That Vince McMahon, it's a scene from Raw where Vince McMahon is like smiling, and it's a famous gif now where he gets increasingly more excited and then he falls backwards in his chair. That's how I envision John Gruden when he read Mike Florio's list. Like, John Gruden saw 49ers, he saw Broncos, and then he saw the Raiders, and he fell backward, grabbed his phone, and he started making calls. Hey, what is it going to take? We'll send you Derek Carr. We'll name a casino here after you. We'll do all of this stuff. What's it going to, because I hate Derek Carr as much as the 49ers hate Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, let's get something done here.
Oh, could you imagine how annoying Gruden would be?
I'd hate it.
Oh,
hate it. I'd hate it.
What's the Denver connection? Am I missing one? Is there like something there?
I just want to go there. They got an opening. He wants to be on the West Coast.
I don't get it either.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Like, I'm just trying to figure out the quarterback in the league, Aaron Rodgers. I want to play with Vic Fangio. Like, what?
Well, and
why?
Offensive mind.
I saw some people tweeting about the Chargers and, talking about, he's closer to Jeopardy. He's closer to where his wife works or future wife or whatever. And that could be another situation. It's so
like the Chargers are set.
And that's how I feel. So I'm like, what, but is anyone willing, or a lot of teams willing to take that chance on Aaron Rodgers only because they saw what they saw out of Tom Brady in 1 year. Is that like something that maybe teams are feeling like, well, that could be us?
Aaron, it's John. Go buy. We're gonna go buy a plane. We'll buy a plane. It'll take you straight to Jeopardy. No problem.
My hottest Aaron Rodgers take. My hottest Aaron Rodgers take. He's not getting the Jeopardy gig because he really wasn't that good. Like, can we just be honest about it? Like, and it's cute. Like, he watched the tape. I watched it. Are we grading on a curve because he's an NFL quarterback? He wasn't that good.
Actually, yes.
Well, yeah, but okay, that's fine. You could be a guest host. You're not the full-time guy, all right, Aaron?
Whoa. Wait.
Yeah, I agree.
Scares me now because that was his first time. It's my first time hosting tomorrow. And like, what if I'm not the best that I could be? Like, I don't want you to give up me.
Here's the difference. You're not a
one shot.
You're a pro. He's a pro quarterback. He's not a pro game show host. You're a professional broadcaster. I got belief in you. And even if you stumble tomorrow, you'll be fine.
All right.
And he doesn't have Coach Deuce Mason.
Great point.
Coach Deuce Mason leading the way there for him. So, man, how much fun this is going to be. Like, I just got a text from Trey Wingo. Good thing we waited today. We were trying to book Trey yesterday. He was like, I'm on the Fox lot going over how we're going to do this draft. Like, let's do it tomorrow. He just texted, good thing we waited today. Indeed it is. He's going to join us coming up at the top of the hour. By the way, with the Jeopardy thing, I heard, and this might be exclusive to Alex Trebek because he was what he was. Dan Patrick does Sports Jeopardy, and he talks about the way that they film it is they film, I think it was like 50 episodes over or it was 50 days. They filmed the entire year over 50 days.
Wow.
So he can easily do it in an off season. Of course, Deuce thinks he sucks, but he could easily do it in an off season.
He's not getting that gig.
I don't think he is either.
Oh my God. You guys are so harsh.
He was doing like an impersonation of a game show host, and it's cool. Like, but it's just, he wasn't himself. All right. I didn't
see it. I can't imagine Aaron being charismatic enough to host a game show.
Well, I think his personality is he's dry. Like he delivers punchlines
for that.
He delivers punchlines with like a dry delivery, and that's supposed to be what's funny. Like the joke about the Packers. He's like, "Oh, you got the Celtics one." Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan in the world, but Steve Harvey works on Family Feud because he has charisma.
Yep.
Does Steve Harvey really need another job?
Well, he's been at that job.
How many things Steve Harvey got to host?
I don't know. I'm just saying, if Aaron Rodgers tried to pull what he pulled on Jeopardy on Family Feud, I ain't watching that.
All right.
When he watches Family Feud every Tuesday at 9 p.m. or something.
No, Family Feud. No, check it. Game Show Network. Family Feud comes on at least 12 times a day. It does. Absolutely.
Get out of town.
Kick ass tomorrow, Mo.
Thanks. Thank you. I'm so excited, you guys.
You rock, Mo.
Appreciate
it. Post. Morgan Reagan will be there. Night Chat still lives tomorrow night or no?
Night Chat will. It's going to be interesting because Morgan will be on the phone, and I'm getting my last vaccine tomorrow afternoon. So it should be make sure to tune in for that.
That'll be an interesting night chat. That'll be an interesting night chat for sure. Deuce and Mo, we appreciate you guys so much. The draft day show continues. Trey Wingo, he joins us next. Here's D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Awesome job, guys.
Appreciate you, man.
Cheers. Good job all day, you guys.
Yeah, only like 6 hours to go for you.
This is so good. Trey Wingo is all over this story, and he's coming on in 17 minutes.
Yes.
That is huge. This is so great. So great.
So happy for you guys. Are you guys going to be popping any of those bottles back there if there's good news?
I'll tell you what, if this Facebook number, if this live stream number stays like this for the next 8 hours, I might pop 2 of them tonight.
Hell yeah.
I might pop 2 of them tonight.
I dig it.
Oh, man.
You guys a bottle to put back there, man.
No.
Look it up, man.
Honestly,
we got you.
I mean, I'm not going to say put it back there. I'd probably want to drink it. But...
one for back there and one for.
We got you. Yeah, I think Black Bottles 916. Ben's coming to see us next week, so
sweet.
I'll set some McQueen aside for you, and I'll set a couple of bottles of champagne aside for you.
Hell yeah!
We'll drink it on the last Kings game of the year to celebrate that it's over.
Oh,
That's what's up.
Yeah,
That's
that's going
what's
to
up.
be much needed. I'm partaking in that one.
Yeah, we'll all drink together on that last
One
night.
of the worst seasons in the history of the franchise.
Indeed.
Historically.
Oh,
Indeed. I'll pop him the next day when Luka's fired, even if it's 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll be here at noon. I'll be lit.
I'll be tuning in.
I'll be lit. Like there'll be empty bottles everywhere. It'll be like the wake up scene in Hangover.
so long, Luke. How do I get a second international?
Awesome.
Oh man.
You guys have fun today.
All right.
All right. Thanks, man. We appreciate you.
All right.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right. Man, Deuce got the Jesse fingers, man. He's like, oh, we're out of here. We're out of here. We're cutting everyone off. Yep. Nope, I got you. Nope, definitely not. I got you. Man, you heard Spectre. Let's go. I gotta save John a whole setup, man, for everything that he's doing with McQueen and everything.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, dude. Hey, big facts here, Poker Pro. Mo bringing eyes when some people would just be like, I'm out. Especially after what we saw. I was legit. I wasn't gonna watch it. My Friday night was set, and then it did not involve the Kings in the Lake, especially with a 7:30 tip.
I got this crazy little situation. I'll tell you about it off air. I wouldn't be watching the Kings game either. It's bizarre.
I just don't think he's a good coach. That's all. I don't dislike him. I actually have a great amount of I respect his work ethic. I just don't think he's. Let me rephrase it. I think he's an overrated coach. I think sometimes he's talked about like he's this. I don't know. I feel like the way he's talked about isn't actually what he delivers. And I felt like he made some decisions last year. I don't know if you're a Raiders fan. I feel like he made decisions last year that actually cost them victories.
He's average at best. Somebody said if the Niners draft Mac Jones, I'll grow hair and lose it.
Trey Wingo just tweeted, as of last night, Rodgers was convinced he was headed to San Francisco.
Wow.
Holy crap. Danny, are we allowed to use the S word today, given the circumstances? Just Danny and Sam. Can we get a 1-day cussing exception? My goodness.
All right. So let me ask you right now, Damian. The cat's out of the bag. Everything is out of the bag. It has to be revisited, right? John has to make the call. The Packers have to pick up, and we got to talk about this again.
Oh, if they better be doing it right now.
Yes,
because you've got to figure out before you pick. Because I was going to bring this up when Deuce and Mo. We should have kept Deuce and Mo on longer, but you have to know by the time you pick at 3, because you have to know if you're drafting for you or if you're drafting for them.
You're not drafting it at all. You're giving them a pick.
But if you like, if you have the parameters of a deal worked out, maybe there's look, we're doing this. There are other things we have to work out.
NBA situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Or your case is the same thing. You've got to move the 3 pick. The 3 pick is going to have to be a part of a part of this whole thing.
Absolutely, man.
Danny says no on the S word. Like, I really think I think Aaron Rodgers to San Francisco is I think that's reason enough, but he doesn't think the FCC will go for it. So that's
what does Danny know? They'll let it go.
I think they will. We won't test it out. I think they will.
Yeah, I mean, man, you John Lynch, you got to do it.
You better be doing it right now. Like,
right now.
even doing it. Like, you've got to be all over it right now.
And here,
right now,
my thought on this whole thing. It was the same thought when the Seahawks were talking about Russell Wilson and all this other stuff. You're the Packers. You want to get this done, like probably now, or like this weekend. Saying this weekend might even be too late because I want the picks now.
Mm-hmm.
I want the picks now. I don't want to do this 2 weeks from now and get picks for next year's draft. I want the picks now. And this draft, if it's the Niners, Raiders, whoever, Broncos at 9 or whatever, I want that pick today. So then a whole nother reason to why I keep telling the Packers front office, stop dealing with the whole, we're going to work this out and we just need to calm it down. No, you can't. It's done. It's over. Get the pick that you need today. And it has to, once again, it has to happen today because you need the first rounder.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. This doesn't feel like, because I Deuce and Mo were talking about this a minute ago. This doesn't feel like the Russell Wilson thing. We were talking about, the dissension with quarterbacks. This is Russell Wilson seemed to come out of nowhere. He just like brought it up on the Dan Patrick show, and it was like, wow. Like Russ just said something like kind of negative, which for him, that's crazy.
Bombshell.
For Aaron Rodgers, it feels like this has been building for a while. Like there have been rumors, rumblings, murmurs. There have been talks and discussions, and now you just weed your way through all of these tweets about the Packers told him that they were going to trade him this offseason, and then they said, nah, we're not going to, and then the whole thing is falling apart. One reporter says it's about getting the contract done. One guy says, no, it is not. There are a lot more people saying this isn't about a contract than there are that Ian Rappaport seems to be the only one riding with this being a contract thing. Right. Everybody else is like, nah, this ain't it. Yeah. Jay Glaze was like, no, it ain't it. And Trey Wingo, who joins us in about 9 minutes, was the one who said, yeah, he ain't going back. He's told the Green Bay Packers he ain't going back. Trey, extension, he's not going. Trade or not, I'm not showing up.
I'm laughing because I'm looking at a tweet from your man, Jed York. New tweet said, #draft day. Just finished up a great meeting with John Lynch and Kyle. They were about to tell me the pick, and I asked to wait till we're on the clock. Gotta watch tonight. You jerk. Not that he was going to tell us, but stop playing with something like that. See, I'm on edge. Something like that gets me turned.
Well, no, obviously you're on edge because you believe that actually happened. It didn't happen. Jed York knows who they're picking. You own a company, and no, surprise me. That owners of companies don't go surprise me. Come on,
playing with my emotions.
I know that, and you fell for it.
I'm gonna fall for everything today.
I see.
I'm going to fall for everything.
At 5:40, Aaron Rodgers is going to tweet, "What is gotcha?" I was just kidding, and it's going to be him and like the floor, like, "Hey, what's good?" Popping a bottle of Luke Belaire or McQueen in the Violet Fog or something. They're going to be hanging out hard.
Oh boy.
Oh man, this is already. We're only 2 hours in. This is already the best day ever. And we had Rick Ross and Brett Barish on this show 2 weeks ago. This is already the best day ever. The draft, absolutely. The draft is here, and the 49ers are picking 30. ESPN 1320's draft coverage is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good, as is today, man. What a blast this has been following all these different rumors, and we're going to keep doing this all the way till 8 o'clock. Check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Check out our YouTube channel, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app as you're watching the draft. You can keep us running in the background. We'll be keeping this conversation going well into the evening. We appreciate everybody who tuned in at 12. We appreciate everybody who's hanging out with us now. Again, Trey Wingo, he's going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. The NFL world is this feels very NBA-ish.
Oh yeah,
very NBA-ish. The I don't know if NFL Twitter has ever been on fire yet.
Nah,
look, not like this. Not like this.
I mentioned it before. I think I got Bill Simmons said it, and I asked you about it. This may be the greatest draft of all time, not from production of people, but the production of the entertainment value. Like I said, off the top of my head, and anybody else in the chatty house, call in, give us your moments. I can't remember such energy like this, such anticipation, such wildness. The last time I remember it, like I keep saying, is when Johnny Manziel was on the clock, or excuse me, was on the board, and the Cowboys were on the clock. I remember that 15 minutes vividly, because I sat there glued to the TV and I was like, this is great. This is phenomenal. That's the only other time that comes to my mind.
Yeah, I mean, one goodness, I think, what the birth of, what I think the birth of the NFL wanting stuff to be a secret was the Reggie Bush draft was Mario Williams.
Yeah, Mario Williams. Yep.
They signed the contract with Mario Williams the day before. Everybody thought Reggie Bush was going number one. Can you imagine that moment if it hadn't been publicly announced that Mario Williams had signed his contract and he was the number one overall pick? And what was it, the Texans? They go to the podium and say, with the number one overall pick, and the camera's focused on Reggie Bush and it's Mario Williams. Can you imagine that? I think that was the birth of, okay, we're making some changes to the draft here. We're not doing this again. Yeah. We're going to have teams keep this a secret.
Yeah. And it is work to perfection. Work to perfection.
Baker really, I'm trying to think, because it's normally the number one pick. I mean, I remember Geno dropping, like that was brutal. Baker, I felt like the hype for Baker got really, really strong. I think for weeks it was Sam Darnold. And then like the week of, it was like, it sounds like Cleveland's really likes Baker. And then as each day went by, you get to Thursday morning where it was like, I think Baker's going, the Cleveland Browns are going to take Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
And that was like stunning. That led up to, the draft. And I think by the time that he finally announced the pick, Roger Goodell finally announced Baker Mayfield, it was like, okay, we kind of saw that coming. And I'm trying to think of like other number one. I mean, Myles Garrett didn't have that. I mean, Myles Garrett was the consensus number one. It wasn't even a conversation.
And Mariota was a nice little debate, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was a debate. It was
two guys on different teams now. Yeah.
But it didn't have any real implications because it was simply whoever didn't go one would go two.
Yeah. It was the Ryan Leaf, Peyton Manning thing.
Yeah.
Which one of the quarterbacks is going to go first?
Wentz, kind of the same thing. Whoever didn't go one went two. This was already crazy. And then you throw this Aaron Rodgers thing out here. And that is this has magnified it by 1,000 because we're talking about the league MVP. Yeah.
That is crazy.
One of the biggest stars in the game.
Well, one of the few recognizable faces, because a lot of, football, there are very few football stars. You know what I mean? There are, but there aren't. Like Aaron Rodgers is one. We joked about, Deuce joked about him not, being very good as the Jeopardy host. He was the Jeopardy host.
Yes.
Whether he was good or not, he was the Jeopardy host. And that's a massive platform. That slot is legendary. Yeah. And that went to a football player. That went to a quarterback. That went to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, he is absolutely famous. I'm sitting here trying to go through different drafts, and I just don't see it. I mean, I'm all the way back to 2011 now, and there's nothing there that's as intriguing as what we've gone through leading up to this, and now to this point today. It's one of the all-time draft moments today.
Yeah, it's spectacular. You're listening to ESPN 1320. It's D'Lo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Today's draft show is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. Man, what a day it has already been. We are 2 hours in. 6 more hours to go. We'll be with you all the way until 8 o'clock. We'll be bringing the first pick to you live. We'll be bringing the second pick to you live. We'll be bringing the third pick to you live? Question mark, Ron Burgundy?
We'll be bringing it to you live. We just don't know if we'll care.
Maybe it won't be San Francisco's. Hell, we ain't. Here's the thing. If the trade is done before the draft, if a trade is done before the draft, we're not bringing you any picks. We're not bringing you Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson and whatever the hell the Green Bay Packers would do at number 3, because quite honestly, we don't care. We're going to be talking about Aaron Rodgers and the San Francisco 49ers, and he has a list, and the list involves the Packers. It involves the Raiders.
Well, it does involve the Packers.
I mean, so the Packers involves the Broncos, involves the Packers talking to the Broncos, the Raiders, and the San Francisco 49ers.
Oof. Oof.
Ooh, my goodness, man. This is fun stuff. And I wonder if Trevor Lawrence is just sitting around like, hey man, what the hell? It's supposed to be my day. It's supposed to be my day. And y'all out here talking about Aaron Rodgers, and y'all talking about Mac Jones and the number 3 pick and different things like that. Like, no.
Well, he has himself to blame. He's been the worst kept secret for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
He should be so good.
Like, hey, enjoy your day, fam. Yeah, you ain't even in Cleveland. Like you decided to stay home. So just go ahead, hang out in Cleveland, or hang out at home. And we'll see what happens in Cleveland. It is going to be kind of weird for Roger Goodell to make that announcement and not have anybody to give the jersey to. And I perfectly like Trevor Lawrence. This is his day. Yeah, you be wherever you want to be, man. Do your thing. But it's kind of a weird moment for Roger Goodell. Is he going to hold up the hat or like the jersey, or is there going to be like a Trevor Lawrence stand-in or something? How is this going to work?
So interesting. It's going to be
extremely.
It's going to be great when we're in Vegas and everybody's there next year. Yes, we are in Vegas.
Run that by me again. We're going to Vegas. You're going to keep pushing this through till it happens.
Oh, for sure. And all the big fights too. We're going to be there.
Oh, all of them. So we're taking multiple trips to Vegas.
There's not going to be that many big fights in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Maybe one a year.
Aaron Rodgers might be in Vegas.
2 years.
I got to know. I have to know John. I got to know John Gruden's level of involvement with all of this. Like, I absolutely have to know.
I got to believe he's on it. He is on it. Your analogy of the Vince McMahon meme is spot on.
That's John.
Name, he was on it.
We made the list. Let's go. Let's go. He didn't even call Mike. He didn't even call Mayock. He was like, I got it. What do you want? What do you want? Yeah.
Is here.
Oh man. We're getting Trey Wingo on the phone right now. Jesse's giving him a call right now. I'm just stalling for time. That's all I'm doing, to be honest with you.
It's also a situation where if the Niners, do you believe that there's a situation where the Niners have this Aaron Rodgers thing floating around? Maybe they could revisit it, and they say, no, we're good. We want to make the pick at 3.
No, absolutely not.
Okay,
absolutely not.
I don't think so either, but I'm just checking.
Let's bring in my man, Trey Wingo. He's doing the Fox Sports draft coverage, the digital draft coverage. First of all, Trey, my man, it is great to hear from you, brother. How are you?
Dave, it's good to hear from you. Hey, guys, anything going on today?
No.
I missed out. Anything big happening? Northern California?
The A's beat the Rays this morning. It was a close game, good game. So yeah.
Trey, what the hell is going on?
It's a bleep show. Welcome to the draft. That's the best way to describe it. Just to get everybody caught up, a couple of things. This has been building for a while. After the 2017 season, Aaron Rodgers' favorite coach is the quarterback coach. The Packers fired him, moved on. That didn't sit well. Then Aaron openly campaigned for someone else to be the general manager, and instead they went to Brian Gutekunst. That didn't sit well. So then fast forward to last year, where he's hoping in a rich wide receiver draft that for the first time ever in his tenure,
the Packers will take a wide receiver in the first round to help them out. Now, again, to clarify, that's not to say you can have great wide receivers outside the first round. Devontae Adams was the second-round pick and has been amazing with Aaron Rodgers. So instead of getting more receiver help or a tight end or whatever, he sees the team trade back into the first round to take Jordan Love, who's going to be his successor. This has been going on for a while. And again, as I tweeted, I can tell you the Packers informed him they were going to trade him when free agency began, and then they backed off, and it's been a standoff ever since. And in less than a week ago, Rodgers told them, trade or no trade, here's what you need to know, I ain't coming back.
Wow. So, Trey, check this out. This is the way I'm kind of reading the tea leaves, and this is the ninth time I said tea leaves. I think I'm going to say it about 25 times today. Absolutely. You talk about how the Packers and Aaron, you know, I don't know if they came to agreement, but they both were of the understanding that the Packers were going to trade him. Seems like Aaron laid low. He was just chilling. He was laying low. And he wakes up this morning and he sees that the Packers have turned down the trade to the 49ers. Is that something that kind of set Aaron off where he was like, oh, okay, so you're going back on your word. Now I'm going to start talking.
Well, two things. One, I can tell you that it hasn't been cool between the Packers and Rodgers for a long time. And as of last night, he legitimately was convinced he was going to be a San Francisco 49er. That's how sure he was of the trade. He was convinced last night he was going to be a member of the 49ers.
Wow.
So, and again, but this message that he sent to the team was, 3 or 4 days ago. So this wasn't like him hearing the stories of turning down the trade and then saying that's what pushed him over the edge.
Gotcha.
He told them 3 or 4 days ago, no, you guys don't understand. I'm out of here.
So actually on that track, I was just saying internally there was an understanding, but we, the public, haven't heard from Aaron Rodgers. Was what he heard this morning what made him say, okay, well, I'm going to go public with it now?
I can't say that I know that he went public with anything because he's certainly not the source I'm getting my information from.
Gotcha.
So, I just want to clarify that. I just know that at this point, I don't think he cares. I think he's done with the entire thing. He even talked openly for a while, but hey, maybe I could host Jeopardy and quarterback a team, and I don't know how many people would be okay with that, but I think that all of these things are indications of just how unhappy he is in the current situation and the level of mistrust from between the people in the front office in Green Bay and himself.
Trey Wingo with us here on D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Do you know why he was so convinced he was being traded, or why he was so convinced he was going to be a 49er?
Well, I believe that the 49ers offered Levi Stadium, Golden Gate Bridge, and the secret recipe to Coke Zero. They threw in everything they possibly could. And I think at this point, the Packers are trying to figure out how do we see, because this is what makes it very difficult for the Packers, right? How do they control the narrative that's out there now that they told him they were going to trade him? Because that doesn't look good for them, especially when what they did last year when they went back into the first round and drafted a successor. So let's say the deal is going to go through, say, with San Francisco. Well, then the Packers are, who are they going to take at 3? Do you want to take Kyle Pitts at 3? Because you can't take a quarterback, because if you take a quarterback, what you're saying to everyone is, hey, that guy we traded back into the first round last year, boy, did we screw that one up. So, even if they make the move for Green Bay, what they would do with that pick sort of hamstrings them, because it would be an admission of a failure a year ago.
Yeah, that is wild. So it's been a wild thing, Trey. You've seen them all. And I've been trying to think back, to my mental Rolodex, to some of the great, just entertaining days and build-ups for NFL draft. The only one that comes to my mind off the top of my head, and I keep saying it, is when the Cowboys were on the clock and Johnny Manziel was still on the board. I thought that was unbelievably great theater. But that's the only one. Today, and everything that's been going on with this number 3 that now the Aaron Rodgers moves, this is, to me, so far, this is an all-time day in NFL draft history.
Yeah, we haven't even started the first pick. we haven't got the commissioner saying, that they're on the clock. And this is where we are. So for Jacksonville. Another crazy one was the Laramie Tunsil video. Like that.
That one.
Was wild.
This is why I love the draft. It's so unpredictable, right? You know how much money you could have made at a prop bet if you walked into a Vegas sportsbook and said, listen, I'd like to put 10 grand on this. There's a guy named Laramie Tunsil. He's the best offensive lineman in the draft. I want to prop bet whatever odds you want to give me that right before he gets selected, there's going to be video leaking of him smoking weed out of a gas mask. Can I do that? Can I make that? You know?
How, like, you are the absolute best draft host there is, period. You're probably the best studio host that I've ever met. Like, I've watched you work in person. How hectic is the draft though? Like, I've seen you do wraparounds and college tournaments and different things like that. How hectic is today?
It's crazy, but it's also it's so much fun. And I got to tell you, like, we had 750,000 people down in Nashville in 2019 over the 3 days. And in last year, we were expecting well over 1 million in Vegas before the whole thing got shut down and we had to do it virtually. It's just an insane process because there's so many people there and everyone is pumped. Like, the beauty of the draft is everyone's convinced that their team got their savior on draft day, you know? And then you look at the Jets, who thought they had their savior in Sam Darnold in 2018, and 3 years later, they're back taking the quarterback spin again. So, you know, it's an insane process, and you feed off that. And I feel for the guys that are in Cleveland this week because the crowd is only going to be 50,000. And, you know, we had 125,000 every day in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that was crazy.
The crowd just kept going up and up and up. So, you know, it's so much more fun when you're doing it live like that, when you can get the juice from the crowd. So I feel bad for the guys in Cleveland. Now, I'm happy to be doing the draft from Marina Del Rey in the studio because it's just beautiful. I'm not going to lie to you. But the whole fun of being like, you know, people ask you, hey, what did you think of this? And you're like, man, I'm just trying to hear what the next pick was so I can survive and make sure I get my notes out correctly. It's the toughest thing. Now, I will say this. Day one is the most fun because it's the most names, but it's the easiest of all the days of the draft. I mean, you know these guys. Everybody knows these guys. When you get into day 3 and rounds 4 through 7, which, by the way, is where the majority of your team is built, and people keep forgetting that, you know, it's a totally different dynamic, and that's where I think the real preparation and knowledge and you know, homework comes in, because you are going to be hearing names that you've never heard from before, most of the fans have never heard for, and you have to sort of put that in some context as to why this player is being drafted. So day one is fun, and it's a shiny toy, but it's by far the easiest part of the entire draft.
I can't figure out, how do we go back to talking about Mac Jones now? Like, we all this Aaron Rodgers stuff and everything. Like, how do we like, what's going to happen if, like, the 40 with the Roger Goodell goes to the podium and announces the quarterback from Alabama? Like, what do we do?
You know, it would be very appropriate considering Mac Jones' career. Talk about Jalen Hurts, man. You know, that's the Mac Jones experience. You get Trump one more time.
Trey, I just want to ask you, no sources, nothing like that. These are just 3 guys sitting up here talking about sports, talking about the entertainment of the NFL draft. You think Aaron Rodgers is a Packer by Sunday night?
I wish I had a good answer for you, because clearly there were all signs indicated that this was going to happen. And then, for whatever reason, Green Bay has backed off on more than one occasion. Like I said, they told them in early, you know, in March they were going to get rid of him. And that's what sort of set this whole thing in motion for him. That was the last straw, I guess you could say, for Aaron. Mm-hmm. But, you know, people always say you got to trade him over draft weekend. You can get traded after draft weekend. Now, does it make it a little easier because of capital? But San Francisco's already sort of shot their draft pick, you know, entire cabinet because they moved up to 3. So I just don't know, like, what would Green Bay consider acceptable in return, because they don't have a bunch of future draft picks because they used a lot of that to get up to number 3.
Yeah.
My goodness, man. What a day. What an absolute day. And as you said, Roger Goodell hasn't even gone to the podium yet. This is fantastic.
Trevor Lawrence hasn't picked yet. We're already, the world is on fire.
Dude, Trevor Lawrence is sitting around like, yo, what the hell? This is supposed to be my day.
I will say that out of all of them, Trevor Lawrence is probably cool with it, because, like, there's a great story when he was a freshman and he was in high school, and he was voted the #1 high school freshman quarterback. His coach called him to tell him, and Trevor Lawrence is like, hey, I'm playing a video game. Can I call you back? And he calls us back like 20 minutes later, and the guy says, "Hey, you're the number one friend." Yeah, cool. What are we doing in the weight room tomorrow? Like, he did not care. Like, he was like, "I'm doing my own thing. I did not care about any of that. I just wanted to do what I was doing." So if anybody's probably okay with this, it's Trevor Lawrence.
Trey, you're the best, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you at the Wild Beaver, buddy.
You got it, man. Always a destination. I'll let you explain that story.
Thanks, Trey. Trey Wingo is a part of Fox Sports coverage. There's
a legend right there.
Dude, that is, I'm really close with his son. I worked out his son, Chap, and so him and I, like when I lived in Connecticut, him and I became really good friends. He was doing the women's tournament at the time. I think I told you the story of when the Peyton Manning news broke that he was being, and he was doing the women's tournament. He was like, I can't do this. Like, I'm missing the biggest story in a decade. And I'm like, not that he didn't love the women's tournament, but we were in St. Louis, and no, it wasn't St. Louis. It was Indianapolis. We were out in Indianapolis, and it was the women's basketball crew, and Trey was part of that. And me and Trey always we were thick as thieves when we were on those trips. And I hope everybody can just appreciate the humor of this. There was we were eating at this was back when I ate steaks, a fine steakhouse. No matter where you go with Trey, he's going to know where to eat.
I heard they got some good ones in Indianapolis.
Oh, you are if you're out with Trey Wingo, you know you are going to eat well. And an ESPN executive said, "Hey, we're going to head out. We're going to this place called the Wild Beaver down the street if you want to hang out." And Trey, straight face, where was that? The Wild Beaver. Oh, okay. And then the conversation would continue. "Hey, where did you want us to go again?" The Wild Beaver. And I'm catching on to what he's doing, and everyone else at the table is catching on, and she just starts screaming it across the restaurant. I don't think I have ever laughed as hard as I did that day. Like, Trey Wingo is one of the funniest people on the planet. His dad is one of the dopest dudes you'll ever meet. Like, he's the ultimate storyteller. His dad helped create People magazine and Life magazine and all of that stuff. Like, he's a tremendous guy who is so well connected in the world of the NFL. I'm still baffled as to how ESPN thought, you know what, this Wingo Golic thing, we're going to move on from that. We're not going to put him back on NFL coverage. Like, I just can't fathom that, but I know he's in a good place. He mentioned Marina Del Rey. His kids live in Southern California. He loves the beach. Trey's been in Connecticut for a very, very, very long time. He's happy to be down there in Marina Del Rey.
Now to be in Connecticut for that long. So that's dope. Look, we can all hang out next year in Vegas.
Okay. Will you stop? Will you please stop that? Like, I'm begging you to stop that. Maybe for the draft, though. I think for the draft, maybe for the draft, you can sway me there and we can get that done. But Trey Wingo appears, as all draft guests do, on the McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin Draft Hotline. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. And I was so serious about that final question. How do we go back to talking about Mac Jones after the morning that we've had, after the afternoon that we've had, after everything that we've talked about? We just had one of the biggest voices in NFL media on, being one of the guys sourced for this Aaron Rodgers story. If it gets to be 540, what a massively anticlimactic day it could wind up being if Mac Jones's name is called.
Damian, whether it was their plan, whether it was thrust upon them, whether they got thrown for a curveball, all this other stuff. One thing I do know, there's no way the 49ers can draft Michael Jones at 3 now. I really believe that. You can't have Trey Lance be the favorite. You can't have everything that's been going on with Michael Jones leading up to this point. Trey Lance, Justin Fields. And now you tried to get Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers wanted to come here. Maybe it's not going to work. And you come back to us, the 49er faithful, the 49er fan base, and you say, we're going with Michael Mac Jones? I'm dead serious, Damon. They can't do it.
Well, okay, let's stall Mac Jones out a little bit. And you're right. It is absolutely magnified if it's Mac Jones. But we're talking about Aaron Rodgers. You heard what Trey Wingo told us a second ago. Aaron Rodgers thought last night he was going to be wearing a San Francisco 49ers uniform. Trey said it. Now we're saying it. Now it's all over social media. Now everybody knows about this. All 49er fans know about this. I love Trey Lance. He's not Aaron Rodgers.
No, he's not.
I love Justin Fields. He's not Aaron Rodgers. I feel like now there's a massive letdown and there's a letdown.
Mm.
If the 49ers pick a quarterback at 3, hell, if the 49ers are picking at 3, it's going to feel like, oh, even if it's Justin Fields, even if it's Trey Lance, it's going to feel like, oh, we were this close. We were, because you tell me in 5 minutes, Aaron Rodgers traded to the San Francisco 49ers. Vegas doesn't switch the betting favorite to the San Francisco 49ers for next year's Super Bowl.
They're the favorites. They're the favorites.
Like right now, they are the favorites if that happens.
But I will also say this though, Damian. They draft a quarterback at 3. They draft Trey Lance, Justin Fields at 3. It's, oh man, that would have been crazy if we had Aaron. But you know, Justin, Trey Lance, we rolling. We here for the future. All right. They draft Michael Jones at 3. Ain't no, well, we're rolling. It is, you want to talk about a big letdown. Earlier we talked about you woke up this morning thinking it's Michael Jones and now it could be Aaron Rodgers. Think about this. 2 hours ago, you thought it was Aaron Rodgers and now you're Michael Jones. They cannot draft him at 3.
Yeah.
They can't do it.
Oh, man.
Thanks, Packers. You might have saved us all.
Man,
they can't do it.
Dude, okay,
bruh,
you just opened a whole. What if they get Aaron Rodgers? Is this like, you know how when you're playing poker and you like and someone folds, you don't show them your cards?
Yeah.
Like you could have been bluffing them. They'll never know if you were bluffing them.
Yeah.
They'll never tell us what they were going to do.
No.
Could you imagine if they land Aaron Rodgers and we're left wondering, like, and of course no one will care, but Kyle, what were you going to do if this trade hadn't gone through? What were you going to do? And you know what Kyle's going to say? Well, you ain't got to talk about it because it didn't happen. It'll be like an unsolved mystery in sports.
He would say something like that, or you'd be like, we were confident we were going to get the deal done. We've been working on it. No, you weren't.
Or
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
That's why he said it. Like, hey, yeah, that goes for everybody. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is going to be on the roster. Who knows?
Wow, this is insane. Yeah, I mean, Damien, you let me know. Chatty House, call in 916-349-1320. Phone lines are open. Like we take.
Yeah, no, sorry.
You know what I'm saying? We're here if you guys want to.
We're gonna have a ton of phone time too. We're gonna talk to Akash Anavarathan coming up in a couple of minutes. We'll have a ton of phone time for everybody after that. You can get in now, but we'll really open things up about 2:45, 3 o'clock. Like you want to get in, man, get in.
But am I being too much of a prisoner of the moment here, Damien, when I say their hand was kind of forced not to take Michael Jones? Now you could also make the argument that shouldn't matter. If you feel like that's your guy, okay, you tried to get Aaron Rodgers, it didn't work. You're good with Michael Jones. That you can make that argument. I don't know. CB Communications, shout out to Sharon L. Grove. They do PR. That would be terrible PR to come back. Not only come back with Michael Jones at 3 and then say 2021, 2022 season tickets are available. Get them here. Please.
Where's Tony Schiavone when you need him?
Where is he at?
Yeah, it's tough. Like the 49ers, I mean, this is fun, right? But the 49ers are now in a tough spot because, and it goes back to really what was going to be a focal point of conversation today. What's real and what's not? Is the Mac Jones stuff real? We know enough about Aaron Rodgers now to know that this is real. When I first read the report, there was the first report I wanted to bring up. The first report that was written into the show at 5 o'clock this morning was the one from New England.
Yeah,
that New England is working, allegedly. New England is working to restructure Jimmy Garoppolo's contract to acquire him.
Yeah.
And then the first tweet comes out about, there's a report that the 49ers tried to trade for Aaron Rodgers last night and the Packers shut it down. And since that tweet, which was about 8 or 9 o'clock this morning, it's been off and running ever since. We have completely we have rewritten most of the 8 hours of this show within the last. I mean, from like 10 to 12, the whole show was like, yeah, we've got to touch on some different things here because I don't know what the validity is to this Jimmy Garoppolo thing in New England, but it has been completely buried by the Aaron Rodgers San Francisco story.
Yeah, that's the definition of yesterday's news at this point,
which was at 5 o'clock this morning.
Right. I guess who's tweeting again today? At Jed York, hashtag draft day. Okay. So 3 coaches in 3 years wasn't the best decision from 2014 to 16. But I'm starting to think choosing not to know our plan for tonight isn't one of my best decisions ever. Either. Chad.
Chad, stop tweeting. Someone take Jed's phone.
There ain't no way they taking Mac Jones.
Someone take Jed's phone away.
That boy tweeting too much. There ain't no way. Sorry, Ramsey. They ain't maybe Mac Jones at 3.
Maybe a deal is done. Maybe a deal is done, and he's just waiting for it to be official, or he's just waiting for it to be announced, or I don't know. 916-349-1320. Let's get to Michael. Michael, what's good, man?
Yeah, I'm about to blow you guys up a little bit here. I'm the odd man out. Definitely odd man out. I'm a 49 diehard. I bleed my colors.
Okay.
That is the last thing I want to see is Aaron Rodgers in a Niner uniform. He's the last quarterback in all of football. I want nothing to do with that guy because I am one and always been a character man. Aaron Rodgers drives me nuts. His arrogance is too much for my locker room if I'm a head coach. I can't stand the guy. And there's a reason why so many wide receivers, so many guys have said he's hard to work with. He's already one of the richest quarterbacks out there. He doesn't want to restructure his contract. And you can debate on the restructuring contracts to make sure you get talent on the field. He won't do that, and that's why he missed the Super Bowl last year. Why Tom Brady keeps going back. I don't care that Tom has a rich wife. Aaron could do that, but he doesn't want to. I don't want that guy on my team. I'd rather take Mac Jones.
Okay, now you've lost your mind, Michael. I was with you. I was with you for most of the part. I understand where you come from. Now you done lost your damn mind.
This is the big one, Elizabeth.
Nobody's taking Mac Jones over Aaron Rodgers.
I'm coming home, Elizabeth. Oh man, you know what it is? It's his namesake. That was Michael. Michael of 49ers.
True. They got to stick together. Like Damian's have to stick together. Michael's got to stick together.
All except Damian Lee. He's the only one. He's on the outside looking in right now. We're considering reinstating him soon.
But I'm gonna tell you this. Man. I understand where he's coming from as a 49er fan, and I have not been the biggest Aaron Rodgers fan his entire career. I understand. I see the talent, but all the things that encompass Aaron Rodgers, I get it. I get what he's saying, but even I would take Aaron Rodgers on this 49er team. I need number 6, okay? I don't care if my grandmother has to go out there and be a quarterback. I need number 6. I need a parade, period.
Number 12 to get you number 6. Draft season is here, and all guests dial in on the ESPN 1320 draft hotline, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gym. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. So was Akash Anavarathan. He joins us next here as the draft day special rolls along in Stilo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, that Trey interview was good stuff.
That was some great stuff.
Good stuff. That I wasn't going to keep him too long. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Let me get up real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I wouldn't have known the difference. I would have taken tomorrow off had you Hey, Jesse said it was Friday. I don't know what you want me to do. Jesse said it was Friday. So did you text Akash? Sorry about that. I realized one of our little notes is when we have a something that is fire is what Trey was doing to let it ride. So it's like let's stick around. We have Akash on for a couple minutes and then little breather, and we getting there. Ah, this is crazy. Now I'm worried about running that 8 minutes of Baldinger back. Because that'll be the 8 minutes that something happens. Y'all are in here today, man. I know at least I try to thank you guys for tuning in and watching, but y'all are really, really in here today. So appreciate that. Look at that, John. 10 more thumbs up. Yo, let's go. There's 104 people watching. Let's get 10 more thumbs up. Let's get to 100. I don't know why 100 is such a big deal. It feels like a big deal. We hit 100 thumbs up by 2:30. Woo, boy, it's lit in here. Welcome to first time viewers. Listen, make sure you subscribe too. If you're not a subscriber, we do this every day. Not only on draft day, baby, we do this every single day. You can watch along. Now, I can't promise every single day is going to be as exciting as this one, but we always try to have fun, man. Let's go. 6 more. 6 more. We there. There's 107 in here. Some of y'all haven't hit that thumbs up. Some of y'all burner accounts out there hit those thumbs up. Let's go. We have 5 more. Let's go before we get back from break. Hey, Tony, what's good, baby? Let's go. 3 more. Let's go. We on our way to 100, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. I don't think we've ever hit 100 this early. Ooh, we had 2 more. Let's go. 2 more. Oh, wow. We're at 102. That's what's up. That's what's up, man. We appreciate y'all. Oh, Leezy. God bless it. This is one of Leezy's accounts. That's Leezy right there. That's his podcast. He putting in that work.
Bank Shot Basketball.
Man, we had 108, man. We 108. We only 2 hours and 30 minutes into the show, man. Man, we had 110. God bless it. We appreciate y'all, man. Let's go. Let's go. Uh-oh. Not everybody's happy about it. That's okay, though. That's okay. That's okay. Appreciate you, Andy. Good looking out. What happened? What's so funny? What happened? I don't even know. This guy, he's a fan of the show.
Oh, man.
Fan of the show. I don't know what to do. Y'all got us to 112, man. That's good stuff. We got 23 likes just during this commercial breaks. This stream. All right, John. I don't know what John's talking about. Get that off the screen. What's that doing up there?
Wait, what did John say?
What? I don't know. Well, John, get that. What are we doing? What are we doing? What's going on here? That's it. Hey, man, that's Kyron. He's got his channel set up. Let's go, baby. 5 hours and 30 minutes.
What's up?
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, jeez. Now, okay.
Okay, Akash is ready.
I see you over there. CDR.
I don't even know what that means. I don't even know.
He sells it.
Oh. Oh, man, we here, baby. 5 hours and 30 minutes to go. We hope that you'll watch along on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. The guests roll along as we go to the McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin Draft Hotline. Our man, Akash Anavarathan here, Niners Nation. Akash, man, what a day it has been to cover the San Francisco 49ers. How you feeling about some of the developments this early afternoon?
What's going on, guys? It's only 2:30 in the day, yet it feels like we've had just a lot of information come out about a lot of different things, and it's just constant refresh today.
Man, okay. So let's go. Let's work backwards. I know things have happened, but let's work backwards, Akash. When you woke up this morning, who did you believe the 49ers were going to draft at number 3?
The same person that I've thought for the last month since they made up the trade to get to number 3. I thought they were going to take Justin Fields this morning when I woke up. Yep.
Now, Akash, hey, we're family. Is that who you wanted them to take, or is that really who you thought they were going to take?
Both.
Okay.
So obviously, it's who I want to take. It is also who I think they're going to take. And I've talked about this a little bit, and there's a couple reasons I believe that. First, just the John Beck connection. Zach Wilson and Justin Fields were the 2 players that originally started working with John Beck. I believe it was a Kyle Shanahan master plan to have both those guys work with Beck, someone he trusts, and basically have his own little quarterback mini camp for an extended evaluation. I do believe that on his quarterback board that those are the 2 guys he originally wanted. And then Trey Lance was later added to this camp. run by John Beck. And so I think ultimately it's going to come down between those three guys. We presume Zach Wilson is going to go to the New York Jets, which would lead me to believe that it's between Justin Fields and Trey Lance. And given the fact that there's been just no conversation surrounding Justin Fields at number 3, and there's been a lot of positive buzz surrounding Mac Jones and Trey Lance from a national perspective, it leads me to believe that the 49ers are quietly pivoting to Justin Fields if they were to make the pick tonight.
Bro, someone needs to take Jed York's phone away.
He's on fire. He's on fire.
Akash, Jed just tweeted hashtag draft day, thinking about going for a run. Suspense is too much. How many miles should I go? 1, 5, 10, 12, 16, or 1?
All the numbers of the different players I see.
There you go. What is your man's doing? Jed is feeling himself today.
I love it. Now, Akash, let me ask you this though. Well, concerning Jed York, I have a theory, and I know I'm not alone. And I was worried about Michael Jones being drafted at 3. Jed, he may be a lot of things to some people. I don't think he's a dummy. Jed ain't gonna come out here like this if he thinks that unbelievably seismic backlash is gonna come from whatever they decide to do at 3. Do you subscribe to the same theory that he's out there because he knows the fans will be happy tonight?
I absolutely subscribe to that theory, and I've heard, and based on my personal evaluation, that I don't think it's going to be Mac Jones, and I do think it's going to be one of those other 2 guys that I mentioned earlier. And so Jed York's feeling himself a little bit. Maybe threw back this morning at brunch, and he's just letting it fly on Twitter.com. Which, hey, I think he has some good news for all the fans coming later tonight. So he knows there's going to be a celebration regardless of who the draft pick ends up being.
He knows what he's doing, man. He absolutely knows what he's doing. It just depends on what level of celebration. Like, I'm contemplating, I think next commercial break, I'm going to go put one of these bottles behind me in the refrigerator just in case it's that type of celebration. You've been on, we've had you on a couple of times, Akash, to talk about Justin Fields. You've been really high on him. What is it that you see when you evaluate these 3 different quarterbacks that really, really stands out from Justin Fields?
Yeah, it's the accuracy. I think if you were to stack these guys up in terms of accuracy to all levels of the field, I think it'd be Justin Fields first, then Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance. And you combine that accuracy with the physical tools that he brings, whether it's his arm strength, his 4.4 speed, his 6'3", 230 size, and then you add that to the fact that he played at Ohio State for 2 seasons, was in the college football playoffs on massive stages 2 years in a row, and just the performance he's put on as a member of the Buckeyes. You just combine all those things, and also take into the fact that the 49ers have just kind of refused to leak anything positive about Justin Fields throughout the process, makes me believe that ultimately he will be the pick tonight.
Oh, boy. So I have another theory. I'm just full of theories today. Okay, Akash, just bear with me. Bear with me. I don't think there's any way the Niners can go with Mac Jones at 3 after all of this that is going on with Aaron Rodgers and all this other. Aaron Rodgers is really the straw that broke the camel's back. You can't go from possibly you offered for Aaron Rodgers, and then it comes out that he wanted to go there. They're not letting it happen. All this other stuff. You can't go from that to Roger Goodell coming up to the podium and saying at number 3, the 49ers select Michael Jones. I think that has thrown, if that was their plan, I feel like it's thrown a complete monkey wrench in it all. I don't think that's their plan. But what do you think about that whole thing?
That's an interesting theory. And my thing with Mac Jones and all the positive buzz around it and him and the Niners, I think they really liked him at 12, right? Mac Jones is probably going to be there at pick number 12. And I think he's a good prospect. I just wouldn't take him over some of the other guys that are going to be available at 3. But I think they realized at 12, I think we have to move up to 3 and get a better prospect. We can't draft someone like Mac Jones and someone with limited physical tools and put ourselves in the same situation that we've been in. And ultimately, I think that played a role in them moving up to 3, and that allowed them to evaluate other options like Zach Wilson or Justin Fields or Trey Lance. But yeah, I think the other theory that I've had about Mac Jones and why they continue to leak interest in him, Mac Jones, in theory, is going to be someone that flies, I think, tonight. Probably to the teams, the late teams. And I think the 49ers want to continue to put out this notion that they're going to take Mac Jones, that Trey Lance and Justin Fields are going to continue to slide on the draft night. And so if you're a team that needs a quarterback, don't make a move for someone, right? Like to Denver, hey, Denver, don't make a move for Teddy Bridgewater, even though they did. Or Carolina, hey, don't make a move for Sam Darnold. Trey Lance and Justin Fields are going to be there. It seems to be that type of a smoke screen that they're throwing out. And I think it ultimately comes back to Jimmy Garoppolo and keeping his trade suitors open. So I think it's like this master plan of misdirection that the 49ers are putting on.
I think Jed York's tweeting is a master plan of mid-direction here. So ultimately, when 6 o'clock rolls around tonight, who do you think is the quarterback? Is it one of the three guys or is it Aaron Rodgers?
The suspense around Aaron Rodgers right now is building, right? And I've seen, was it Ocho Cinco, Chad Johnson?
I did see that.
Aaron Rodgers could be a 49er by the end of the day. It's just crazy, right? I imagine that Aaron Rodgers is the one that spilled the beans to the media that he wants out and doesn't want to come back to the Packers, and that the 49ers made an offer. I imagine he's the one that's trying to push for this because he knows if the 49ers make a pick tonight, they take a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance, that door is closed, right?
Yeah.
The 49ers are going to draft somebody and then trade that player. So there's about 3.5 hours for a potential trade to happen, and that would be the window it does. I think that a trade doesn't happen. I just can't see the Packers sending Aaron Rodgers to the 49ers, who are NFC rivals. You know, Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan basically run the same system. I just can't think that Matt LaFleur and Brian Gutekunst, they would send Aaron Rodgers to a powerhouse and then potentially watch him win a Super Bowl in the next handful of years. That would just be horrible mismanagement. So I just can't see that happening, especially in the next couple hours.
We're not here for that negativity, Akash. We're only here for sunshine and rainbows. That's what we're here for. We want the far-fetched thoughts. We want the Jed York tweets. That's what we're here for. Akash, you got a busy night ahead of you, man. Thanks for jumping on with us for a few minutes, man. We really appreciate you. Great stuff as always.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Indeed. That's our man, Akash Anavarathan of Niners Nation there. And the guests roll along, all draft guests. Easy for me to say, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make, and by the end of this show, everybody should have a bottle of McQueen, man. And they're locked in with us for the rest of the year. They're our biggest sponsor, man. We're going to be, we've got some great things to be unveiled with McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin and with Luke Belair Champagne and repping all the brands and the Villan and the Boomba, all of that great stuff coming up in the coming weeks, man. And we may even be popping a bottle tonight, depending on what happens with that number 3 pick.
Oh, for sure. I think it's going to be a good night tonight.
Boy, look at
a good night.
Look,
tonight,
everybody was tuning in for your reaction, and look,
you gonna love my reaction. Love my reaction, baby.
I just can't envision the draft pick at this point. Like, it feels like wouldn't it have been? We would have been so elated if it was Justin Fields or Trey Lance without the Aaron Rodgers rumor. But if they're drafting a quarterback, they're not trading with Green Bay because Green Bay can't take a quarterback back.
Right. No,
but I have another idea.
I've
got another idea. I've got another thing to watch for. What to watch for? That's coming up as D'Lo and KC continue here. Our draft day special. We're with you till 8 o'clock on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and of course on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, this is flying. I need 1 minute, partner.
I got you good. Securing the Bagley. I smell what you're cooking, but Zach Wilson is also #1. So that's why he tweeted 1 twice. To be honest with you, Ramsey, I mean, it's not even, it really isn't going to be that. Like I said, I think I prepared myself for that possibility. I don't think it's going to be him, but I prepared myself for that possibility, and it'll just kind of be like, whatever. All right, Michael. All right, Michael. This is some crazy stuff. I gotta fix my tweet deck. I got a list of NFL writers I haven't gone to in I don't know how long. I got to bring them back. All right. I had to get that set up. I don't even ever really even use TweetDeck. I'm never on my computer. I'm on my phone. Let's see. Yeah, I know we ain't talking about the Kings right now. KC is how it should be. But I was at the game last night. Oh, yeah. Best part was outside bar. What outside bar? What you talking about? Where was it at? You mean a different place, or they got a new feature there, or was it the place up at the on the third level on the upper deck or something? So let me know. Yeah, okay. Let me know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, but hey, kick your feet up, big dog. Kick your feet up.
Hey!
It's gonna be a good night tonight.
Let's go,
baby.
Black Bottles. Let's
go,
baby.
It's gonna be a good night tonight, baby. I think we gonna be celebrating.
Man.
We're gonna be champagning and campaigning. Let's go.
I am begging for that tweet to come through. It says Aaron Rodgers
is hilarious, though.
Oh my gosh. He is wild. Right now. Yeah, Murph. Justin Fields wears number 1.
And what he said he did twice. So does Zach Wilson. That's why he had number 1 in there twice.
Woo! Can't lie, man. That 245 went quick.
It did, man. It really did.
I guess it helps when you have one of the biggest stories in recent years developing right in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Danny repping for us all over social media today.
Shout out to our guy Danny.
Danny in San Francisco. Man, this must.
Hey, Damon, did you see what they were talking about in the chat? No. Somebody wants to follow, but I can't. Now, I'll tell you this. I can say with confidence, we didn't do that.
Oh,
we didn't do that. So I don't know what he did to the people before that, but we didn't do that.
So I'll let y'all in on this. It's a bit. I don't know who did it either, and I run the account. When I took over that account, there were 3 accounts blocked. 2 of them were like spam accounts, and one of them was his. And so I guess he noticed, and it's a bit now. Sorry to remove the fun. It's a bit.
Damien, I gotta step in here real quick. I know we got football's all draft today, but I got a couple of culture moments that I just want to run by you.
I'm all for the culture. Let's go.
There's 3 things. Number 1, 5 years ago today, Views from Drake was released.
Okay,
pretty good album.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday, Too Short.
Hey, I remember how it all began. I used to sing dirty raps to my East Side fans.
And last but not least, guess what came on last night? I had no idea this was coming on. It came on. I watched a good amount of it.
I don't know.
Jump.
Hey,
the beautiful Rosie Perez. Great movie. The movie holds up. I know we got Jesse, our young guy.
What was it, like an HBO version or was it like a TNT version?
No, it was on Stars.
Oh,
we got it all.
We got it all.
We got it all. That movie holds up, man. I actually chuckled at a couple of scenes, man. That's a dope movie. I love White Men Can't Jump.
That's awesome, man. That's a really good movie, man. As I mentioned yesterday, young D-Lo really appreciated that. And Sydney, Sydney.
The moves on there crazy.
Boy, I did not expect today to be this.
We're
all happy. Jed York is telling jokes and sending cryptic tweets. We got Trey Wingo dropping Wingo bombs all over the place. We got Deuce and Mo hanging out with us in the chat. Black Bottles is in the chat. Danny in San Francisco is repping for us. All because Aaron Rodgers is fed up with the Green Bay Packers.
Fed up. He's what does our guy say? R.I.P. Owen Hart. Enough is enough, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Man. Yeah.
It's
time for a change.
It's time for a change.
During Owen Hart's ill-fated Nation of Domination run there. I told you I had something else to watch for, because we've speculated here. We know Trey Wingo told us that there was the talks with the Packers and the 49ers were so far along. Aaron Rodgers thought he was going to be a San Francisco 49er today. Mm-hmm. He was convinced he was going to be joining the San Francisco 49ers. That's
crazy. I just want to pause on that for a second. That's crazy that was how deep that whole thing was.
Yeah, that is stunning. Like that is absolutely jarring. And if something went awry, or if maybe the Packers just shot it down completely. Maybe it wasn't the compensation package. It was just like, we're not moving Aaron Rodgers. We lied to him. We told him we're not moving Aaron Rodgers. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep moving. And then if it comes down to compensation package, though, is there a scenario where the 49ers at 3 start hollering at Carolina, Chicago, a team in need of a quarterback, and say, hey, man, how would you like to have your pick of the 3 remaining quarterbacks? Now, this draft selection is kind of like a new car. We drove it off the lot, so we're probably not going to get back. Like, it's depreciated in value. Mm-hmm. We'll take your pick this year and your number 1 next year, right? So we'll swap picks. Give you number 1 next year. We paid 2 for it. I'm losing money here. You do like the car said, I'm losing money on this. You accumulate an extra draft pick. Next year, you get the Packers back on the phone and said, hey, you don't need a quarterback, but I got you a couple of things. I got you a draft pick this year. I got you a draft pick next year. I'll send you Jimmy if you want to, work Jordan Love into the equation as the season goes along, or you need a quality backup. Mm-hmm. I'll offer that. I know I have a potential send everything over the top with Fred Warner, but I've got this. What do you think? I don't know. I feel like it's okay. I've got to bring your words back, though. Mm-hmm. Part of the reason you, Kenny Caraway, are ready to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo is because of the amount of money he makes, and you got to pay Fred Warner.
You're right.
Given what we've read about the Packers, given what we've read about this Packers Aaron Rodgers situation, there's a restructure. There's an extension and a restructure on the table. I'm guessing if he comes to San Francisco, they're going to redo his entire contract. Mm-hmm. Which means you've got number 1, you've got top tier, top 5 in the league quarterback money, which means re-signing Fred Warner, now that you've got Trent Williams in place, is going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, no,
if at all, maybe not even possible.
That's a great point. Now, if there is a contract extension, then maybe there's a restructuring. So I think Aaron makes like 30 something or whatever the case may be. If they can get an extension and smooth that out to 22 over 5 years.
It's Aaron Rodgers, dude. This is a league MVP. No. No. I mean, you know how football contracts work. You're going to manipulate it.
Yeah.
Maybe he gets the Dak Prescott treatment, and he's making like $90 million next season. You know what I mean? Like the second he signs the deal, between the signing bonus and whatever his year 1 salary, it's like $90 million. And somehow in year number 2, it like magically decreases so they can sign Fred Warner, and then it escalates. He's got escalators like they do in NBA contracts for the for the third and the fourth year or something like that. I'm not really sure. But with Aaron Rodgers, unlike a rookie quarterback, contracts, money, it's going to play a factor. His cap hits right now are $37 million this year, $40 million next year, and then $28 million in 2023, according to our esteemed producer Jesse.
All right. Oh man, this is so lit right now.
I know you want to get rid of Nick Bosa. It doesn't make sense because he's on like now in a couple years, assuming he stays healthy, of course, Bosa equals bag. He's getting money. If he stays healthy, he's getting big money, but that's still a little bit away.
Now, I know you're half joking, but I want people to understand I do not want to get rid of Nick Bosa, but I am a realist.
I was not half joking. You absolutely want to get rid of Nick Bosa. You brought this up like 10 times.
No, because
every trade scenario, you're ready to get rid of Nick Bosa.
I'm a realist. Like people, and not saying you do it. People are like, oh, let's give him Eric Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and 2 first-round picks. Like, no, bro. Like, so we can get Deshaun Watson, so we can get Aaron Rodgers. Like, no, you want to get something like that. You got blue chip talent that you want to get. You have to give up blue chip talent, and they're the only 2 blue chip talents that they can give up right now: Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. Out of the 2, I would give up Fred Warner, or I would keep Fred Warner and give up Nick Bosa.
But you're also banking on you're banking on the blue chip talent also being those draft picks, which is why you throw in guys respectfully. It's why you throw in guys like Eric Armstead, who they're good players, but they make a certain amount of money, and you get things like to even out a little bit, that way. It's why you have to unload. I say, like we talked about Jimmy Garoppolo. They've got to unload Jimmy Garoppolo just for the money thing, but it's not. You're gonna have to go NBA style and work a 3-way deal. You're gonna have to do like a triangle TLC match here where Jimmy's going to New England somehow, or wherever makes Jimmy happy, or whoever wants to acquire him. Because it doesn't work. So maybe we won't know necessarily about this deal right away, but if we can get, I feel like it's gone way too quiet from the insiders. It's gone too quiet. If we can get some sort of trade announcement,
saying nothing right now.
It's like
they are ghost.
Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe they're working the phones. Maybe they're on the phone with Aaron or his agent. Maybe they're on the phone with Aaron Rodgers' agent.
I don't know. So the crazy thing about it is now, I don't know if there's enough time to do the Packers thing. Now, obviously, you can trade for him, or trade for the Packers.
Man,
you could do that.
It is It's 6 p.m. Eastern time. Get on the phone right now and don't hang up until the deal is done. Just keep calling back if they hang up on you. Hey, guys, it's Jed. Hey, guys, it's Kyle. Hey, guys, it's John. Just keep calling. Hell, hey, guys, it's Jimmy. I could help. Somebody do something. Jimmy knows it. He's like, man, get me out of here. And here's the other thing that has been lost in all of this. If all of this stuff about if Justin Fields is a possibility, I think Jimmy's gone. I think you could start Justin Fields week 1. Trey Lance, I'm not as sure about. I'm not as sure about you starting week 1, but I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is playing the entire season. I don't think Trey Lance is sitting under the learning tree for an entire year.
Right.
Mac Jones, it doesn't even matter. You selected Mac Jones, like it doesn't even matter.
We ain't talking to you no more anyway.
The Kings drafted Mac Jones last night when they lost by 49 points.
Ooh, once again,
we ain't got to talk about that. We ain't got to talk about that.
You want to talk about City of Trees in the chat?
I saw that. Yep, I saw that.
Talk about Aaron Rodgers like he meant to say like he won 5 Super Bowls. Just a reminder, he only has 1.
He ain't wrong. He's not wrong.
You're talking to a guy who, I'll say this again, I'm not the biggest Aaron Rodgers guy. I don't like the way he moves.
Well, everything Michael said earlier on the phone when he gave me the Fred Stanford heart attack, he wasn't wrong.
He was dead. He was spot on.
In terms of his personality, like Aaron Rodgers doesn't come across as the most likable guy.
No, he doesn't. And I've had a problem where every time Aaron Rodgers doesn't get it done, is somebody else's fault. I saw Aaron Rodgers quit in that NFC Championship game last year in San Francisco. He quit. There was a fumble on the ground. They get on Cam Newton about that Super Bowl situation.
Yep.
I saw Aaron Rodgers do the same thing. He walked away from the ball in the NFC Championship game. I get it, but I'm also not stupid. I'm also not stupid. There's maybe you can count on one hand guys that are as talented or more talented than Aaron Rodgers in the history of this game. And he just won the MVP. And nothing is a guarantee. But when you talk about gamble, when you talk about going to the table with your best hand, your best opportunity to win, he comes to San Francisco. It probably doesn't get any better in the league for an opportunity to win a Super Bowl than Aaron Rodgers being in San Francisco. I understand that. And what have I been saying since August 17, 2020, Damian? I want 6. I don't care how we get there. I want 6.
Yeah, you have been saying that. And today you want 12. Jed York is tweeting again. I want to apologize for the last tweet. I want to apologize for the last tweet. Clearly, I don't run much. Sorry to all the runners out there. I'm just waiting for the draft to start.
Yo, what's this guy doing, man?
For those who missed the last tweet from Jed York read, thinking about going for a run. Suspense is too much. How many miles should I go for? 1, 5, 10, 12, 16, or 1?
Oh, man.
This will go down as one of the greatest troll jobs in the history of Twitter.
Who saw it coming from
nobody?
From Jed York.
Spike Lee. Nobody. Absolutely nobody saw this coming. And it was, again, I'm looking over. I have this Microsoft OneNote thing where I can make tabs with all of my notes on it. And I have D-Lo and KC 12-4. By the way, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are with you till 8 o'clock here on 1320 AM. We're with you till 8 o'clock on the Odyssey app. We're with you till 8 p.m. on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're with you through the draft. We hope that you'll watch us or listen to us as the draft is going on. I've got this Microsoft OneNote with all of the notes that I took for like D-Lo and KC 12-4. And then I have an entirely different set of notes for the draft day special that begins 1 hour from right now. Mm-hmm. Though it feels like the draft day special has been going on for about 3 hours now. Yeah. But I'm looking at this, realizing like how useless all of this has suddenly become. I was up past my bedtime. You know, I wake up early in the morning taking all of these notes, and I'm looking at them like, Jesus Christ, Jackson, do something better with your time. You have not looked at any of this once because you haven't needed it. All of this new. I thought it was a great note. This morning, final mock drafts come out. Mel Kiper, Mac Jones, Todd McShay, Trey Lance.
Yo, what that?
Todd McShay says this is where it gets interesting with the departure from what we've been predicting for the past month. Lance has a huge arm and the tools to develop into an excellent NFL starter. He has only 17 career starts, all at the FCS level, but he'd have a chance to learn and develop behind Jimmy Garoppolo for a year or two, which I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think so either.
A year or two before taking over. He has Justin Fields going 9 to the Denver Broncos, and this seems to have gained steam. Mac Jones at 15 to the New England Patriots.
What now? That would be crazy.
Because the Niners opted out to go with Lance, the Patriots get lucky in this scenario, not having to move up and still landing one of the top 5 quarterbacks. Jones is an anticipatory passer. It's a great word. An anticipatory passer with excellent accuracy. Coach Bill Belichick would help him develop into a good NFL starter. Mac Jones, good NFL starter. Trey Lance, excellent NFL starter. That is Todd McShay's reading on his latest mock draft. And then, as I mentioned, Mel Kiper went with Mac Jones there. A
lot of people have been on a Dion. They've been on their Darrelle Revis. They've been on their Richard Sherman in his prime and on the Patrick Peterson. They've been backpedaling.
Mm-hmm.
They've been backpedaling today. People who were so forceful and so convinced this is what it is. I'm like, well, yeah, I don't know. In the words of our partner and our brother,
I saw Black Bottles in here say, let's get Ricky Rose on the line to close the deal for Aaron Rodgers.
Ricky Rose will definitely close the deal.
He's a deal closer for sure. But again, I've got all these notes like, Kenny, we can break down the NFC West and what all this means. And we've just got so much here we can talk about. And like, no, none of this stuff is relevant. And that's the beauty and the frustration, right? That's the dark, twisted fantasy of sports radio is you got to prepare. You've got to be in the know for everything. You have to sit through terrible basketball games like we all sat through last night. As much as you want to turn it off, can't turn it off. You got to watch. You got to watch in case Metu gets ripped off a rim. You got to watch in case of like the Kings managed to show heart. You gotta watch. And I realized not only did I waste time taking all of these notes, I wasted my time watching that game last night. And that's the tough realization about this business is you realize, damn, I could have been doing something else last night. But instead I watched a 154-105 blowout.
Dedication.
That's what Nipsey Hussle said. So I guess if Nipsey says that, man.
Hard work plus patience. Let me check with you now at 3:00. What do you think happens today? I'm gonna check with you again at like 5 probably too. And then I'll check again.
Check with me again when the 49ers are on the clock. Yeah.
I'll play the game too. I'll answer the question as well. But what do you think happens?
I'll go back to March 26th. I still think it's Trey Lance. I still think the guy they're taking is Trey Lance. Like, I know we did absolutely. I don't want to pretend like, oh, that Mac Jones stuff was a bit. We weren't concerned about that. No, I'm still very fearful that they're going to call his name. Now, Jed York's behavior today leads me to believe he is not stupid enough to do this. Like, there is no way he's gonna go to that podium and say Mac Jones' name because they know. I mean, Kyle and John sat at that press conference the other day, fielding those questions, and they felt and sensed and realized, oh, you're not feeling Mac Jones. All right, then. This fan base is not feeling Mac Jones. Okay. So it's not like Jed York doesn't know what the temperature is. Like, he knows what time it is. He knows what's happening.
Yeah.
I think it's Trey Lance. I still think I would love for it to be Justin Fields. That's my quarterback rankings. Justin Fields is number one. I would love for it to be Justin Fields. I'd be perfectly happy if it was Trey Lance. I'd be elated if it was Aaron Rodgers. I do think as much fun as we've had with this, as much fun as we're going to continue to have with this, I still feel like Aaron Rodgers is a long shot.
Well, we got Black Bottles 916, our guy, in the chat, and he says Joe Thomas told him to save his tweet, and I have Justin Fields. I mean, elaborate on that. I mean, we got speculation all over the place. My homeboy, his guy's family member says Trey thinks that he's going to the 49ers, and Trey doesn't mess around like that. He doesn't play around. Like, he's a pretty straight shooter. I mean, it's everywhere right now. It's everywhere. I'm with you, Damian.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Rodgers trade, all this other stuff that's going on. I get it. I know. I agree with you that it's never too late. You can still do whatever you got to do. They got a bunch of hours. I think it's too late, and I don't know if they have the capital to pull that off. I think it's going to be Trey Lance. And I really, yesterday, at the end of the show, when I asked you, I really did believe it was going to be Mac Jones. I was like, I'm not the one to not pay attention to everything that's been going on. Like, I've been noticing. And as much as I wanted to be somebody else, I noticed what's going on. So that's why I said Mac Jones. I woke up this morning, and once again, I noticed everything that was going on. And I read the tea leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's Trey Lance. Oddly enough, I think that Jed York thing has convinced me more than anything. Once again,
100%.
Jed is not stupid.
Yeah.
And he's doing the exact opposite of laying low. He knows that when this is done, people are going to be in his mentions for all those tweets that he had showing love, not showing hate.
They would be sheltering in place if it was Mac Jones. Like, he would not be toying with the fan base in this manner. At least I don't think he would be toying with this fan base in this manner. A couple of other notes from, this is courtesy of Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, talking about the Aaron Rodgers situation with the San Francisco 49ers. As we hear it, the offer was made and rejected last night. A source with knowledge of the situation, however, calls the report absolutely untrue, adding that not a single call has been received on Rodgers. We know that's a lie. He follows that up with, it previously was reported that the Rams made a run at trading for Rodgers before trading for Matt Stafford. The Packers denied that too. It has been since reported they did make a run. So the Packers, they're having a tough day. Packers are having a tough day. Guys like Mike Florio, Trey Wingo, everybody is seeing through it. They're like, everyone except Ian Rappaport. Everybody except Ian Rappaport is seeing through all of this nonsense. Like, yeah, ain't nobody gonna fall for this. Ain't nobody got time for this. Y'all gonna do it or not? What's happening? What's the compensation package? What do you need? Just make it public here at this point. Hell, if you're the Green Bay Packers, stand on top of,
we're open for business.
Just stand on top of in Lambeau and say, hey, what y'all want to do? Make an offer. You got about 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Make an offer, because the draft pick's going to have to be a part of it.
Oh, man. Yeah, because like I said from the beginning, he ain't going to be there. He ain't staying.
That's what Trey Wingo told us. Hey, y'all do what you want to. I ain't going to be here. Trade or no trade, I ain't going to be here.
He might mess around and pull a Brett Favre if you force his hand.
The fake retirement where he retires and then, he didn't fake retire. He retired, and then maybe Jordan Love comes back, wins the first 2 games, and Aaron Rodgers goes, okay, I'm unretired now. I don't know. It'd be tough to replicate Favre's nonsense, although he's managed to do it in his post quarterback career.
Yeah, that's a wild boy.
Him and his Wranglers, man. Him and his Wranglers. Go back to those immortal words from Trey Wingo. Roger Goodell hasn't even taken the podium yet. Man, what a tremendous, tremendous, tremendous day it's been. And it's so much fun. We're going to continue to cover it. We are glued to our phones. We are glued to everything that's happening. And I joked about this layout that we have for the 4:00 show when the draft special officially gets underway. We really will narrow our focus down here. We'll be diving into what the 49ers did, how the 49ers got in this position, what happened last year, what they've been able to do this offseason, and what it could all mean for them in this upcoming season. So we've got a tremendous day planned for you. We're here with you for the next 5 hours. We hope you'll hang out for all 5 of them. We hope that you'll hang out for as much of them as you can. You could watch us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. You could have us in your earbuds on the Odyssey app as you watch the draft, because once they get to 3, they're going to move on. They're going to be talking about the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to be talking about Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. They're going to be talking about offensive tackles, and they're going to be talking about Kyle Pitts and all those different things. We're going to continue to talk about the San Francisco 49ers and whatever happens with this Aaron Rodgers situation, or whatever happens with these 3 picks. Let's open up these phone lines for you, man. We want to hear from you. 916-349-1320. The lines are clear for you right now. 916-349-1320. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Next break is at 43. Yep.
Wow.
Yep, 43. And then we'll hit the opener like we used to do for those game days, court sides, all that stuff.
But the real key to that was managing.
Yeah, I'm really second guessing Baldy. Let me check something real quick here.
Is it possible to run back Trey?
Hang on. How come I can't? Oh, hang on a second, guys. Sorry. I can't. Well, I'm having issues. Hey, would it be possible to get to cut the Trey sound? Would that be too difficult? Okay, yeah, let's use Trey instead of Baldy.
Yeah.
Connor, we're good, man. We just got to take moments where we get up and move around. I was gonna bring my what's it called? My Theragun in here, my Hypervolt.
Oh, you got the
Sorry, that's me.
the gun thing, huh?
Yeah, I was thinking about bringing the gun in here, and
You need to get one of those.
Marshall's tomorrow. T Green. Welcome all the new viewers on the chat, man. If you've never been here before, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Come back. We're here every day, not just for the draft. Let's try to get to 600 subscribers by the end of the day. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. We know some of y'all are new. That thumbs up a big deal. That subscriber button is a big deal. So get on them thumbs up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You heard securing the Bagley. Hit that like button. Hit that like button.
Securing the Bagley. Sometimes we talk over Twitter, and sometimes I just don't end up responding because Twitter, you can't. It's some of the things we talk about, they're kind of thorough, right? You just can't go over Twitter, and I let him know. I love the support, love what he's doing. It's all good, man. You know, it's never any beef, and never any wrongdoing. It's just sometimes it's like, man, the things that I want to explain and get across, just don't have the time to type them out in 7 tweets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So listen to the show. I'll explain it a little more and thorough.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's one of the frustrating things about social media. I try to be careful about what I tweet because it's like, dude, I got 4 hours to explain this.
All right.
Why would I try to explain this in 240 characters? 3. I got my green juice, my birthday suit, courtesy of Vibe Health Bar. I've got my Zoa, courtesy of the People's Champ, the most electrifying energy drink in sports and entertainment. And then I got I got water. And what's awesome is this number. That's my more than a podcast water. The number is probably gonna grow to 4 because I realized I just don't think I'm gonna eat. So I'm going to grab a smoothie here probably in the next 45 minutes or so and just have that next to me.
I'm going to scarf down something.
Yeah, I'm probably going to regret not eating, but
matter of fact, let me
big facts, D-Lo. Big facts. I love me some acai bowls. That's coming later, Leezy. It's coming later, Leezy. Man, I think my tan is pretty fly. It's pretty accentuated in these lights too. These lights make me again. These lights make me look darker than I am. I like it. Greeny, of course, he's hosting the other draft show on ESPN television. But we'll be with you here on ESPN 1320
right here, though. This
is the one to be at, man. This is the one to be at. The chat is popping in a way that it has never popped before, man. We appreciate y'all for being here. We're going to keep you updated on everything that happens in the draft. We're going to keep you updated on stuff that doesn't pertain to the San Francisco 49ers. You're not going to miss any picks. You're not going to miss any major news. If something happens with the Atlanta Falcons, if something happens with the Cincinnati Bengals, if something happens there at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, the New England Patriots, whatever it may be, we're going to bring it all to you. We've got another loaded guest list here coming up for the draft day show that starts at 4:00. All of the guests are going to join us after the pick is made, including Kyle Madson. He'll be with us. Ian Williams, NBC Bay Area. He's going to be with us, NBC Sports Bay Area. Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, my guy.
Never lacking energy. He's going to join us on the live stream. He has the most ridiculous email address you'll ever see. He's going to join us at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. So we've got so much planned for you. You could watch on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And of course, you could listen on the Odyssey app. As always, we appreciate you for being here. And we're going to make that viewing experience on the app. We're going to make it a lot of fun for sure. It's been fun. We talked to Trey Wingo. I think we might run that Trey Wingo conversation back coming up here in a little bit. I'm a little concerned about that because I just have this fear as soon as we run it back, like something's going to happen.
I know.
And I'll be fully prepared. Like I'll be fully prepared just to like turn it off and be like, hey, that was recorded. We're here. Here's what just happened. But there's this radio show. Well, you got to run big interviews back. And we keep quoting what Trey told us when in actuality, you should probably just hear what Trey told us.
Fire.
It was something. And I can't thank Fox Sports enough, which is a sentence I never thought I'd utter. I can't thank Fox Sports enough for being busy yesterday during the show. He was on set from 12:30 to 4:30, essentially doing a rehearsal, figuring out how to do certain things with their digital platforms and all of that. And he couldn't join us yesterday. So he's like, hey, what about tomorrow at 2 o'clock? Perfect. That worked out pretty well, given Trey's involvement with this Packers 49ers story. 916-349-1320. We really want to hear from you in this 3 o'clock hour. Again, 916-349-1320. Let's go to Maldon. If I pronounce that wrong, man, please forgive me. What's on your mind?
No, you get an A+.
Hey.
How y'all doing today?
We're good, man. We're good. How you doing?
All right. I just want to throw my little madness into the pot. I think as far as Rodgers is concerned, he's an excellent football player, but at this time, I'm looking at the long view. So he would be good for a couple of 2 or 3 years, but I'm thinking with Trey Lance, we got 10 or 12 years. So for me personally, looking through all of the smoke and just keeping the eye on the prize, ain't nobody but him.
I'm with that, man.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all.
Yeah, I completely understand. And that's not to say that Trey Lance is going to be better than Aaron Rodgers or is even better than him today. It's not to say that. But I understand wanting to have somebody that you know is going to be there, hopefully, for the next 10 years. You know what I'm saying? That hope, that possibility. Where Aaron, he can play 4 more years or whatever the case may be, but you're getting maybe 2, maybe 3 more up top flight. And for a guy like myself, though, so if one of those leads to a Super Bowl, we're good.
And that's it. Like, that's all we're talking about. Like, I completely get what Maldon was saying. Trey Lance, Justin Fields, like that could be your guy for a very, very long time. That could be your franchise quarterback. That's what all these guys are searching for. That's what all these teams are searching for. That's what we were talking about earlier when Deuce and Mo were with us, and Deuce was talking about half of the quarterbacks over, the drafts from 2000 to 2017 have just died. Yeah. Like they just have been failures. They've been busts. They haven't worked out. They're all searching for that Trey Lance guy that Madeline was just talking about. They were all searching for that guy to be here for the next 10, 12, 15 years. Everybody wants the Brady where you're there for 20 years. You want a quarterback that's going to be drafted by your team and retire with your team.
Yes.
Ain't many of those.
Those are shot in the dark. Is it dark, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like, yeah, the idea is to win Super Bowls. You've got a roster. If you're the San Francisco 49ers right now, you've got a roster very, 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 very capable of winning a Super Bowl. Right now, you have a Super Bowl ready roster if you're the San Francisco 49ers.
So let me ask you this. If you have to get rid of Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, maybe one other, maybe not both of them, but one of those two, and Kinlaw, do you still have an NFL roster or Super Bowl roster?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just checking. Because that defense gets a little shaky.
I'm thinking. Well, let's also, so here's the frustrating part that we've sort of ignored since, for the last 30 some odd days. They have other draft picks.
Yeah.
It's not like they have a second rounder. Like they have a third rounder. Like they have a number of draft picks this year that can retool or liven up this roster with the talent that they have and the additions that they can make, assuming, of course, they hit on these additions in the draft, the second round, the third round, so on and so forth. And yeah, I absolutely still think you have a solid NFL roster. Again, a conversation that we just did not get to. But following pick 3, and could be a conversation for tomorrow or whatever, but depending on what happens today. But following pick 3, we know we're going defense next. Because we're involved in the process.
Absolutely, we are.
We know that the 49ers are going defense next, or at least we think that they should go defense, right? It's just a question of whether they're going the final layer of the defense, if they're going with the cornerbacks and the free safeties and all those guys, or they're going to move a layer up into that middle area.
Yeah. So many possibilities with this draft for what they want to do. This is kind of what they were talking about from moving up to 12 to 3, having control of their destiny. Somebody brought up a good point too. I think it was might have been after this morning, after the rumors of Aaron Rodgers not only being in pole position for what you want to do in this draft, but being in a power position in general with whatever you want to do in the league. Having that number 3 pick opens up so many more doors than just this draft. It's trade capital. It's all this. Now you got rid of some of the future trade capital to get to number 3, but they got options, baby. They got options.
They do.
One that should not be an option is Michael Jones, though.
Well, given how much fun your man's Jed York is having on Twitter, there's just no way. There's just no way it's Mac Jones. It is not Michael McCorkle. It was a fun conversation for a few weeks. It was fun watching.
Fun about it.
It was fun for me.
There was nothing fun about
it. Was fun for many of the people watching on Twitch and YouTube who were progressively watching Kenny go from, oh, that number 3 pick, boy, what a story this is going to be, to like, wait, who's Mac Jones? Mac Jones. And then to like resignation. Like, it is what it is, partner. Like, if it's Mac Jones, it's Mac Jones. Like, it is what it is. What am I going to do? I hope he has a long, happy career. Like, what am I going to do if it's Mac Jones? Everybody has enjoyed watching your moods have been like this emotional roller coaster. Man, you've had a rough week between the Kings and this third pick. Not a rough week, been a rough month, been a rough while.
Yeah.
But like given the frustrations the Kings constantly bring us, the emotional roller coaster that those fans go through, that we go through, you throw in this third pick and the Mac Jones rumors. Woo, man.
I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling good today.
I see that.
I'm ready. I'm ready for this draft, the intrigue, the excitement, the anticipation. I'm ready for it all. And that was before Aaron Rodgers. That was before. Once this Aaron Rodgers thing came out, man,
bro,
this thing took off.
Again, sorry to do this. We'll play the whole freaking conversation back for you. I'm sorry I keep doing this. Given what Trey told us, though, about the Packers have known for a while. They've known that virtually since the start of the offseason. They've known for months. And stuff has been brewing for a year now. Do you think San Francisco's first call was last night? Because the Aaron Rodgers stuff has been out there. Remember what Aaron Rodgers was the guy who said, what was the line? It was everywhere. It's a beautiful mystery. Or something like that. Like he was talking about his future with the Green Bay Packers. Like, It's a bit of an unknown. He told his boy Pat McAfee that. It's a bit of an unknown. There had to have been a call then, right?
I would think so.
Do you think the first call from the San Francisco 49ers to the Green Bay Packers was last night?
No.
Do you think the first call from the San Francisco 49ers to the Green Bay Packers has been within the last 30 days?
No.
What I'm getting at is, do you think they called after they traded picks? Like, do you think they tried to?
I think they've been floating around since the season ended.
Okay.
I think they have. If we heard how they were ready to make an offer for Deshaun Watson, if they were ready to do that, I'm sure they inquired about Aaron Rodgers. And look, once again, word of the day, tea leaves, putting some more together.
Yeah.
Once again, we talked about it earlier in the show. Who was adamant this morning that it was not going to be Mac Jones at 3?
Pat McAfee.
That's Aaron Rodgers' boy. Aaron Rodgers last night thought he was going to the 49ers. I don't know if he laid out the specifics, but maybe it was like, oh, number 3 pick or Justin Fields or whatever. It wasn't the situation where, Niners are set with Mac Jones. Mac Jones ain't the option. You can do whatever you want. Last night, this is what Aaron Rodgers thought. He probably had a lot of the details of the major players involved. McAfee. Come on now. He dropped the jewel. He dropped the jewel.
We're going to win that conversation with Trey Wingo back for you coming up here in just a couple of minutes. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We'll make a nice compliment to the television coverage as well. Of course, you can listen to us on the Odyssey app as well. We encourage everybody to download that. Let's go to our man Mike here. We want to hear from you again. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on these phone lines. Big Mike, what's happening?
What's going on? I think you got to go with Rodgers. If you actually have an option to get Rodgers versus, say, Lance, but everybody's talking about, well, for 10 years, 12 years, you got Lance, but you got to figure he's not up to the level that you want to be for at least 2 years, maybe 2 or 3. Mm-hmm. All the scouts are saying Mac is plug and play, but Lance, especially the fact that he hasn't played at a high level, if he does get to that level that you want him to be, it's going to be 2 or 3 years. By that time, you have different running back core, probably a different receiving core. Your defense is, 2 or 3 years older. Plus, you get Rodgers, if you get 3 years, maybe you get 2, possibly 3 NFC championships out of it. And even a 40-year-old Rodgers is better than 90% of the league as far as quarterbacks go that are, 30. So I just don't see how it seems like such a roll of the dice to go Lance versus Rodgers if that option is available.
I get you.
Yep,
I get you. I completely understand.
If there's a legitimate option, like if it's a real possibility for Aaron Rodgers, you do it. I mean, I get the call. I get Madden talking about Trey Lance for however many years. We hope. We don't know. We like Trey Lance. Mm-hmm. We like Justin Fields. Mm-hmm. They could be Sam Darnold. God, they could be Dwayne Haskins. Oof. They could be any number. They could be Josh Rosen. They could be any number of quarterbacks that you can think of who have been taken in the first round and it hasn't worked out. Aaron Rodgers, if he's healthy and he plays through injury, it's going to work. It's going to work. I'm not saying it's going to win them a Super Bowl, but Aaron Rodgers lands on the San Francisco 49ers today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. The 49ers instantly become Super Bowl favorites.
Yeah. I go back to a conversation where I had with my guy, Elijah Hicks. Shout out Elijah, always listening to the show. But he asked me about the NBA draft, and we both really love Jalen Green. And we were like, just say hypothetically the Kings get the number 1 pick. You passing up Cade Cunningham for Jalen Green? And I said, you know what? As much as I love Jalen, I don't know if I have the guts to pass on Cade Cunningham. Same thing here, right? I really like Trey Lance. Like, I really do. And I like the idea of him being there 10 years, 12 years. But if the Packers are sitting there on the phone and like, say yes and we have a deal, I don't know if I can pass on Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if I can pass. And look, this isn't the same regime, obviously, at all, but you'd be passing on Aaron Rodgers twice in his career? No, I couldn't do that. I would take my chances over the next 2-3 years, try to figure something out later with the draft picks.
Man, imagine being the franchise that was just like, nah, we're good. Twice. Then you take Mac Jones. You've taken Alex Smith, God bless him, and you've taken Mac Jones.
Oh, my.
The one thing I think that we've learned today, and we've really learned nothing, but if you could really say, you know what, this feels definitive, is that Mac Jones's name is not going to be called at 3.
Yeah, I don't think so.
After all of this nerve, I mean, you think, bruh, y'all think Kenny is bad? You've heard us reference Danny in San Francisco. Dude, Danny in San Francisco is Kenny times 10. Like he
said he's had legit nightmares.
That's what he said today. Is we're getting ready for the show. The show call. Like it's gonna happen. I had a nightmare. It's gonna take Mac Jones. Like I saw it. It was in my dream. It was a nightmare. It was awful. He won't even call him Mac Jones. He calls him AJ McCarron. The San Francisco 49ers are selecting AJ McCarron. 49er fans have had it bad for the last 30 plus days.
We have, man. We've been put through the torture. We've been in that Lex Luger torture rack.
So here's a what if, because we've talked a lot about lost in the first 3 hours and 34 minutes of today's show is the extraordinary heel turn that my partner has executed on Kyle Shanahan over the course of the last 30 days.
Yeah.
Now, I sense you might be coming back around here. You like where we're at. But does the pressure intensify on Kyle Shanahan if it is Aaron Rodgers? Because now there's no excuses anymore. Like you've got to win.
For me, it doesn't. There is no more pressure than drafting Mac Jones at 3 for me. Because when did I say I would accept Mac Jones?
When he won a Super Bowl? That's when you said he'd accept him, when he won a Super Bowl.
That's exactly what I said. It doesn't get more pressure filled than that, than to have to be a world champion for me to accept you. Not even necessarily like you, but I'll accept you if you win a world championship. I've said numerous times, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, if you don't work with them, I can digest that. I can accept that. You swung for the fences. It didn't work. That happens. Aaron Rodgers, you swing for the fences. It doesn't work. Oh, I'm okay with you swinging for the fences.
Mm-hmm.
I can't have you swinging for the fences blindfold by getting Mac Jones. So for me personally, it doesn't intensify any more than it would have been if you got Mac Jones. Now, that doesn't mean it ain't there. Big time pressure to get it done and to get it done now. You don't have 5-6 years let this guy develop with a rookie. You got Aaron Rodgers right now. They need to be in the Super Bowl next year, else it's a lost season. So that's its own pressure in its own right.
This note from Benny is making me laugh. He said he got it from Twitter. Aaron Rodgers' final move: 1, force a draft day trade to the 49ers. 2, promptly retire. You should have never passed on me in the first place. That's fantastic.
Cold game.
That's fantastic. Unconfirmed reports out of San Francisco say Danny in San Francisco once said drafting Mac Jones would be worse than the Warriors losing Game 7 in 2016. Wow.
Jeez.
We can't relate to that out here, so I'm not really sure. I mean, we could relate to losing Game 7, but there are many people in the chat and listening on the radio who they weren't alive for it. So at some point we've got to stop mentioning stuff. By the way, I get that. I know today that is the day of the Seattle the NBA Board of Governors. I saw that floating around on Twitter today about hey, they voted down Seattle. Yeah, at some point, I get it. Like, I understand. At some point, we've really got to move on from that. Like, excusing this franchise for this long and just going, oh, look at every year we'll be reminded. Look at guys, it's okay. No, like at some point, it's like, okay, they're here. Now, please put together a competent basketball team. You don't have to hang on this anniversary every year. I get the first one. I get maybe a couple. Like, it's time to move on from that. Like, we're good.
You can
do we? Okay, I disagree. Like, I think as long as that's held on to, the bigger, like, it's just another excuse for this team being, oh, at least we have, oh, it could be worse. No, like that was 8 freaking years ago. It is. There are. And out of respect, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, dude, you've got to move on from that. In my estimation, that's got to be moved on from.
I feel like you can do both.
Okay. Well, you do both.
I do. I understand that. I mean, the team was gone.
I understand that.
NBA basketball was gone. Doko, all this stuff we're talking about was dead. It wasn't happening.
I understand.
So, yeah. I'm not going to forget.
Just every year we're doing this? Every single year.
I'll put it to you like this. Every year, the people who lived through it, yeah, they're doing this. So like Reese, he won't do it.
I ain't doing it.
You know what I'm saying? But
I watched
out to it.
Okay.
Shout out to it. No problem with that. And you can do that and be pissed off at the team, be accountable, hold them accountable, boo them, all that other stuff that you want to do. You can do that.
Okay, let's not frame it as look at the bright side then.
I don't frame. I don't.
No, not you. I'm saying
you are.
Let's collectively, let's all of us frame it as not on the bright side thing.
I ain't no look at the bright side. No.
Let's get in Bryce here real quick. He's always on the bright side. Bryce, what's good, baby?
Hey guys, what's going on?
You all right, man?
A wild day to be alive, huh?
Well, every day is a wild day to be alive since Kyle Shanahan's press conference. So yeah, I'll take it.
We may not be here till Sunday, so
we might not make it. Might not make it.
The thing is, you were talking about how they passed up on Rodgers twice.
Yeah.
They also passed up on Brady. And there.
Yeah, I mean everybody did that.
Everybody passed up on Brady 7 times.
I know, but I'm saying, you see what happened with them, and they went for it, and look how it finished out. So maybe that makes them kind of like, let's get this on the way. Let's get this figured out. I mean,
I get what my bad, Bryce. I misunderstood you. He's talking about they passed on Brady a year ago.
Yeah,
I got you. I'm thinking like 199, man. A lot of people should pass on him.
Like they passed on Brady when he was.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Looking back at it, like, whoops.
Yep.
So now
no.
Aaron?
Yeah.
Well, but look, for all intents and purposes, they are trying to do it.
Mm-hmm.
They are trying to.
Hopefully,
they still are. Hopefully, they are. But they're ready to make that move, and the Packers said no.
Yeah, that's a good call, Bryce.
I mean, they didn't. Right.
That's a good call, man. We appreciate you as always. Bryce taking a break from the chat to get in here. Yeah, I didn't even make the. That's a good call because that's. So did we decide? Like Brady wanted to be here, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Niners said no.
For Jimmy.
Ran it back.
Okay. Hasn't worked out well, boy. And we don't hold that against Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, or we do.
Some people do. I don't. Can
you elaborate as to why you don't?
Yeah, I don't think that Tom Brady, given the same circumstances, would have done. He wouldn't have won no Super Bowl.
Okay.
And I think Jimmy Garoppolo, healthy. I'm not saying they win a Super Bowl, but they're right there. You got a chance to win a Super Bowl. You're making the playoffs. They had the year from hell when it came to injuries.
But the biggest one was Jimmy, though, wasn't it? All right, I retract that question. Don't it? I mean, I know Nick.
Literally everybody got hurt.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We'll step out. We'll come back. We're about 15 minutes from the start of the draft show. If you missed our conversation with Trey Wingo, we'll run that back as well. Lots more ahead as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, I'm going to check something real quick. Trey Wingo.
Hey, guys, anything going on today?
No.
I missed out. Anything big happening?
Is that
Hey, guys,
is that loud enough?
Hey, guys, anything going on today?
No. Low.
I missed out. Anything big happening?
Is that okay? No, like I'm asking you, is it loud enough? Or maybe you can't. Oh. Okay, because I have the Rodecaster potted all the way up. So if you have to adjust anything, you'll have to do it on your end. What was it? What did he say?
Hey guys, anything going on today?
Anything going on today? It's bringing up. We talked to Trey Wingo. Okay, 11 minutes. 11 minutes. 50. Oh man, we'll probably do it right when we get back. Yeah, we're gonna come back for a minute or two after the interview. Yep. What you mean, Roddy? Why can't we replay it? We need a second to like grab a sandwich or something. What's
No.
wrong, Roddy?
No, you just keep working.
No, Roddy said don't replay it. I'm like, wait, why?
Plus,
Is it maybe it's too early? Maybe that's what he means.
Well,
Woo,
there's people who
John.
haven't been around.
I see you, John.
What John got going on?
He got something. I'll send it to you. He got something for us on. He got something for us to post on social media. Sending it right now. Oh, I got you. I'm petrified about that. Like, I'm terrified. That's why I said I will cut it off. Hey guys, it was taped. You got me. It was recorded. I don't care if you're just doing it like you got me. Like we've got something here. I promise I will. If anything breaks, I'll pause the interview.
John. I like that. I like them glasses too.
John can go, man. I need to buy. I was telling John I need to get like a more photogenic house just so I can take cool pictures like that. Because I'll be looking around all of the time. Where can I take these pictures for McQueen and Black Bottles? I don't know if you're still in there, but we got some good stuff to post tonight. Oh, we can get Al. We can get him. Big Al. Whew. You know what? We might not be able to. We might not have time. Tell Big Al sorry. Tell Big Al sorry. I don't think we can. We won't have time. Sorry. Tell him I'm really sorry. All right. Let me try something here real quick, guys. Just want to test something out. Where's Trey? If I hit this and we go pop up. Sorry about that. I'm gonna move it. Don't nobody go anywhere. Only go. There we go. All right, and then
almost draft time.
I know, man. I'm excited. I'm excited for 4 o'clock to hit.
John said they were booed, John said there was a chance about Walton. Somebody else said they were booed last night a little bit.
We're gonna throw straight to the interview. The ESPN 1320 Draft Day Special is about to get underway here in 14 minutes. And all our draft coverage is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. It's been a hell of a day with rumors everywhere, most of them involving the San Francisco 49ers and Aaron Rodgers. Trey Wingo, he's the host of Fox Sports Digital Draft coverage tonight. He joined us earlier today. He's been at the center of a lot of these rumors. He's been reporting a lot of stuff that has been going on with the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers, and he joined us. And man, it was a hell of a day for Trey to be with us.
Hey guys, anything going on today?
No,
I've missed out. Anything big happening, especially
The
in
A's-
Northern California?
The A's beat the Rays this
the Packers will take a wide receiver in the first round to help them out. Now, again, to clarify, that's not to say you can't have great wide receivers outside the first round. Devontae Adams was the second-round pick and has been amazing with Aaron Rodgers. So instead of getting more receiver help or a tight end or whatever, he sees the team trade back into the first round to take Jordan Love, who is going to be his successor. This has been going on for a while. And again, as I tweeted, I can tell you the Packers informed him they were going to trade him when free agency began, and then they backed off, and it's been a standoff ever since. And in less than a week ago, Rodgers told them, trade or no trade, here's what you need to know, I ain't coming back.
Wow. So, Trey, check this out. This is the way I'm kind of reading the tea leaves, and this is the 9th time I said tea leaves. I think I'm going to say it about 25 times today.
Good day for tea leaves.
Absolutely. You talk about how the Packers and Aaron, you know, I don't know if they came to agreement, but they both were of the understanding that the Packers were going to trade him. Seems like Aaron had laid low. He was just chilling. He was laying low. And he wakes up this morning and he sees that the Packers have turned down a trade to the 49ers. Is that something that kind of set Aaron off where he was like, oh, okay, so you're going back on your word. Now I'm going to start talking.
Well, two things. One, I can tell you that it hasn't been cool between the Packers and Rodgers for a long time. And as of last night, he legitimately was convinced he was going to be a San Francisco 49er. That's how sure he was of the trade. He was convinced last night he was going to be a member of the 49ers.
Wow.
So, and again, but this message that he sent to the team was, 3 or 4 days ago. So this wasn't like him hearing the stories and him turning down the trade and then saying that's what pushed him over the edge.
Gotcha.
He told them 3 or 4 days ago, no, you guys don't understand. I'm out of here.
Well, so actually on that, Trey, I was just saying internally there was an understanding, but we, the public, haven't heard from Aaron Rodgers. What he heard this morning, what made him say, okay, well, I'm gonna go public with it now.
Well, I can't say that I know that he went public with anything because he's certainly not the source I'm getting my information from.
Got you.
So, I just want to clarify that. I just know that at this point, I don't think he cares. I think he's done with the entire thing. I mean, he even talked openly for a while about, hey, maybe I could host Jeopardy and quarterback a team. And I don't know how many people would be okay with that, but I think that all of these things are indications of just how unhappy he is in the current situation and the level of mistrust from between the people in the front office in Green Bay and himself.
Trey Wingo with us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Do you know why he was so convinced he was being traded, or why he was so convinced he was going to be a 49er?
Well, I believe that the 49ers offered Levi Stadium, Golden Gate Bridge, and the secret recipe to Coke Zero. I mean, they threw in everything they possibly could. And I think at this point, the Packers are trying to figure out how do we see, because this is what makes it very difficult for the Packers, right? How do they control the narrative that's out there now that they told him they were going to trade him? Because that doesn't look good for them, especially when what they did last year when they went back into the first round and drafted his successor. So let's say the deal is going to go through, say with San Francisco. Well, then the Packers are, well, who are they going to take at 3? Do you move up to take Kyle Pitts at 3? Because you can't take a quarterback, because if you take a quarterback, what you're saying to everyone is, hey, that guy we traded back into the first round last year, boy, did we screw that one up. So, even if they make the move in Green Bay, what they would do with that pick sort of hamstrings them, because it would be an admission of a failure a year ago.
Yeah, that is wild. So it's been a wild day, Trey. You've seen them all. And I've been trying to think back and into my mental Rolodex to some of the great, just entertaining days and build-ups for an NFL draft. The only one that comes to my mind off the top of my head is, and I keep saying it, is when the Cowboys were on the clock and Johnny Manziel was still on the board. I thought that was unbelievably great theater. But that's the only one. Today, and everything that's been going on with this number 3 pick leading up, and now the Aaron Rodgers news, this is, to me so far, this is an all-time day in NFL draft history.
Yeah, we haven't even started the first pick yet. we haven't even got the commissioners saying, that they're on the clock. And this is where we are. So for Jacksonville, another crazy one was the Laramie Tunsil video. Like that.
That
one.
was wild.
Like, yeah, this is why I love the draft. It's so unpredictable, right? You know how much money you could have made at a prop bet if you walk into a Vegas sportsbook and say, listen, I'd like to put 10 grand on this. There's a guy named Laramie Tunsil. He's the best offensive lineman in the draft. I want a prop bet, whatever odds you want to give me, that right before he gets selected, there's going to be video leaking of him smoking weed out of a gas mask. Can I do that? Can I make that bet? What odds would you give me? You know?
How, like, you are the absolute best draft host there is, period.
Well,
You're probably the best studio host that I've ever met. Like, I've watched you work in person. How hectic is the draft, though? Like, I've seen you do wraparounds and college tournaments and different things like that. How hectic is today?
It's crazy, but it's also it's so much fun. And I got to tell you, like, we had 750,000 people down in Nashville in 2019 over the 3 days. And in last year, we were expecting well over 1 million in Vegas before the whole thing got shut down and we had to do it virtually. It's just an insane process because there's so many people there and everyone is pumped. Like, the beauty of the draft is everyone's convinced that their team got their savior on draft day, you know? And then you look at the Jets who thought they had their savior in Sam Darnold in 2018, and 3 years later, they're back taking the quarterback spin again. So, you know, it's an insane process, and you feed off that. And I feel for the guys that are in Cleveland this week because the crowd is only going to be 50,000. And, you know, we had 125,000 every day in Philadelphia, 4 years ago, and the crowds just kept going up and up and up. So, it's so much more fun when you're doing it live like that, when you can get the juice from the crowd. So I feel bad for the guys in Cleveland. Now, I'm happy to be doing the draft from Marina Del Rey with the Fox people in studio because it's just beautiful. I'm not going to lie to you. But the whole fun of being like, people ask you, hey, what did you think of this? And you're like, man, I'm just trying to hear what the next pick was so I can survive and make sure I get my notes out correctly. It's the toughest thing. Now, I will say this. Day one is the most fun because it's the most names, but it's the easiest of all the days of the draft. I mean, you know these guys. Everybody knows these guys. When you get into day 3 and rounds 4 through 7, which, by the way, is where the majority of your team is built, and people keep forgetting that. It's a totally different dynamic, and that's where I think the real preparation and knowledge and homework comes in, because you are going to be hearing names that you've never heard from before, most of the fans have never heard for, and you have to sort of put that in some context as to why this player is being drafted. So day one is fun, and it's a shiny toy, but it's by far the easiest part of the entire draft.
I can't figure out, how do we go back to talking about Mac Jones now? Like, we all this Aaron Rodgers stuff and everything. Like, how do we like, what's going to happen if, like, Roger Goodell goes to the podium and announces the quarterback from Alabama? Like, what do we do?
It would be very appropriate considering Mac Jones' career. He got trumped by Jalen Hurts, man. That's the Mac Jones experience. He's getting trumped one more time.
Trey, I just want to ask you, no sources, nothing like that. These are just 3 guys sitting up here talking about sports, talking about the entertainment it is the NFL draft. You think Aaron Rodgers is a Packer by Sunday night?
I wish I had a good answer for you, because clearly there were all signs indicated that this was going to happen. And then for whatever reason, Green Bay has backed off on more than one occasion. Like I said, they told them in early, March they were going to get rid of him. And that's what sort of set this whole thing in motion for him. That was the last straw, I guess you could say, for Aaron. But, people always say you got to trade him over draft weekend. You can get traded after draft weekend. Now, does it make it a little easier because of capital? But San Francisco's already sort of shot their draft pick, entire cabinet because they moved up to 3. So I just don't know, like, what would Green Bay consider acceptable in return, because they don't have a bunch of future draft picks because they used a lot of that to get up to number 3.
Wow.
My goodness, man. What a day. What an absolute day. And as you said, Roger Goodell hasn't even gone to the podium yet. This is fantastic.
Trevor Lawrence hasn't even been picked yet. We're already the world is on fire.
Dude, Trevor Lawrence is sitting around like, yo, what the hell? This is supposed to be my day.
I will say this, out of all of them, Trevor Lawrence is probably cool with it, because there's a great story when he was a freshman and he was in high school.
and he was voted the #1 high school freshman quarterback. His coach called him to tell him, and Trevor Lawrence is like, "Hey, I'm playing a video game. Can I call you back?" Sure. So he calls him back like 20 minutes later, and the guy says, "Hey, you're the #1 friend." He's like, "Cool. What are we doing in the weight room tomorrow?" Like, he did not care. Like, he was like, "I'm doing my own thing. I did not care about any of that. I just wanted to do what I was doing." So if anybody's probably okay with this, it's Trevor Lawrence.
Trey, you're the best, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you at the Wild Beaver, buddy.
You got it, man. That's always a destination. I'll let you explain that story. See you there.
That's our man. Trey Wingo right there on the McQueen and the Violet Fog draft hotline. We are just about 60 seconds away from getting our draft day special. It feels like it's been 4 hours of draft day specialness. But now there's subtweets with the lurking eyes and cheeks from NFL reporters. Man, is something going to happen over the course of the next 4 hours?
It's cooking right now.
Something going to happen with Aaron Rodgers and the San Francisco 49ers. We will be here to cover it all. We are with you for the next 4 hours. We'll be bringing pick #1 to you live. We'll be bringing pick #2 to you live. We'll be bringing the San Francisco 49ers pick to you live, unless a trade is made. Then we're scrapping all of that, and we're talking about what's happening with the San Francisco 49ers. There's only one trade to be made, and it is with that guy in Green Bay. If you're just getting caught up on the news, we've got you, because ESPN 1320's Draft Day Special officially begins right now. You want to be or will they even take anybody at #3? What a day it has been. Welcome into ESPN 1320's Draft Day Special. I'm Damian Barling, along with my partner in crime, Kenny Caraway. We are thrilled that you are here with us. You can watch along the show. We know what's about to happen on ESPN television. Don't worry about that. We got you. Watch us along with you. It's twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. It's youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you can't watch, you can listen. You can put us on the Odyssey app. Search ESPN 1320. Hit the heart button and keep us around as you're watching what's going on your television, because hey, we'll talk about Trevor Lawrence, we'll talk about Zach Wilson, but once the San Francisco 49ers select at #3, they're going to move on to Atlanta, they're going to move on Cincinnati. We're going to continue to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to continue to talk about all of the rumors that are out there. And hell, partner, that pick is scheduled to be made probably about an hour and 30-ish, 40-ish minutes from now. That pick might not be made by the San Francisco 49ers. There have been tons of rumors involving the 49ers, involving the Packers. There have been tons of rumors involving Aaron Rodgers. We're getting subtweets now from NFL reporters with lurking eyes and cheese. And, we're getting Jed York trolling all the Niners Nation. What does it all mean?
Jed York out here living dangerously.
Boy, you ain't lying.
He living dangerously. As my partner once said, tweet faster,
please.
Everybody,
please,
all you guys,
faster. This 8-hour spectacular episode, this 8-hour spectacular draft day episode is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. And today has been damn good. This draft is going to be damn good. There will likely be 5 quarterbacks picked in the first round this year, continuing the run on first-round quarterbacks. It will most likely be the 6th consecutive year. At least 3 quarterbacks will go in the first round, and in all likelihood, there will be 3 quarterbacks going in the first 3 picks. Unless, of course, that situation we just laid out comes to fruition. We've talked about the failures that could be there at quarterback. We have talked about the successes that could be out there drafting a quarterback. We've got another class coming up. We've got the Baker Mayfields, and we've got the Josh Allens, and we got the Lamar Jacksons. We've got those guys looking for their next big contract. We've seen Patrick Mahomes pay off. We saw Deshaun Watson pay off. And then we've seen Josh Rosen's.
Yeah.
We've seen Sam Darnold's. who was traded earlier this offseason. We've seen Teddy Bridgewater. We knew heading into the offseason there would be a lot of shuffling of quarterbacks. And that is what this draft is about. That has been, Casey, predominantly what this offseason has been about, quarterbacks and the shuffling of quarterbacks across the NFL.
It has. It's a changing landscape. And in a lot of ways, Damian, it's the bridge to a new era at the quarterback position. You see the breezes going away. I know we're talking about this guy, and he's still, hopefully for me, has some years left. But the Aaron Rodgers, the Tom Brady's, if they're not gone, they're in the twilight. And you got your new crop, your Patrick Mahomes, your Deshaun Watsons, your Lamar Jacksons, Dak Prescott, if you want to put that in there. But now you've got the crop below them, the Herberts, the Tuas. And then you got somebody like Trevor Lawrence coming in. You got Zach Wilson coming in, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, and in some people's eyes, Mac Jones. There's a shift going on. There's a shift going on right now in the league, and we're at the beginning of it.
The San Francisco 49ers have 9 total picks today. They have 3 of them in the 5th round. We believe, again, barring a situation with the Green Bay Packers, barring a trade, that a quarterback is going to go number 1. The conversation before that report about the Packers came in, the conversation since March 26th when this trade was made has been about what quarterback is it going to be? Is it going to be Justin Fields? Is it going to be Trey Lance? Is it going to be Mac Jones? You and I both believed that when the deal was made, it was likely going to be Trey Lance, given the immediate information that we got about Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be around and we're going to keep him and all of these different things. And he's going to be here for a year. He's our quarterback, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Who does that make sense for? It makes less sense for Justin Fields. It makes more sense for Trey Lance. You want to develop Trey Lance? Everybody says he's a fantastic young man. He's got a really, really high upside.
Right.
And then Chris Sims got involved. And then the Mac Jones rumors started taking off. And my partner, Kenny Caraway, has been in misery since those Mac Jones. He's gone from disbelief to anger to acceptance to resignation.
Yeah, true.
To today,
I'm back.
My partner is damn near jovial. My partner is as jovial as Luke Walton was that day. We all know he was told he wasn't going to get fired. He is as excited as Luke Walton was at that press conference. And I think part of that is, in all seriousness, given everything that's out there, given what Jed York is doing on social media, and Jed York is having the time of his life on Twitter.
He's having a blast. He's
not doing that. He's checked the temperature. He knows the temperature. He's not doing that if they're selecting Mac Jones at number 3. You know that. I know that. We all know that.
I can't imagine he would be out here joking in a good mood if he knew what was coming on the other side of them taking a Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying even one tweet, I'd be like, hey, okay, maybe he's ready to face it, stand up for his coach or whatever. But he's just out here joking, having a good old day. I'm going to tell you right now, they take Mac Jones, they take Michael Jones at number 3. Ain't nothing funny, Jed. Ain't nothing to be jovial about. Ain't nothing to be joking about. And I think he knows that.
He's joking about going for runs. He's joking about how many miles should I run? 1, 12. He's throwing all the different quarterback numbers out there. Yeah, he's having a blast. Meanwhile, reporters from all over the NFL. You heard Trey Wingo there a minute ago. Jay Glazer's another one. Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport. They're trying to chase down this Aaron Rodgers Green Bay Packers story. And as you heard Trey say that to us a moment ago, Aaron Rodgers last night thought he was going to be a San Francisco 49er. And when it's one thing to have a report, it's one thing to talk to an insider like Trey. It's one thing to have these sources. It's one thing to believe that there was a deal on the table. Green Bay said no. It's a whole other thing to talk about the player involved believing he was going to play for a different team, believing he was going to be on a different team the next day. When Trey dropped that line, it hit different. When he told us that Aaron Rodgers last night thought he was going to be a San Francisco 49er, that exemplifies how serious this situation is with the Packers and with Aaron Rodgers.
Now, we're all talking about, well, at least I'm talking about tea leaves. I'm dropping sources out there and different stories and different things that I'm getting from different people. It's all over the place. Let me not stop now.
Let's go, baby. Keep it coming. It's the Draft Day show. What do we got?
There is 9 News Sports in Denver. It's like, Channel 13 here or something like that.
Okay.
They're reporting on what the Broncos may do. They talk about what's the idea of them taking a quarterback at 9. What about calling the Packers? Now, in this clip, allegedly, somebody I really trust put quotes in here.
Okay.
I guess they say, quote, "It looks like Trey Lance is going to San Francisco, provided they don't trade for Aaron Rodgers."
Okay.
This is news. This is news. This isn't just, Twitter hijinks. This isn't a news station in Denver. The guy, he's sniffing around. He's talking to people. And he says, it looks like Trey Lance is going to the Niners, provided they don't trade for Aaron Rodgers. Just something else to think about.
Okay. Well, as I prophetically told the chat house yesterday, we'll know when we know. We'll know when the name is called, and I don't believe that we will know a second before then. Like, I went to the Trent Dilfer School of Broadcasting, and Trent
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
You can't lose games in the NFL and win, and you can't know who the 49ers are going to select until, they select them. So that's where we are, and, well, that's where we're going. Casey, but how do we get here? That's really
a good question.
We knew a month ago that this was going to be a big draft for the San Francisco 49ers. They were going to be selecting at 12. We knew they needed to hit a home run. You and I had spent a lot of time when we realized that the season for the San Francisco 49ers was going downhill. Injury after injury after injury. I thought Robert Saleh did a really good job keeping that defense strong, especially without Nick Bosa. I thought Kyle was I think he's okay.
I thought he was good.
I think that's a notch below good. Like, I think he was okay.
Okay.
But to his defense, I guess, Captain Save Kyle, he didn't have much to work with. Like, Mostert was out all of the time. Even when they got Tevin Coleman, he was gone. Like, he was in and out of the lineup. You had the situation with George Kittle. We had a COVID situation. Interesting. It was against the Green Bay Packers on a Thursday night game, a game that in no way, shape, or form should have been played.
Damian, they had a COVID situation where they were gone for a month and a half.
Well, there's
Santa Clara.
That's right. They were playing in Arizona for the final month of the season. So they had all of these things, and you and I spent a lot of time. Well, man, they're not going to make the playoffs, but they're not awful. What are they going to do here at the number 12 pick? And you and I went over defensive backs and cornerbacks, and we talked about, man, they've got to get something right with this offensive line because it wasn't where it should be next year. And we went over the idea of drafting a quarterback. And I remember Eric Crocker being the first guy to get to you saying, the problem with Jimmy Garoppolo is his availability. If you don't have him available, what good is all of this? And that was the first time you swayed a little bit on drafting a quarterback in the first round, but that was at 12. And then March 26th rolls around, trade is made, 2 future first rounders, a third rounder, and now the San Francisco 49ers are drafting at 3.
And at that moment, you and I both, we were like, oh, so Trey Lance. This is from Trey Lance. This is what makes sense. That's the thing that makes sense. Drafting Trey Lance. Now, from that point, we have gone all around the world about 3 different times. Mac Jones, Justin Fields, Kyle Pitts, trading it away. Hell, we're here with Aaron Rodgers still as we speak. But it has come out for the betting public this morning. It took till this morning to get to this point where Trey Lance has come on back around. He's the favorite. I read what the reporter in Denver is saying. You just kind of read, different things and you get a different feel. I read what a buddy of mine who is a buddy of his who has a close relationship to Trey said about Trey believing that he was coming to the Niners. The podcast, the 49ers podcast, where Trey was on earlier this week, and he gets out of there and they say, hope, to talk to you a little later as a 49er quarterback. And he kind of laughs it off and says, that's the plan. It's all coming back around. It's all coming back around to the fact that just like we thought a month ago, a little bit more than a month ago, that Trey Lance was the guy that they would make this move for. Seems like we may be there.
We ain't going nowhere. We're just getting started. You can listen on the Odyssey app. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. I promise you won't miss a single bit of news. We are with you till 8 o'clock. We've got a loaded show. We're going commercial free from 5 to 6:30. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting started. It's the Draft Day special here, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Man, I wish I
Okay,
could have read
Bryce.
this before. I was trying to read it fast enough. Ian Rappaport got a little update.
Damn it. I didn't see it. Okay.
I was trying to read. I was trying to gather it.
Nope. We're hitting, let's see, what do we got here? So we're at 13. We're going to break at 28, and then we're going to break at 56. And then we'll start the draft show, and then we're going all the way till 6:28. Kyle's going to join on the stream. I have no idea when. Okay, that's perfect. And I know he saw it. I think he retweeted it. John's repping hard, man. I can't wait to open these pictures. I got so many things. Dude, 70. Dude, yeah, please. If you're in Twitch, yo, we haven't made Twitch pop like YouTube, man. Uh-oh. Hang on.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, sorry.
I ain't gonna smack it all in y'all's ear, man. Just excuse me.
Y'all won't believe this. No, I'm lying. I ain't got nothing. I'm making that up. Sorry.
You got me. You got me.
I'm surely kidding. Category on Twitch. Let's see. All right, see if I can do this real quick. How much time do we have, Jesse? A minute and 10 seconds. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to change something on Twitch. Let's see. On Twitch directly, like where is that screen? Is it here? Let's try this. Might not make it in time. What about here? Oh, here. Aha! I got you, Danny, in San Francisco. I got it. Got it, Danny. Okay. All right. I got it. I got it. I got it. I don't know if you can hear me, Danny. I got it. Correct. Yep, that's correct. Or no, you can run it after the second one. Yeah, assuming of course, it's right. Woo, let's go, baby. We in here. All right, Danny's got me. Okay, good. Good. Y'all stay on that thumbs up. I saw somebody tweeted something that made me laugh that I just need to see. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Ian Rappaport said, an hour to the NFL draft, and I can say confidently very few people have any idea what the 49ers will do. The guess from most general managers is that it'll be Trey Lance, but no one really knows. It's all a guess until they pick. There you have it. So I know that Trey Lance was on Dan Patrick this morning. And he asked Dan asked him, "Hey, do you know where you're going?" And he said, honest to God, I don't know where I'm going. I wish I could say, ha ha ha, I know where I'm going, but I can't tell you. He's like, I honestly have no idea where I'm going. Take that for what you will. Again, that was 4 or 5, 6. That was like 8 hours ago. That was a while ago. So that was an interview I heard him do this morning where he wasn't sure where he was going.
And look, to be honest with you, I don't expect him to say anything less on Dan Patrick's show. You know what I mean? I don't.
Okay.
I think he can have an idea of what's going on and just kind of keep it at that. And be like, I don't know. Like, maybe he could have said, I got an idea or whatever, but I don't know. Like I said, my sources,
Kenny sources,
my people, my ear to the streets, they told us that, I don't know, what was that, about 12:45? They said Trey looks like he's expecting to go to the 49ers. He thinks he's going to the Niners. And who he told was, he's like, Trey, he's not that type of dude to, mess around with his friends. He just kind of, it was something like this. You know what I'm saying? That's what he really feels. But hey, I'll say this. Damian Lillard thought he was coming to Sacramento.
Oh, Jesus. Wow. Thanks, Kenny. Day was going great. We had a great 4 hours and 20 minutes. And look at that.
I'm just saying we can think whatever we want. But until
could you have come up with a different example? Did it have to be that
McCollum
one?
thought he was coming to Sacramento.
Still better. It's still better. It's still better than that one. As we mentioned before Kenny kicked us in the groin there,
sorry, guys.
The San Francisco 49ers, they were 6-10 last year. Certainly a unique situation for them, as that is in no way indicative of the team that they actually are. As Kenny long argued back on August 17th when this show got underway and well into the football season, this is the most talented roster in the NFL. And given the fact that they lost Nick Bosa, given the fact that Deebo Samuel missed time, Brandon Ayuk missed time, given the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo was in and out, given the fact that CJ Beathard was under center, given the fact that Nick Mullins was under center, given the fact that Raheem Mostert couldn't stay healthy, that they continue to lose player after player, impact player after impact player, the fact that they actually still finished 6-10 is kind of like wow, that's pretty damn impressive. I know it doesn't look like it, but given all the circumstances, given the proper context, I think that it is. And it's a unique situation. I think it was a unique situation for them to have such a talented roster and be drafting at 12. And now it's magnified here that they're drafting at 3. They were in last place in the NFC West. Of course, that's following the Super Bowl season, the Super Bowl appearance against the Kansas City Chiefs in 2019. We mentioned all of the injuries there, KC. Nick Bosa, Jimmy Garoppolo, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Raheem Mostert. They missed a combined, this seems to be the number of the day, 49 games last season.
Jesus.
One for each point that the Kings lost by last night.
Oh, see, now there he goes. There he goes.
They missed a combined 49 games last season. And there's one other thing I think I should point out, and I know I know we believe in the system. Robert Saleh's gone.
Okay.
He's
look, Robert Saleh did
in on Zach Wilson, I guess.
Robert Saleh did a really good job, right? Did a really good job. You're a little higher on Saleh than I am. And I like Saleh. I do, but I'm just saying.
And that was a top 10 defense without top 10 talent.
It was a top 10. It was a top 10 defense.
It was a top 10 defense without top 10 talent around for the entire year.
No. There was
I got to give Robert Saleh credit for that. I know there were points, and I know you were very critical of this, and this isn't hindsight. You were critical of it in the moment. There were more than one Mondays that we'd come in and what the hell was that defensively yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah.
So he deserves credit for the good. He deserves, blame when it went bad as well.
And I'll also say this. I'm coming from a place where with Bob Salah, as Booger might say.
Mm-hmm.
He was a little shaky before that Super Bowl season. Like, if I really wanted to make the argument, I could say Salah was damn near on his way out. He got lightning in a bottle in 2019, and then they had an up and down season last year defensively. So, like I said, I say all that to say I'm not feeling like this guy has just been from day one, this head coach. It was just a matter of time. It wasn't always like that with Robert Saleh. It really was. It was like, get this guy out of here a couple times. Now, he worked his way back. He learned. He got better. 2019, last year, it wasn't like that, right? But a couple times before 2019, it's like, get this guy out of here. That's all. That's just kind of the premise I'm coming from when it comes to Salah. I think he improved. He got better as a coach. He learned. He did a great job these last 2 years.
Ian Rappaport.
Uh-oh.
I would never say never, but the Patriots aren't expected to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo tonight or anytime soon. If the two sides could even come to terms, a big if, it would take a complex contract negotiation to get it done. Simply, New England doesn't have room to fit the contract, which is interesting given how much money that they were throwing around here this offseason. But it does lend credence to the report that seems like it was ages ago when in actuality it was today that said the New England Patriots were working on a way to restructure Jimmy Garoppolo's contract in an attempt to do a trade here with the San Francisco 49ers. Again, Ian Rappaport just tweeted, I would never say never, but the Patriots aren't expected to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo tonight or anytime soon.
Well, I'm all about tea leaves, everybody. I hope this isn't a drinking game for some people because you guys might be laid out. Before the draft
laid out. You might be dead.
But Jimmy Garoppolo is playing next year for the 49ers. He's starting because Trey Lance will not be ready week 1.
Okay. So
that's okay. Kind of how I'm reading it.
I got you. What if the quarterback isn't Trey Lance? What if the quarterback's Justin Fields? Justin Fields can play immediately, maybe more so than Trey Lance can. Or what if the quarterback is the guy in Wisconsin? Perhaps he's on the Jeopardy set. I don't know where he's at. Maybe he's on the Jeopardy set. I don't know where he is. But
now you're talking. Now you're throwing a curveball, and that's the difference. I really believe if it was Michael Jones, aka Mac Jones, we can call him that because I don't think he's going to be the pick.
Okay.
If it was Mac Jones,
yep,
I think they would look to start him from day one. I think they would look to start Justin Fields from day one. I think Trey Lance not playing last year is the one where, no, we're looking to keep Jimmy.
Sure.
So we can ease him in, get him into the system, get him into what we do. That's the one. I could understand all of them, really, and even Mac. But Trey was the one that made the most sense as far as let him sit for a year, let Jimmy play. And Jimmy's not going. Like I said, I could be wrong because yesterday all this stuff was swirling, and Jimmy going to New England. I was like, man, I was dead wrong because I said I'd be shocked if he was traded this weekend, if at all, and that could still be the case. But I still believe what I believe. I don't think he's going to get moved.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out probably in a little bit over an hour. The draft gets underway in about 35 minutes. A quick little programming note. We're going commercial free from 5 all the way till 6:30. We'll be commercial free with you for 90 minutes. And this all seems to start and end with Jimmy Garoppolo. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo's time in San Francisco and how we got to this point where it appears it is all but over. As the Draft Day special brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog continues here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah. What is going on in here, by the way? Who's talking about Kenny's skin? What is happening?
I just saw this whole situation. That is funny. Thank you.
Oh, sub Katie. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I know I saw the Queen Bee in here somewhere. Oh, dear. What is happening? Oh, there she is. Okay, repping for her man. Yeah.
The Queen Bee said, we do have beautiful skin, don't we?
Mm-hmm. We collectively. I bought that lotion. I bought that lotion.
You guys don't mind me. I appreciate you guys working with me.
Man, we getting it.
Because I'm getting charged up for the second half because it's about to be lit.
Are you eating French fries, dude?
Absolutely. Oh,
you guys are freaking show. Look at these dudes are eating Popeyes and smoothies, and my punk ass is sitting here with a protein shake with cherries, a banana, and some cacao.
You know, and I have been working on eating a little better of late, though. I'm trying to, I'm not eliminating my grease and all that other stuff, but I'm trying to cut down on it. Try not to eat after 10 o'clock. And
so can you just confirm you're eating French fries as the actual meal? Like there's nothing else with it. It's just French fries.
Oh, I already ate the burger.
Oh, okay. Was this a major bag alert? Where'd it go? Where's Bryce? Is it a major bag alert?
No, this was made at the house in the air fryer.
John, what happened? What you eyeballing? What happened?
Wow.
John sent me the eyeballs with nothing else to it. Man, these pictures are so clean. I can't wait to post these. Got to decide which one. I gotta figure out how to get this posted. I don't have too much going on in here, John. Oh, click the link. Okay, I got you, John. I got you. John was not appreciative of how long it was taking me to click the link. Sorry. I'm gonna get multiple. I'm gonna get these posted, John.
I don't think so, Roddy. I don't think so.
Roddy. Man, missed it. Dude, air fryers are legit. That's the truth.
Is this a new invention?
An air fryer?
I feel like all of a sudden everybody's going crazy about an air fryer. I thought it'd been here for years.
I don't know that it's new. Yeah, it's been around for a while. I just think people are getting hip to it. That's all.
Okay. I mean, that's the big thing in 2021 right now is the air fryer.
Yeah, air fryer is legit, man. I've had one for a little bit.
Excuse me. Oh, jeez. Now I'm getting caught up. Thanks for the new segment, Kenny's Keys.
I like that.
Flawless skin.
I like it.
Just blessed. Good lighting too.
No, he lathers up before every show. Like if you tuned in early enough yesterday, you saw it.
I am very big on lotion. Very big.
As you should be. As we all should be. Walking around all ashy.
Like you've been kicking chalk.
Walking around like you've been kicking flour.
Is
that D.L. Hughley? Oh, D.L. Hughley line. I got devices that are about to run out. Battery's about to die. Yes, indeed. We in here all the way until 8 o'clock. We'll be bringing the first, second, and third pick to you live. We'll be keeping you updated on everything that is going on with the San Francisco 49ers. We'll be keeping you updated on everything that is going on in the NFL. We hope that you'll stick around and be with us. Kyle Madson is going to be with us. The Prince of Niners Wire after that pick is made. Ian Williams of NBC Sports Bay Area, he's going to be with us coming up at around 6:30. And Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, he's going to be with us coming up at 7 o'clock. Again, we are going to be with you all the way until 8 o'clock. We hope that if you're in the car right now listening on 1320 AM on your way home, you'll throw us on the Odyssey app and listen along as you're watching the draft. You could also watch us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN youtube.com/ESPN1320. We appreciate all of you who have been hanging out. We appreciate everybody who's just kind of popping in, spending some time with us, trying to figure out what some of the latest news and notes are and everything. As has been the case, Kenny, with this entire offseason, everything has been the case with this entire draft, and is in the case with pretty much the NFL all the time. It centers on the quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about Mac Jones. We've talked about Trey Lance. We've talked about Justin Fields. Hell, we spent all of today talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
One guy that we haven't really talked about is the guy who's the quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, and that's Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo famously traded here for a second-round pick from the New England Patriots. The plan, according to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch when he was traded for, is we're not going to play him. An injury, I believe it was C.J. Beathard. Is that right?
Yeah.
C.J. Beathard gets hurt. Jimmy Garoppolo comes in, throws a touchdown pass. They still lose.
Yeah.
The 49ers still lose the game.
Yeah.
But he throws a touchdown pass, and, man, that fan base is invigorated. Jimmy Garoppolo and the San Francisco 49ers go on to finish out the next, was it 5 games with wins? And hopes were really high that offseason until he gets injured in week 2 or 3.
Week 3 at that damn Arrowhead Stadium.
And the comeback story was great. Questions, but was great because it resulted in the San Francisco 49ers getting to a Super Bowl. My partner were having no problem telling you that the San Francisco 49ers should have won that Super Bowl.
Damn right.
And Jimmy Garoppolo's play in that fourth quarter has been called into question here a little bit. So I'll ask you this. With all of that hope, after that touchdown pass, when he enters that game for C.J. Beathard, and he throws that touchdown pass, and the fan base is invigorated because remember how horrible that 49ers team was that he was traded to.
Mm-hmm.
To returning from the injury, to getting to the Super Bowl. How did we get here where no matter what we're talking about, whether it's Rodgers, whether it's Mac Jones, whether it's Trey Lance, or whether it's Justin Fields, how did we get to the point where it's no longer Jimmy Garoppolo?
I know there's been a little bit of a heel turn that some people think have been going on with me and this guy, this individual.
That would be me.
But I don't mean it in this way when I say it's Kyle Shanahan. You know, Kyle Shanahan, I feel, never really believed in Jimmy Garoppolo. And the second Jimmy throws an interception or throws an errant pass or whatever, he treats him like a elementary school guy. Well, now we got to protect you, do all this stuff. People see that. I remember a long time ago, Greg Cosell works for NFL Films. He says, and I say this similar about a number of different things. We can guess, the coach can tell us anything that he wants to tell us about how he feels about a quarterback. The truth is going to be in the play calling. You know what I'm saying? The play calling will tell us everything we need to know about how much he believes in that quarterback. And you guys know I was frustrated by it often, where it'd be a bad throw or an interception. And all of a sudden, Kyle's like, well, we got to run the ball 12 straight times. Can't let Jimmy mess this up. And by not giving him that leeway, I just felt he never really believed in Jimmy Garoppolo. And it led to the point where after the Super Bowl, there was questions. After the Super Bowl, there was doubts. And you combine that with the fact that now this is not a Kyle Shanahan creation or anything like that. The fact that Jimmy has an injury history in this league. And there's real questions on whether or not he can hold up for 16 games repeatedly, season after season. And the Niners just got to the point after seeing last year where Jimmy played 4 games, I think, maybe 4 or 5 games, that they were ready to move on. They feel like you can't rely on him being there.
Does this boil, you feel like this situation with Jimmy Garoppolo and the San Francisco 49ers boils down more to availability versus his actual, he played 6 games last season, by the way, 16 the year before, 3, and then 6 the year that he was acquired. And that's, of course, counting the one where he came in and he just played the one drive. Is this more about his availability than anything else? Or is this about his, because you talked about Kyle Shanahan. You said the truth is in the play calling. You said a coach can say whatever they want to. And Kyle Shanahan, up until this year, has been the de facto offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
It's the truth is in the play calling. Well, are you sure it's about Jimmy Garoppolo's availability versus his actual production on the field?
I think so. I if I had to rank it, I would say availability or lack thereof. Price tag would be second.
Okay.
And number 3 would be his ability or lack thereof. If you told Kyle Shanahan that you get Jimmy Garoppolo for 16 games, he wouldn't be over the moon about it. I don't know if he necessarily always believes in him, but I feel like he would think that he can navigate through that. And he can make it work. He could scheme it up or whatever. But if you are it's a toss up every year how many games you're getting from him. I don't know if he can work with that.
He's missed 23 games over the last 3 seasons. He also has the 3rd highest interception rate in the last 2 seasons, and that includes the playoffs.
And another thing about it though, Damian, and this is what I heard once again. You guys know I'm everywhere. You ain't never there. Ears to the street. I heard that there's belief that Jimmy could have came back at the end of the season and he opted not to. And that rubbed some in the organization the wrong way.
Okay. That's something we spent. He opted not to come back. Boy, that's a lot different than Kyle and John saying, he's not. We don't need him to come back.
Which, and to be fair to Jimmy Garoppolo, if I was Kyle and John, I wouldn't have wanted him to come back. I would have, even if he said he was ready, I would have been like, no, we're gonna hold you out. There's the meaningless games. We don't need you to come back. Whatever. I'm just saying some of the rumblings had been that Jimmy probably could have came back. We wasn't gonna be 100%. But he probably could have came back the last few games of the season, couple of games of the season. And he in no direct terms, he didn't say, no, I'm not playing. But in no uncertain way, he opted not to play. And that rubbed some of the powers that be in that front office and on the coaching staff the wrong way. It could be completely false, though. I do want to say that because I heard that. That seems a little out of character for Jimmy Garoppolo, but can't deny that it's floating around.
Did Jimmy get enough? Did Jimmy get enough of an opportunity here?
Did he get enough of an opportunity? I would have gone with Jimmy next year. Still will go with Jimmy next year. Right? Like if I had it my way, you draft Trey Lance, you let him sit, Jimmy's your quarterback next year, you make it work. Right? I think at that point, you got about 3.5 seasons of Jimmy Garoppolo. He got you to a Super Bowl in one of them. But it's hard for me when I have the same concerns, the same injury concerns that probably that front office does, Kyle Shanahan does, John Lynch does, for me to say that he did not get a fair shake. Because I understand it. You can't. I say this all the time when we talk about the Kings on D-Lo and KC. As much as I like Marvin Bagley, as much as I believe in his talent, you can't rely on him. You can't rely on the fact that he's going to be there. You can't base your program's future, building a program, on the fact that we've got Marvin Bagley, in this particular case with the 49ers, that we have Jimmy Garoppolo. Because odds are he's not going to be able to make it through. Mm-hmm. So to say he got a fair shot or not, I can make the argument that he didn't, but I can also understand the other side saying, and for me, it's just all injury based. It's not performance. Saying based on the injury history that that's a chance they can't take.
So how are we last year? Was he injured twice or was he injured once and not really ready to come back?
I feel like he was injured once.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. So he was injured once.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he had the injury in week 3.
Mm-hmm.
as the San Francisco 49er, week 2, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the before the Super Bowl. Yeah. I'm talking about his first year.
Okay, I got you.
That's 2 injuries.
Shoulder, separated shoulder in New England.
That wasn't with San Francisco though.
No, but that's
with New England.
Career. That's his career. It's factored in. He's got a separated shoulder. They kept him out for a year. He's got a torn ACL.
Well, it kept him out 2 games. He was going to play 4. He played 2. It kept him out 2 games.
He was unavailable though. Like whether he was going to start or not.
It didn't matter if it doesn't matter if he was available or not. He wasn't going to play.
I mean,
no, okay, but that's fine.
But
that's fine.
He couldn't even be on the roster.
But I feel like we really hang our hat on this injury thing when it feels like, okay, he's been in the league he's been in the league since 2014. He's had 3 injuries.
He's played how many years? 1, 2.
He only played 48 games, but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and he's been hurt 3 of them.
He's played 7 years.
Well, he's been on a roster 7 years, but he's played 5 years, or is it 4 years?
He played
the Patriots,
played a couple games. He got in for a few snaps.
Yeah, 5 years.
He got in for a few snaps.
So in 3 years of like real play, he's been hurt. Or excuse me, in 5 years of real play, he's been hurt 3 of them.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out if he was given like a legitimate chance, because I go back to Damon Bruce yesterday, 95-7 the game, and here on ESPN 1320. He said Kyle deserves the chance to draft his guy. And you have explained, as Damon explained to us yesterday, Kyle wasn't enamored with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
Allegedly, he was kind of talked in to Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, we could do this. Like, it could really work. Okay, maybe Kyle is more of the sense of, let's just give me a chance to get my guy. We're here at number 12. We can make a few moves. There are some quarterbacks here that we really like. There's one that we really, really like, and we'll get into that conversation here when the draft gets underway in about 15 minutes. Ooh, but maybe this was just an easy way for him to move on from something he didn't want in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. And he saw an opening, he saw an opportunity, and he was ready to move on.
He had a parachute and he threw it on. He was like, let's roll.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
I mean, he could have felt the same way about Jimmy last year. And let me just say, I don't think Kyle Shanahan doesn't like Jimmy as a quarterback or anything like that. I think there's traits that he does like. I don't feel like he can trust him, number one, to stay healthy and trust his decision making all the time. And I think that's what always has him leery of Jimmy Garoppolo. But he always felt that way, and he couldn't get rid of him after he took him to the Super Bowl in this particular case.
Right.
So he went and played it out, and the first sign of him not really, being healthy or being available, and he used that as ammo to move on to this trade. And he's a matter of fact about Jimmy, we moving on.
Yeah, it feels like that. Oh, Jimmy's motivated. And again, we'll get into those conversations as we roll along here. 916-349-1320. Let's bring in our man, Disco Tim. Disco Tim, always great to hear from you. What's on your mind, baby?
Hey, fellas. Love the show. Hate the Niners.
Oh.
I do. I hate it. I hope Garoppolo actually gets to play this season. And I feel like Shanahan's trying to do an ego trip and going to probably, and I know I'm not, alone on this. I'm telling you, he's going to take that hit. He's going to take hit. He's going to try and go, hey, look what I did. I'm the gingerbread man. Look at me. He's got an ego. But, peace to the Niner Nation today. But we got to say, go Cowboys!
Goodness gracious.
The team with the maybe the worst defense in the history of Western civilization.
That was awful.
Ain't nobody going nowhere with the Cowboys, but today
I know where they're going. Yeah, they're going to the bottom of the NFC East. And that sucks because I love me some Dak Prescott, man. That's a damn shame. Last 4 teams to trade up. Top 3 picks have drafted quarterbacks. 2016, Jared Goff. 2016, Carson Wentz. 2017, Mitchell Trubisky. 2018, Sam Darnold. Wentz, Goff, Trubisky, Darnold. Rams, Eagles, Bears, Jets. They are not on those teams anymore. That was 5 years ago. Those 4 quarterbacks are on different teams. That's what that's the history. That is the very recent history of what the San Francisco 49ers have done. The long-term history in terms of just their franchise, the 3 quarterbacks they've selected in the first round in the common draft Steve Spurrier, Jim Druckenmiller, and Alex Smith.
And this is going to be number 4.
Any of those 7 quarterbacks I just named move you? No, I know they don't. And we love Alex Smith. God bless him. But no.
Not at all.
No. There are some other things. Sorry, partner. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, maybe you're getting to it. I mean, we got more speculation. It is speculation season, SZN.
Give it to me. What do we got?
Mark Schlereth.
Yep, Mark Schlereth, Broncos guy.
Yeah. He just reported on 104, the Fan. I think that might be in Denver. I don't know. It doesn't matter. He says that a deal for the Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers is, quote, as close to a done deal as it can be. As it can get. Excuse me.
Broncos were on the proverbial list that Aaron Rodgers put out. Okay. Well, we'll see. I need an explanation. The hell do the Broncos? Are they trading Von Miller? Are they trading Von Miller? We talked about that, like having nothing to do with the draft. We talked about that when the season was over. Like, could Von Miller be on the move? He didn't play. Did he play last year? I can't remember if he wound up coming back or not.
Real late.
Okay.
If he did, he came back real late.
Oh, you know what sucks? If that's true, we don't know. We're gonna follow it.
Oh yeah.
But if that's true, don't praise John Elway for this trash. John, because see, you're gonna see. This is gonna piss me off. This is gonna make me mad. This is gonna really frustrate me because Peyton Manning felt like John Elway sucks. He is a and I know he's not the general manager anymore. They've got what was his name, like George Patton, I think is his name, is the general manager, but he's still the vice president of basketball operations or the vice president of football operations. And he gets credit, like he gets credit for Peyton Manning. You don't get any credit for Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning eliminated a whole goddamn conference. He said, I'm not going to play in the NFC. My brother plays in the NFC. I'm going to play in the AFC. There were like 2 teams he could go to, and John Elway gets praised for acquiring Peyton Manning. He better not get – everybody listening that's in sports media, anybody praises John Elway if they land Aaron Rodgers deserves to be punched in the face.
John Elway can take a back seat. Dred York has tweeted again.
Oh, dear God.
Hashtag draft day. Want to apologize for the last tweet. Didn't mean to offend anybody who tweets nonsense just to promote themselves. Wait, phone call coming in. What area code is 920?
Oh, watch out. Watch out.
Jed is a bad boy.
Okay. Now let's
For
bring
those of
up.
you who don't know, that is Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Thank you. Just a quick question. We regularly have asked this question regarding Magic Johnson. Do you think Jed York is actually tweeting this?
I'm starting to wonder if he's been hacked.
No, I don't think that he's. I don't think that he's been hacked, but do you think he has like a really clever, public relations person who Jed York was like, hey, have some fun with my Twitter account today. Let's really rile the fan base up.
Nah, I think this is Jed.
That's Jed.
He may have a team around him, like telling him, like, "Hey, what about this joke or something like that?" But I think it's Jed. He's having a good old time.
Jed's going hard in the paint, man. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. The draft is set to it's going to be 5:00 in 7 minutes. I don't know if the draft is going to be. I'm Roger Goodell. Welcome, Cleveland. We're so happy to have you. Hey, 50,000 fans. Blah 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 blah. The best fans. We've missed you. He's going to give this big speech. Everybody's going to boo him and acknowledge that he sucks. And then he's going to say the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. So we're still a ways away from Trevor Lawrence's name being called. But once the Jaguars hit the clock, we can start to get some sort of idea about what time the San Francisco 49ers will select. So tick tock, if something's going to get done, we believe it's got to get done today because the draft pick, if it's Denver, the draft pick has to be involved. The San Francisco 49ers, the draft pick has to be involved. The Las Vegas Raiders, that was the third team on this alleged list. The draft pick has to be involved. It has to be involved, man. It is. It's. Hold on, my phone is ringing. It's a 920 area code,
and this is what we were saying earlier.
Yeah, it is that guy.
The Packers, they need to listen to good old KC, all right? And they need to let go of the pipe dream of thinking that Aaron Rodgers, best case scenario, he plays all next season. Best case, he's probably gone before the season, but best case scenario, you get one more year with him. Either way, he's gone.
Wait, one more year with who?
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is. Did you want me to replay the Trey Wingo interview again? Aaron Rodgers is not going back to Green Bay.
I know. I just said best case scenario. I didn't even say realistic scenario.
I think best case scenario, he goes back to Green Bay to pack up his house and doesn't hire somebody to do it. That's best case scenario.
I absolutely could believe that. I'm just saying, if you're the Packers, best case scenario, that's the case. You just need to start living in reality here.
I can tell you
happening.
I can tell you one thing. I can tell you one thing I didn't expect to do today. I'm going to have to put Jed York onto the push notification so I know when he tweets. Not a move I was expecting to make here today, but we are with you for the next 3 hours. The draft is about to get underway. We'll be bringing it to you live. We'll report whether it's the Broncos, whether it's the San Francisco 49ers, whether it's somebody else, whether it's nobody. You will not miss a single bit of news. If you're getting out of your car, put us on the Odyssey app, put us in your earbuds, watch along with us on ESPN. Go to twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Go to youtube.com/ESPN1320. The NFL draft gets underway when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. You heard me, ESPN 1320. So we a couple of quick things, fellas, here. A little inside baseball for everybody. Follow along. 7 o'clock hour. We're only going to break twice. I don't know if you got that note, Jesse. So we'll break at 7. I guess we'll just break at 7:28, and then at the end of the show, we do. Text Danny when we get back into it, because when I talked to him on the phone, he told me that it had something to do with stuff that he moved around. So just check in with him. Damn it, there was something else. Something else. Oh, for the draft pick, if I put your screen up, will they be able to? Will the stream be able? I know it's only like 10 seconds. Will the stream be able to hear it? Okay. Okay, perfect. Dude, Danny's. Yeah, go ahead. Dude, why are you doing the national anthem for the draft? Like, what the hell? That is so stupid. Oh, I didn't know that. Looking at some of these chats, I didn't know that. Somebody, nah, man. So, let Jed keep his phone, man. Please let that brother keep his phone. Please, that's a blast. Let him keep that phone. Black Bottles, we got some picks for you that we're gonna, as soon as the show is over, they're gonna hit social media. We're about to go, man. We are about to go commercial free for the next 90 minutes. The next 90 minutes.
Jed is a wild boy, man.
Drinking word is Jed, for real.
That is
real talk. Real talk. Man, did you see our man Steve is going hard. He's got McQueen, he's got Bamboo, and he's got the Black Bottle Rosé.
Oh, you ready to get it popping?
Oh yeah. He got them draft night vibes. He ready to go. He's drinking something green too. I don't know what he mixed that McQueen with, but he's at it. Steve, I don't know. Steve. Oh, yeah, you in here. There you are. What are you drinking? Chris Cook, one's a smoothie and one's water. that McQueen is coming at 8:01. In fact, it's probably coming at 7:56. 7:56 is coming.
Oh boy, I'm glued to what's going on right now. They've done a great job. The NFL has.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, first two and the three. Yeah. All right, we'll get Manny here too, because there's a band playing. Like, what the hell is it? Wow, there are a lot of people there. I know Trey was like, oh, 50,000. Like, damn. Oh, okay. We here. Yo, welcome back to the draft show. I'm sorry. I was waiting for my cue. My cue didn't come. You listening to ESPN 1320, Steelo and KC, KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. If you're getting out of the car, don't worry, man. Just go to twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Go to youtube.com/ESPN1320. Pull us up on the Odyssey app. Listening to us. We are going nowhere. We are commercial free for the next 90 minutes. We are commercial free for the next hour and a half. We are commercial free till 6:30. I just said the same thing three different ways, 3 different times, 3 different ways to accentuate its importance, man. And we have a loaded show for you. Of course, we'll be banging the draft picks to you live all the way up until the San Francisco 49ers select at number 3, or until something else happens. If anything else happens, whether it involves the San Francisco 49ers or not, we will absolutely be bringing it to you. If you want to get in on these phone lines, now is a great time to do it, because apparently they're singing the national anthem and they got rock bands going on at the draft because, the NFL. 916-349-1320. The Serial Connection. Manny, what's good, baby?
Hey, what's up? Well, I got there. One, I'm excited for everyone that's a Niners fan. If y'all get Aaron, one, takes them out of the Bears division, so we can have somebody else that sucks as bad as we do. And I am an expert at watching bad quarterbacks get drafted. So I hope you guys don't have to go through that. I hope Kenny don't have to go through that. It's brutal to watch you never get the guy you think you should get. I know we're not experts. We always think we are, but God, good Lord, I think anybody could run. I think Ellie could run the Bears. So I hope y'all get Ron.
You want to remind everybody who might be tuning in for the first time who you're a fan of?
Who I'm a fan of? I'm a Bears fan.
There it is. There it is. I know.
Look here, Manny. Like I said before, Russell Wilson is coming.
He'll get there. He'll get there. I know our man John is listening too. He's a big time Bears fan as well. Maybe the Bears should be making some noise today.
What kind of noise you talking about?
Quarterback noise.
I mean, for who? Say it. Say it with your chest.
Justin Fields.
Okay, I do agree.
What's the problem?
I got it. No, there is no problem. I got you. I smell what you're cooking. I'm just trying to figure out where the Bears are at and where they would have to get to.
Yeah. Well, I gave you that quote from Monday morning. Yeah, it's a
long ways away. They'd have to probably get to about. They probably have to get to 5, 6, or 7. I don't know. I'm looking down the list. Probably 8. I think Carolina might take them.
The problem.
So they'd have to.
So I read it's an interesting note. They haven't the Panthers haven't executed that 5th-year option on Sam Darnold yet. So we were told that they were going to.
Right.
They haven't. So it maybe I don't know why you make that deal. I guess if you're that general manager down there, I guess if you met where you believe like, hey, there's something here, we can get a look at it. No big deal, no problem. Let's keep it moving. If it doesn't work, on to the next one. But you can't can you really get a look at a guy with? Can you really get a look at a guy with like if you draft one? You know what I mean? Like I don't feel like they're in a position to draft a quarterback unless they're legitimately bringing in Sam Darnold to be a backup quarterback.
Right. No, I
for a year.
I feel that same way. I think I think Sam Darnold's just like a real emergency backup plan for Carolina. You know what I mean? I think they still want one of these quarterbacks, and I think they want Trey Lance or Justin Fields. And if neither one of them are there, then they got Sam Darnold to hold them over. For whoever they get. If they get Kellen Mond later in the draft, whatever. But I think Sam Darnold is really just an emergency break the glass in case of emergency type quarterback for them. Although, I mean, what did they spend? They spent the 6th rounder on him, I think. Yep.
And some money. They did spend some money on him.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they didn't spend money on Sam Darnold. Sorry, they spent money on Teddy Bridgewater. They're paying part of Teddy Bridgewater's salary after they traded him, which is spectacular. Like that whole thing is absolutely spectacular. Roger Goodell still hasn't gone to the podium. We expect him to be there probably now that the rock concerts are over and the national anthem is done. Probably within the next 10 minutes or so. The Jacksonville Jaguars will be on the clock. They had an interesting offseason. I mean, they're awful, like awful. They fired Doug Marrone after a 23-43 stint over his 4 seasons. Of course, they hired Urban Meyer in his first NFL job. Good to see that Urban Meyer is healthy again. And I guess his family doesn't need him nor want him around. That's one of the several reasons that he seemed to have regularly left college football. But hey, good for him. He landed in Jacksonville. Allegedly worked out Tim Tebow as a potential tight end, according to that we thought was the wildest report we were going to get today, is that Tim Tebow was working out as a tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Oh, boy, that was just the beginning of it. And, of course, the Jacksonville Jaguars have a new general manager. Your man's in them. Trent Baalke.
Oh, well, Trent Baalke, you want to talk about somebody whose name is mud around these parts?
Man.
You're talking about Trent Baalke. So good luck with that. Jacksonville Jaguars. I was reading or watching something yesterday where they were talking about Jacksonville and this presumed Trevor Lawrence pick. And,
presumed. That's adorable.
I'm just trying to be professional.
That's fair. No, that's fair. I got you. That's fair.
I don't want Roger Goodell saying I blew it.
Yep.
But they said getting Trevor Lawrence is getting to the Super Bowl. Like, he's going to get him to the Super Bowl. I said, wow.
The Jacksonville Jaguars?
Yeah. They said he'll be there for 10 years. Then those 10 years, he'll get them to the Super Bowl.
I thought you meant this year. Okay. No, I can accept that. I can accept that if you believe that that Trevor Lawrence is going to morph into that type of quarterback. Or I shouldn't even say morph into that type of quarterback. We've joked about this, but joking only in a way like joking, but we're actually really serious.
Right.
He's been the number 1 pick in this draft for years. There's been conversation. Should Trevor Lawrence sit out this season? Should Trevor Lawrence sit out that season? Like, what's the purpose of him coming back? He is 34-2 as a starter in his career. It's the 5th best record in FBS history among quarterbacks with at least 30 starts. Trevor Lawrence has never lost a regular season game in his career. He was the 2020 Heisman runner-up. He was the 2020 ACC Player of the Year. Scouts Inc. Has him at a grade of 97. That's out of 100. That's the highest since Saquon Barkley in 2018. Andrew Luck is the only quarterback with a higher prospect grade than Trevor Lawrence over the last 10 drafts, and only 3 quarterbacks have even received a 99 grade since Scouts Inc. began in 2014. That is Andrew Luck, Ben Roethlisberger, and the often talked about today, Aaron Rodgers.
A-Rod.
He's that guy. I mean, it would take a monumental collapse for him to not. I mean, living up to the hype is tough.
Yeah.
But it would take just a monumental sea of WTF for him not to be a good quarterback in the league his rookie year, and potentially a really, really good quarterback in the league his second or third year.
And you know what? I don't expect anything less. Maybe that's unfair expectations on the young man or whatever, but I say that coming from a place of I've never seen him play bad, at least for a continued period of time. Right? Yeah, he's had bad quarters, maybe even a bad game, suspect throws here and there. Everybody does. But for the most part, over the past 3 years that we've seen him, he's been on point. He's lived up to all the expectations, all the hype. He's won a national championship. He's gotten to another national. Did they get to the Yeah, they got to another one his sophomore year. Last year they lost in the semifinals, but he's produced in every way. And I don't expect him to do anything different in the NFL. I don't know if that is a Hall of Fame career or what, but I definitely expect him to be a really good quarterback in this league.
The Jacksonville Jaguars made the playoffs in 4 straight seasons from 1996 to 1999 with Mark Brunell. They've made 3 appearances since.
Wow.
Despite the fact they've drafted 3 quarterbacks in the top 10. Byron Leftwich, Blaine Gabbert, and the legend that is Blake Bortles.
Oh, my goodness. It really doesn't get any worse than Blaine Gabbert and Blake Bortles. Blaine Gabbert.
Well, I haven't given you the Jets quarterbacks that they've drafted yet. The Jets have drafted somebody named Richard Todd, Ken O'Brien, Chad Pennington, Mark Sanchez, Sam Darnold. Those are their 3. Those are their 5 first-round draft picks that were quarterbacks.
Wait a minute. Who Todd?
Richard Todd.
Richard Todd was a first-round pick. It's crazy.
I know Ken O'Brien was. Chad Pennington. What? And this doesn't even include like the Geno Smiths and the Christian Hackenbergs and the regular swings and misses that the New York Jets have had along the way. The rock concerts are back. Fantastic. That's great. That's why you need to be here with D'Lo and KC and not on ESPN, the television station, because it's a freaking rock show and not an NFL draft. And all of the acts look the same. Weird.
Interesting.
Jaguars, Jets, 49ers. One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I understand that the San Francisco 49ers traded to get into that spot. It looks a little bit more at peace, and this isn't a shot at our producer, Jesse, but Jaguars, Jets, Dolphins, you can see that. Even the Dolphins got in there with trade. Like, what is this? This is Houston's pick, right?
Yep.
But when you look at these 3 top picks, Jaguars, Jets, 49ers, the 49ers do not belong in the same conversation as the Jacksonville Jaguars and the New York Jets.
No, they do not. And they were in a situation where, like we mentioned earlier, they were hit hard by injuries last year and just beat down with injuries, right? Like, it'd be one thing to have some injuries, but we joked earlier and we weren't necessarily joking. It was the truth. Seems like everybody got hurt for them last year. All the starters, at least on the offensive end.
Yeah.
All the starters went down during a game, for multiple games, for multiple weeks, whatever the case may be. And this isn't a team that should be this high in the draft. Now they're not high because of the record. They traded up. I get that.
Right.
But even 12, this is a team that you wouldn't check for next year just being as bad, being 6-10 or struggling to get to 7 wins or anything like that. They're not expecting that from a team that, when healthy, that's the type of talent that they have. So yeah, they're not supposed to be on that Jets Jags wavelength.
So I'm just noticing something here.
Okay.
Because we're kind of it's sort of poking fun at the Jaguars and Jets, more about their selections of quarterback. But with the Jets, they have been running through quarterbacks like you just absolutely wouldn't believe. But the 49ers haven't had sustained success at the quarterback position for a very long time.
You're right.
I mean, Garcia was short term. Alex Smith, they got rid of Alex Smith when he started getting successful. They went for Colin Kaepernick. That didn't last. You had Beathard. You had Brian freaking Hoyer. Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, you forgot. You had Jermaine. Blaine Gabbert was in there too.
Blaine Gabbert was in there. I mean, you could throw Nick Mullins in his time, and like various guys. The point being is, they, much like the Jets, much like the Jaguars, have not, much like the Chicago Bears, they have not had sustained success at the quarterback position. What they have that those other teams don't was Joe and Steve. What they have that those other teams don't are those 5 Lombardis. So they kind of get a pass. But when you look at it more with a little bit of a microscope, you realize, oh, wait a minute. The San Francisco 49ers, this prestigious, right? Gold standard franchise. Oh, they're as big of a quarterback mess as the Jets, the big of a quarterback mess as the Bears, as big of a quarterback mess as all these other franchises are.
Nah, they're not that.
Explain to me how.
Jeff Garcia. How many years did Jeff Garcia go? I want to say Jeff Garcia was like 90. When did Young go down? Young went down maybe in 98. Jeff Garcia stepped in and he was good until about 2002, 2003. So he got about 4 years. Alex Smith, right or wrong.
That's not sustained success, though. That's 4 years.
Yeah, well, the Jets are on their third quarterback in 3 years.
I understand that.
So it ain't that. I'm not saying they're the Packers with Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. The Niners aren't that, but they're not the Jets or the Jags.
Okay, I
They
don't
go from year to year to a new quarterback. Niners haven't been doing necessarily that.
Are they the Bears? Mitchell Trubisky, Nick Foles. I mean, I don't even know who was before. There's a Rex Grossman sighting somewhere.
Grossman. They could be close.
The Jaguars are on the clock, by the way. 5:15. The Jaguars are on the clock.
Yeah, it's.
This is so stupid. Like, announce the freaking pick, would you? We know who it is.
Are we really going to have them use the whole 15 minutes?
I'm not sure. I think it's 10. I'm not positive. I think the first pick gets 10. I'm not sure whether it's 10, 15, or maybe they're going to bring Simon and Garfunkel, whoever the hell was performing out there, back out. And either way, we'll bring the pick to you live. ESPN 1320's coverage of the draft brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, where we talk football and don't play rock music because we'll get fined $10,000 if we play rock music.
Problems.
Kyle Orton, perhaps the last great Bears quarterback. Yikes. Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler's in there somewhere.
Jay Cutler, he had success.
Jay Cutler in there somewhere.
Championship game.
Jay Cutler gets a bad rap, and I completely understand why. He wasn't a terrible quarterback.
Nah,
he's not in the. I don't even think he's in the class of some of these other quarterbacks that are out there. Like the other quarterbacks of the Bears.
Quarterback.
Yeah.
The thing with Jay Cutler was always
they just showed the Jaguars war room. They're just standing there. Like, are they really making us do this? Like, what is this show that we're putting on? They're literally just standing there. They ain't even doing nothing. They ain't on the phone. They weren't even talking to each other. They were literally just standing there. Somebody call Roger Goodell, tell him to go back to the stage and announce the pick.
Oh, man. Yeah. So you look at, I'm seeing some of these stats from the Jaguars. They got top 10 picks in 13 of the last 14 drafts. That seems hard to do.
Oh,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
They got the second worst winning percentage since 2000. I forgot what that year was. I want to say 2008 or something like that. I mean, it's all bad. It's all bad. But they have an opportunity. They won the sweepstakes. Trevor Lawrence, like you mentioned earlier, Damian, he has been the gift for this particular draft for the last, I want to say 3 years in college, but he was projected this in high school. You could probably go back 5 years.
Yeah, you could go back a while.
Circling this draft class, this pick of Trevor Lawrence. So they finally may have their guy.
Jeez, I sure hope so. I mean, the last guy that had this type of hype was Andrew Luck. And Andrew Luck, I think that year that he wound up retiring, he had some things to prove that year. Like that was going to be, in my estimation, that was going to be a really big year for him. And they had to figure he had to, I'm not the mindset that he had to win a Super Bowl. They had to win some playoff games. Like, it was a good team. I thought that was a Super Bowl caliber team, but he was never bad. He was never at all a bad quarterback. I'd argue their general manager was terrible. I'd argue the roster was bad on many different occasions, but I think you can probably go either way with this, and I think some people will. I think he lived up to the expectations.
Being as good
I won't fight anybody on that, but I think that he did.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I feel like while he was in the league, he was one of the best quarterbacks in the league for the majority of his career, if not all his entire career. And that's what, even with somebody like Trevor Lawrence, I mean, that's all you can ask for with these guys, right? Like, you can't look at Trevor Lawrence, Andrew Luck when he was coming out of college, saying this guy's going to win multiple Super Bowls. That's a little unfair. All you can really ask for is you want these guys to be the best, one of the best quarterbacks while their career is going.
Yeah.
And if you get that, then you lived up to your expectations, in my opinion.
It might be a bit unfair, but it don't stop us from doing it.
Oh no, we're gonna do it. Well, look, I said Mac Jones needed to win a Super Bowl for me to accept him.
Yeah. So. You weren't even going to accept him. You weren't even down with Mac Jones. He had it. So, there's another interesting situation as we wait for this pick to come in. There's a young lady sitting next to him.
Yes.
How do you determine if you're a draft pick if you invite your girlfriend to be a part of the festivities? Like, if you're Trevor Lawrence, if you're Trey Lance, if you're Justin Fields, like, because this video is going to live forever. And if you're a successful quarterback, it's going to be played the day you're put in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And you've got to make that determination right there in that moment. Like, if you've been dating a girl for 6 months, do you invite her to the draft party? Do you have her sitting next to you when that selection is made?
I mean, I think you do.
There's a great video out there of Russell Wilson's draft day.
Wow.
Or like, I mean, it's not as good as CeeDee Lamb's, but it's one of those.
CeeDee Lamb's was a great one. I don't know who the pick was last year, but the young lady or the mom.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that's an all-timer. That's an all-timer. So, I mean, look, 6 months, I think you do. It's your girl.
Man.
Now, luckily for Trevor Lawrence, I think that's his wife now. I think they
is it? Oh, that's right. They did get married. That's right. That's right.
For him, he's good. He's good.
The Jacksonville fans bought him a toaster. or they bought him like a real high-tech toaster. It was very expensive. It was several $100s. And then he donated like $20,000 to Jacksonville charities or something along those lines. Just like one of the little stories is the Jaguars are on the clock for 4 more minutes. We'll be bringing that pick to you live.
While we're still talking about the Jaguars, I think I kind of feel the same way about Urban Meyer as you do with his antics, the way he goes about things.
Yeah.
But as a coach, do you think that he can come into the NFL, come into Jacksonville, and turn this franchise around? Man. I don't think he can, to be honest with you. But
I think Urban Meyer is a fantastic coach. I also, I'm gonna hit you with a gem here. The transition from college to pro is difficult. Like, it's an entirely different game. It's an entirely different style of management. Like, in college, you are the biggest man on campus. In college, you are the biggest man in town.
Right.
In the NFL, you ain't nothing. You are the smallest dude in the locker room in every way, shape, or form.
Hey,
like
WCW,
unless
this is where the big boys play.
Yeah, and you ain't one of the big boys. You here along for the ride. And Urban Meyer certainly has some cachet to him that I know he's not Doug Peterson doesn't. He certainly has a cachet to him, you know, that Frank Reich doesn't. You know what I mean? Because of his time in college. But a couple of years losing with the Jacksonville Jaguars will eliminate that cachet pretty quick. No one's going to care about your championships with Florida. No one's going to care about your championships with Ohio State. Nobody's going to care how many times you beat Michigan, even though it was a lot, even though you never actually even lost to Michigan. No one's going to even care about that. That stuff is going to be irrelevant. So a long-winded way of answering your question, I do think he's going to be able to make the transition. I don't know what that means for Jacksonville. This was a 1-15 team last year. Like, they are terrible.
Yes.
I don't know what this I don't know what Urban Meyer means for them. I don't know what the combination of Urban Meyer and Trevor Lawrence means for them, but I've got to believe it's going to I got to believe he's going to be solid at this.
I don't think he's going to be successful. I don't think he's going to make it to the next contract. And I say that because Urban Meyer, when he was at Ohio State, he did what needed to be done to work at Ohio State.
Yeah.
You know, I felt his offense was a little gimmicky, you know, the read option, all that other stuff. It's cool. Same thing in Florida. Tebow, the Leak, you know, all these guys. It's cool. That don't work in the NFL. And I don't know if he can adjust to a pro style of game where you could basically what he was able to do at Ohio State and at Florida was out athlete all these guys. And obviously that doesn't work in the NFL.
As we wait for this Jacksonville Jaguars pick to be made, the pick is in. As soon as Roger Goodell goes to the podium, we'll be going to that live for you here, both on ESPN 1320 on Twitch and on YouTube as well. More reports out of Denver. This coming from Mike Kleiss. Mike Kleiss covers the Denver Broncos. He said, while there are various reports out there on Aaron Rodgers and the Broncos, I'm told Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay. All Broncos brass is in war room gearing up for the draft. That was 18 minutes ago from Mike Kleiss. So now there is a battle between Mike Kleiss and Mark Schlereth. One says there are no talks between the Broncos and the Packers. The other one says the Broncos and the Packers and Aaron Rodgers, it's a done deal.
Oh boy.
Or as close to done as it can be.
Done deal as you can get. Well, on this anniversary of the Kings saving their franchise, first and goal.
There it is.
The one.
All right, Roger Goodell is going to the podium now. I wonder what he's going to say.
With the first pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence.
Stunner coming out of the NFL draft. Trevor Lawrence will not be the San Francisco 49ers quarterback. Man, that was our first, bro. That was our first taste of the booze that have been coming in. The chat's been letting us know how bad it's been.
Oh, yeah.
But, oh, hell, that's Vicky Guerrero level heat right there.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'd give anything for Roger Goodell to do that. That is solid stuff right there. No surprise. Trevor Lawrence is the pick from the Jacksonville Jaguars. And now the New York Jets are on the clock. Robert Saleh, of course, the former defensive coordinator for your San Francisco 49ers. And for reasons known to not us, Zach Wilson appears to be their guy. You and I have long discussed the fact that I believe Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had a little meeting of the minds before this deal was done, before this trade by the San Francisco 49ers was done with the Miami Dolphins. And I think they got the nod that Zach Wilson is going to be our guy. That's long been a rumor. Zach Wilson, the quarterback out of BYU, completion percentage of 73.5. That was second in FBS. You want to guess who it was second to? Matt Jones, who was 77.4%. His 11 yards per attempt in 2020 were the second best in the FBS. You want to guess who was number one? Mac Jones with 11.2 yards per attempt. His 62% completion percentage on passes thrown 20-plus yards down the field. That is the highest single season mark of any FBS passer since the metric was first tracked back in 2011. He's got an arm. He's got the accuracy. But you and I both watched. Of course, we didn't dive into the film. We're not studying hours and hours of Zach Wilson. This one, I don't mind that he's going number 2. I'm just confused as to why it's so clear cut.
I am too. There are things that I like about Zach Wilson, the football player, what I saw from him at BYU. I don't know, maybe I can't tell these things a little too accurately. He looks a little short for that quarterback position, almost like a Drew Brees type short. I think he's probably listed at around 6'2" or whatever the case may be, but he just looks small. He plays a little small. People talk about his arm and things of that nature. From the things that I saw, I wasn't crazy about it. There was a lot of passes that he really cocked back to air out, and they were short. You know what I'm saying? The receiver came back and caught it, but it wasn't like he had a cannon or anything like that. But guys who, saw his pro day and seen him more, they say he has a really great arm. So maybe I'm missing something. But while I am perplexed that he is just hands down the guy over Justin Fields, once again, there are things that I do like about him as a quarterback. And the Jets, once again, they feel that's their guy. So, all right, so be it. Zach Wilson.
Not a bad quarterback by any stretch of the imagination. Not a reach at all, in my estimation, either by the New York Jets. I'm just confused as to why it seemed from day one it was going to be Trevor Lawrence at number 1 and Zach Wilson at number 2. A tweet from Ian Rappaport. Remember, Ian Rappaport has been in a different category than everybody else.
Yeah.
An update on the Packers that's not really an update. Green Bay hasn't engaged at all, despite a few teams calling about trading for Aaron Rodgers. The Packers have no plans to trade him, so nothing has changed. I'd like to repeat for the 100th time something Trey Wingo said today. Trey told us, trade or not, I'm not going back. That is what Aaron Rodgers said to the Green Bay Packers. Trade or not, I'm not going to be here next year.
Yeah, I ain't coming back. Do you think there's any chance that Zach
I was thinking of that line from Bad Boys. You said it in the way you said, I ain't coming back. I'm thinking of the line with the high school kid. I ain't going back to jail. Sorry, we've been on for 5.5 hours, starting to get a little testy with the 49ers pick coming up and no Aaron Rodgers deal done.
It's about to turn up. It's about to turn up. I was going to say, do you think there's any chance, and I don't think there is to answer my own question, that Zach Wilson isn't the pick?
It'd be the greatest work of all time if it's just because the only other option I think is Justin. I mean, I guess it's not because Justin Fields doesn't appear to be going 3. Like I'm not really sure. No, I think it's Zach Wilson. Regardless of who it is, Kyle knows who it is. I know that. Kyle absolutely knows whose it is. John Lynch knows who it is. And as much fun as Jed York is having, Jed York knows who it is.
Jed York, he definitely knows who it is.
I believe the pick is for Zach Wilson, who looks like he's in the vicinity of 14 or 15 years old. He looks like a young man, but he's a very good quarterback. Again, at a BYU, we just ran down all of the different stats for you. He dominated as a play action passer in 2020 as well. The Jets pick is in as soon as Roger Goodell goes to the podium. We will bring it to you. Completed 74% of attempts while tossing 19 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. Again, that is on play action passes in 2020. He completed 74% of his play action attempts while tossing 19 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. Both of these franchises, the Jaguars and the Jets, they're looking for that quarterback to end their long frustration of not having a freaking quarterback.
Okay, I'm going to ask you another question. Do you think Zach Wilson is capable of doing that from what you've seen from him?
I don't
I'm not
know.
sold, to be honest with you. I'm not sold on him as being a franchise-changing type of quarterback. I'm not.
Okay. Well, I'm not
That
either.
doesn't mean he's bad. That doesn't mean I don't think he, could potentially be good. He definitely could. But I look at him and I don't know, man. I'm not seeing a guy that will change your franchise. He doesn't look special to me.
I get that. I'm assuming his name is going to be called. As soon as it is, we'll go to Roger Goodell. And then the 49ers will be on the clock. And, well, we'll see what happens.
Boy.
We'll see what happens. Roger Goodell going to the podium now.
With the second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU.
And there it is. Again, 2 picks down, no surprises. And here we go. This is what everybody has been waiting for. This is what you all have been waiting for.
I didn't turn off the comments in the chatty house. I got the 2. I want to be, you're going to get my raw emotion, raw, real emotion when I find out who the pick is for the San Francisco 49ers.
As soon as Roger Goodell goes to the podium, you know the drill. We will bring that pick to you live. Yeah. That'll be the last pick that we bring to you live. And then, of course, we'll tell you everything that's going on. We'll keep you updated. We'll let you know what Atlanta does, what Cincinnati does. If there's any major trades, we'll dive into that. We'll talk about what the Raiders are doing. We'll keep you updated on everything that's happening in the draft. We'll keep you updated on all the quarterbacks and all of that different stuff. But we're going to shift our attention to the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to shift our attention to this draft pick. And now the question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be my man is hyped? For those that are listening on the radio, for those that are listening on the Odyssey app, if you get a chance to go to twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, we sure hope that you will. Before this pick is made, we want to thank McQueen and the Violet Fog for all of the amazing things that they have done for us here. Not just today, but all the amazing things that we're going to be doing in the future as this 8-hour draft special and this 90-minute commercial-free time here is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Mac Jones, Justin Fields, Trey Lance. Alabama.
Why you leaving Mac Jones?
Alabama, Ohio State, North Dakota State. This is it. This is a major moment for this franchise.
It is. Absolutely. I said I would ask you at about 5:30 one more time. And you have the courage of your convictions, Damien, in this thing since the start. Who do you think the pick will be?
I said this to you. I said this to you on March 26th when the pick was made, or when the trade was made. I think it's Trey Lance. I want it to be Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Of course, and let me be fair to that. I watched Justin Fields a lot over the course of the last couple of years. I have far more film, which is a dumb way of putting it. I'm just watching games. I'm far more familiar with them. I'm far more familiar with Justin Fields than I am Trey Lance. I'm very familiar with the hype surrounding Trey Lance. Everything I have heard about Trey Lance, everything I've heard from Trey Lance, I absolutely love. I would love for him to be the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. I'd be happy with either one of those guys, but I believe that the name that Roger Goodell is going to call when he goes to the podium is Trey Lance.
This is, the intrigue, the secrecy has been kept perfectly for this thing. We're 5 minutes away, Damien. I don't know who it's going to be. I have no idea. I have my beliefs. I think, to answer my own question and do the same as you, I think it's Trey Lance.
Okay.
That's what I think the pick is. But it could very well be Mac Jones. I think it's between those two. I don't think it's Justin Fields. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of people who believe it is Justin Fields. So I looked at these guys, and much like you, I'm more familiar with Justin Fields. I've seen him more. Probably more familiar with Mac Jones, but I never looked at Mac Jones and thought that's a guy that you got to have. right? That's a guy that you need to be the captain of your franchise moving forward. I did get that feeling with Justin Fields. And after I saw film and I did more research on Trey Lance, that is a guy that I feel that way about. He is a guy that you not only take to lead your franchise, but you make a swing for. Once again, Mac Jones isn't a guy you make a swing for. You swing for the fences for. Justin Fields is. I think he is. But I've said from day one, much like you, I thought the pick was going to be Trey Lance when I first heard it on March 26th. And the reason I thought that was because Justin Fields he can be a great quarterback. I really believe he has potential to be a great quarterback. But if they both reach their ceiling, I think Justin Fields' ceiling is just a little bit higher, a little bit more dynamic than Justin Fields. And that's the guy that you take the chance on.
Let's remind everybody that the 49ers were due to pick at 12. They traded with the Miami Dolphins. They swapped picks this year. They traded a first-round pick next year and the year after, and a third-round pick next year as well. It was made very, very clear to us immediately that the pick was going to be a quarterback. You don't trade that type of equity for anything but a quarterback. No matter how good an offensive lineman is, no matter how good Kyle Pitts is, no matter how good a different position player is, you don't trade future first-round assets for anything but a quarterback. And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch made that clear when they spoke to the media about 2 or 3 days after the trade was made. And rumors started running, whether it was going to be Trey Lance, whether it was going to be Justin Fields. The Mac Jones rumor have been pretty strong. You've talked long about the relationship between Chris Sims and Kyle Shanahan, and Chris Sims was really all about Mac Jones. Of course, Chris Sims, very knowledgeable. I also believe he is a troll in some sense, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I think he mock drafts are to get clicks, right? It's to get people to the website. He gets people to download the podcast. He gets people to his website. He gets people to his mock drafts. He gets people to his podcast. Like, he does that work, and a lot of that has to do with veering off from the regular. Like, it's not an accident in my estimation, though I don't think they would do anything to damage their credibility. It's no accident that Mel Kiper had one pick at number 3 and Todd McShay had another pick. The 49ers pick is in. As soon as Roger Goodell goes to the podium, we will bring that pick to you live. It doesn't appear any trade with Aaron Rodgers is going to be made today. If you believe Ian Rappaport, it doesn't appear any trade with Aaron Rodgers is going to be made anytime soon. It looks like the Aaron Rodgers situation is going to have to unfold on its own. It may not involve the San Francisco 49ers. It may not involve anybody who is picking here today. It may not involve any other football team. It just may have to be worked out between Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers first. So we're just patiently awaiting. Roger Goodell obviously has a very, very long walk to get to the podium, but the pick is in. And as soon as Roger Goodell gets to the podium to announce that, we've got the comments closed. We've got our phones turned over. We're all going to find out at the exact same time. So no matter what service you have, you're going to get. And I noticed a major spike in YouTube viewers. I noticed a major spike in Twitch viewers. And I believe everybody is here.
Go crazy.
Everybody is here to see Kenny Caraway's reaction. If you're here for the first time, hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button. If you listen on the Odyssey app, make sure that you save us as your favorite radio station. And again, thank you to McQueen and the Violet Fog for all they have done for us here with this commercial-free hour. Will be commercial-free for 45 more minutes. And here we go. Roger Goodell is at the podium. The 49ers are going to make their pick.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Trey Lance.
Let's go.
North Dakota State.
Let's go. Let's go, baby. Trey Lance, Trey Day. Let's go, baby. We back. We back, baby.
Well, let's get the air horns, man. What we doing? Hit the air horns, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Trey Lance. Let's go do it again, baby. One more time. We back again. Come on, we back again. Trey Lance. Let's go.
Entering the NFL after his redshirt sophomore season, where North Dakota State played just one game in the fall. His redshirt freshman season, Trey Lance threw 28 touchdown passes with 0 interceptions. He is the only FCS player in the last 25 years to throw at least 20 touchdowns and no interceptions. To add to that, 14 rushing touchdowns and 1,100 yards on the ground. I don't know what all this Mac Jones stuff was. This was the guy we said it was going to be. This was the guy we said it should be. Trey Lance, the new quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers.
Let me say something. Let me say something to our day ones, to the guys that I love that support this show, that are here every day. Y'all prayed that it was going to be Mac Jones, because you know what it is now. You know what time it is now. We done got that boy Trey. He going to be under my guy, Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, wow.
He's going to be under the tutelage of my guy,
What
young
a
Shanny. It was
moment.
me all along, Damien. It was me and Kyle all along.
Wow.
And it's lit, baby. It's lit. Hey, Mac Jones, I hope you have a great career, buddy. I do. I hope you have a great career. I hope you make a lot of money. I hope you're in the league for a long time. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. All right? Yeah.
That lived up to the hype. That very much lived up to the hype. I'm happy, brother. I am so happy that you are happy. Trey Lance, North Dakota State. This has been beat to death for the last 30 plus days. Who were the San Francisco 49ers going to pick? Now there's a lot of conversation that we can have, and we've got time to do it. But what now with the rest of the quarterbacks? Justin Fields is out there. Is Mac Jones going to slide down? Did Mac Jones really think he was going to go to 3, and now he's going to slide down to 15 where the New England Patriots are? Are they even interested in taking Mac Jones? There's a lot to watch with these two remaining quarterbacks.
I think that Justin Fields, does he slide? I think somebody goes up against Justin Fields. I do. I think Mac Jones slides down a little bit. I always thought he was a second-round quarterback. It doesn't look like he's going that far. It doesn't look like he's going to the second round. But I think he's a middle of the first, late first-round guy. But, yeah, Justin Fields, that's great. Hey, Damien, as much as I wanted Trey Lance, and that's the guy that I thought they were going to pick, and I'm really excited that he got Trey Lance, it's crazy what's going on with Justin Fields. It really is. And I'm interested to see who makes some move to go get Justin Fields, because that boy's bad. He can play. And I'll say the line that I've been saying since the day all these mock drafts came out. Justin Fields has been the number 2 quarterback in his class since he's about 11 or 12 years old.
Yep.
And I don't mean that as a slight. I mean that as to prop him up.
Yep.
And he has done nothing but live up to that billing of being the second best quarterback every step of the way, even beating the number 1 quarterback head to head the last time they met. So I don't understand why he's still here, why nobody would move up to get him. None of that stuff. So somebody going to get a good quarterback in Justin Fields, I think.
Somebody's going to get a great quarterback in Justin Fields, and we will continue to keep you updated on everything that goes on with the rest of the draft, with the rest of the quarterbacks, with the rest of the teams. We'll keep you updated on any rumors that are out there. We'll keep you updated on everything that is happening in the draft. Trey Lance has started just 17 games in his career. He has won them all. Since the 2006 NFL draft, 6 quarterbacks have been taken in the first round with fewer than 20 college starts. Partner, I want you to listen to me again here. Since the 2006 NFL draft, 6 quarterbacks have been taken in the first round with fewer than 20 college starts. Mitchell Trubisky, Cam Newton, Dwayne Haskins, Mark Sanchez, Kyler Murray, and Ryan Tannehill.
I'm excited.
I noticed you've got the entire line of Sovereign brands there in your arms, cradling them like your babies, man. And I love it. I absolutely love it. You're happy. I'm happy for you.
Hey, look,
I'm happy for 49er fans.
There's a risk involved in going with a guy like Trey Lance. There really is.
Of course.
This is what I'm talking about when I say a swing for the fences. Because this is a swing for the fences. This is something that you're not making like a single, or even a double in the gap. This is one that you're trying to hit 450 feet. And to continue with the baseball analogy, sometimes when you swing to try to hit some 450 feet, you miss big. You miss in a major way.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand all the doubts, the hesitancy.
Gotcha. Good work. Hey, man, we 6 hours in, man. That's great work.
The braces, they working.
You're doing good, baby. You're doing good.
But I understand all that. But like I said, the upside, I think I'm not Chris Sims. I'm not none of these guys that, do this for a living, so to speak. I feel like he has the biggest ceiling. I feel like Trey Lance has a chance to be the best, even bigger than Trevor Lawrence. I really do. I think he has dynamic possibilities to his game and to his athleticism. So it is a risk. I understand that, but one of my buddies told me a long time ago, scared money don't make no money. They weren't scared today, I'll tell you that.
No, they sure weren't. And you've been screenshotted, fam. It's going to be all over social media here very shortly. A couple of notes. Trey Lance said he found out just 2 minutes ago that he was heading to the 49ers, 2 minutes before the selection was made. Of course, he found out that he was going to the San Francisco 49ers. Adam Schefter tweeted, the 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts their pick. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced. Again, that's according to Adam Schefter.
My guy Kyle is a genius. He's a genius.
Look at this guy.
I want to play poker with him. Hey, Kyle, when I see you, I'm going to say it right now. Kyle, I got a bottle of McQueen waiting for you. Waiting for you, Kyle. Kyle, you want to be a black bottle boy? Here, I got you. Kyle, you're a genius. You're a genius. I love me some young Shanny. That's right. Some young Shanny. Black bottle boy, McQueen, it's all there for you, Kyle, because scared money don't make no money, boy. Hey,
remember this?
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who.
Well, 49er fans are alive and well. As we keep you updated on other things going on in the NFL draft, the Atlanta Falcons have made their selection. Tight end out of Florida, no shocker here. Kyle Pitts headed to Atlanta. Kyle Pitts, Julio Jones, Matt Ryan, maybe a little resurgent. Julio Jones?
Julio Jones?
Is he still there?
Today?
Oh.
There've been rumblings.
There've been rumblings.
There's been rumblings.
There've been rumblings.
I wonder, Damien, I got to ask the question.
Boy.
See, I'm wondering.
Your demeanor is everything right now.
I'm juiced. I'm hyped. We here, baby. What would it take to get Julio?
Okay. Okay. All right. Will you settle down?
I'm just saying.
You flexing a little bit too hard. You just got your quarterback. Enjoy this moment here for a little bit before you start wheeling and dealing for Julio Jones and everybody else out there.
Hello.
I wish everybody listening on the Odyssey app or listening on 1320 AM could see this goofball talking into a bottle of McQueen in the Violet Fog gin.
I got McQueen talk. Can you answer me?
That might be the name of this segment for the rest of the way. I'm not sure when Kyle Madson is going to join us. Kyle made it clear, I have everything pre-written for Mac Jones. If it's somebody else, it's going to take me a little bit longer to get in. So I'm not sure if he pre-wrote something. I don't know that that's proper English or not. I'm not sure if he pre-wrote something for Trey Lance or not, but when Kyle has an opportunity, he's going to join us. Ian Williams, NBC Sports Bay Area, he's going to join us at 6:30. Joe Shasky, the Butcher Boy, the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game. He's going to join us coming up at 7 o'clock. If he's half as happy as you are, it's going to be a fun conversation for sure. If you want to react, if you want to get in on these phone lines, you most definitely can.
Holla at me.
916-349-1320. Trent, how you feeling, my man?
Man, I'm over here too, KC.
Let's go, Trent. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't know what to do with myself, man. I'm gonna my Madden game. I'm gonna go put Trey Lance on tonight.
Absolutely. Trent, let me ask you. What about Trey Lance excites you the most about him being a potential?
And that arm and that mobility, man. You know, I hear he's smart and he can read defenses and everything. But that size and that mobility and that powerful arm, that's what I like, man.
That arm is crazy. That arm is crazy, Trent.
Ain't it? Man, I'm Deuce. I'm sorry, y'all. I just there. That's all.
You good, baby. You good. This is the place to be right now. Let's go.
We
love you, boy.
We family, Trent. We appreciate you for reaching out. If you want to get in on these phone lines, you most definitely can. You most definitely should. 916-349-1320. We're not going anywhere. We're here with you for another 2 hours. We ain't going to commercial. We don't do that. We're going to go to commercial. It doesn't even matter. It's no time near here.
We riding.
We good. We set. As my partner said, man, we riding.
Let me ask you a question, Damian. And I'm going to ask a couple of these other guys the same question. I want to get your thought first. Do you think Trey Lance is who they traded up for?
Yep.
And what I mean by that, and okay, you say yeah.
Absolutely.
What I mean by that is we've heard there's been a change in the process. So maybe they traded up for Mac Jones or an idea of Mac Jones, and Trey may have swept them off their feet. I guess the better question would be, do you think they were swayed at all during this process and ended up going with Trey Lance that way?
Nope. I told you yesterday, I've said it a couple of times. I absolutely believe the guy that they were going to select today, which turned out to be Trey Lance, that this is who they had in mind when they made the pick. I don't think they'll admit that. I don't think they'll acknowledge it, nor do they have to. Nor do they, because it does nobody good. Like I remember Jerry Jones did that. Oh, I should have worked harder to go get, who was it? Paxton Lynch.
Well, I should have worked a little hard to get Paxton Lynch.
Yeah, Connor Cook or whatever it was. I should have worked harder to get one of those guys, but we got Dak Prescott. We're excited for him. How'd that work out?
Not good.
Don't acknowledge that you had your eyes on another quarterback, even if you got to lie. But I don't think he has to. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch made that deal on March 26th to draft Trey Lance. And that's what I'm going to believe.
I love that.
Unless I'm told otherwise by Kyle or John, I'm going to believe that was what they did.
I love that. And I'm going to repeat why I love this move so much. It's a swing for the fences. I can take this. I don't know what Trey Lance is going to end up being. He could be a big bust. I'm not disputing that. But this is the move you make if you're going to make those trades. You go for the gusto. And I love John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan going for the gusto. They didn't play it safe. Like I think there's a world where you play it safe with Mac Jones, and Mac Jones doesn't kill you. Like you don't become 5-11 perennially with Mac Jones. You could be 8-8, maybe 9-7, maybe 10. Well, they got 17 games. You know what I mean, though. You can be that level of team at best. But Mac Jones ain't going to take you to that next level. And Trey Lance, he could flame out or he could be special.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle Shanahan said, this is my opportunity here as a head coach. This is my opportunity. I'm either going to sink or swim. And I'm going for the gusto if I'm going out with this pick. I love that. I love that.
Okay.
My guy, young Shanny.
Wow.
My guy.
Dawn in the red and yellow again. Unbelievable. What a month it's been. What a month of Hollywood. Kenny Caraway it was. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Johnny. Johnny, appreciate the call. What's on your mind, baby?
Hey, man. How's it going, guys?
Great, man. Great to hear from you.
Man, I'm just excited we got Trey Lance because just now the fans can wear medieval armor in the stands. You know what I'm saying? We got Sir Lancelot, and behind the end zone, we can have a place called Camelot.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. I see what you did there.
Yeah,
I see what you did there.
Yeah. I like that. Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. And this is now. Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. We're keeping Jimmy there. The second Jimmy looks suspect, the second he looks suspect, all the people in Levi's is gonna be like, get Trey in there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's dangerous.
Yeah,
I get it. That's dangerous.
Yep.
But it's the complete opposite of Mac.
That's probably the kind of the next evolution of this conversation here as you're listening to D'Lo and KC draft day special. on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Of course, this 8-hour draft day special on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We hope that you'll go check us out there. Watch us while you're watching the draft. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app, put us in your earbuds, and ride along with us. We'll continue to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. We mentioned Ian Williams, who worked for NBC Sports Bay Area, former San Francisco 49er. He's going to be with us at the bottom of this hour. Joe Shasky, who had quite the reaction to the draft. Joe Shasky, of course, the Butcher Boy from the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. He's going to be with us at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, and we want to continue to hear from you. 916-349-1320. Again, this 8-hour draft day special brought to you by our friends over at McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good, and it's going to be drinking tonight.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be popping bottles, them Bel Air bottles.
Days, baby, it's lit, boy. Thursday, the start of the weekend. Let's go.
Now, let's move along here. Jimmy starts week 1?
I think he does. I think he does. I'm not going away from my original plan. And quite frankly, Damian, my plan since October. You draft a quarterback, you develop him, and you let Jimmy run the season. Now, to your point, is he on that Tua Fitzmagic situation? I mean, that's a possibility, but you're saying start week 1. I think you start week 1 with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Like it. But what you just said a minute ago, who's the most popular guy on every team?
The backup quarterback.
Now, when you got a backup quarterback that you traded for at number 3, he is even more popular. That's going to be tough waters for Jimmy to navigate.
I will
not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying those are going to be tough waters for Jimmy to navigate.
You're right. You're 100% correct. But I will say this.
Okay.
I think the fan base understands what's going on. So and they're not going to say it, but say week 10 goes down and Trey hasn't started yet. I think we're all in this for the long haul. We're cool. I think so. You guys can call in, get in the chatty house, tell me what it is. But if Trey Lance didn't play all year, we're good. We know what it is. Develop them. Get them right.
Mm-hmm.
Get them right. We're good. You know what I'm saying? If it was somebody else, even if maybe it was Justin Fields, because he has played. I think everybody familiar with the situation knows Trey didn't play last year. And he's coming from a smaller school, so you want to get him acclimated to the NFL life, to the big time. If it was Justin Fields, maybe it wouldn't even be that way. But I think everybody understands the deal with Trey Lance. And like I said, we're cool. We're cool. If he needs to sit a whole year, if he needs to sit 3/4 of the year, whatever, we're good. We don't have to clamor to see him week 1 or at all this year, to be honest.
Okay. Let's check in with our man, Joe. Joe wants to hear from you. 916-349-1320. What's going on, Joe?
What's happening? How y'all doing?
I'm great, Joe.
Right on. Trey our bet, remember?
I do. Let's go, Trey. Joe.
And who he picks, and he's going to ride with. So I'm down with Trey Lance. I got no problem with that.
Well, Joe, the bet was if he took Mac Jones. So I don't know if we have a bet anymore.
Okay, but I'm just saying, in Kyle, I trust. He's going to kid and it's going to be good.
I like it.
So too, Joe.
I like it. I like it. No, we appreciate you. Thanks, Joe. We appreciate you, man. Thank you. Anybody else want to get on these phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. At this point, we just hanging out and having fun, baby. We just friends kicking back, talking sports. That's what we do.
We just kicking back. Joe, hey, man, if you still listening, we don't need no bet. I'm gonna see you, and I'm gonna buy you a bottle.
Black bottles.
I'm gonna buy you a bottle. Just because I'm happy. I'm in a good mood. We on the same squad. We in the same place here. Ain't no bet. I got you. I'm buying you a bottle, Joe.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. I can't wait till we can actually see people.
Yeah.
See people and buy bottles and do all of that stuff, man. I like this, Jose. Trey area.
Hey, tell the people that Trey Lance
I'm with that, Jose. That's a good call right there.
Tell the people Young Shanny is back.
Gray area.
Oh, it's lit. It's lit right now, man. Get the schedule out. Stop playing, Roger
Okay,
Goodell. I'm about to boo you. Get the schedule out. Let's go. We got things to do.
Everybody booing Roger. Everybody booing Roger. We might have lost Jesse here for a few minutes as the Dolphins pick is in. They're going to be making their selection here in just the first of a couple of selections.
Jesse, you here with us? Yeah. Oh no, I just want to know what you want. What do you want the Dolphins to do?
They can't go wrong here. Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, or Penei Sewell. One of those three, and I'm happy.
It's going to be a wide receiver, though, you think?
Yeah, I would hope so. They got to get 2 weapons. 18 is more the pick I'm worried about. Like I said, right here, you can't really go wrong. There's a lot of good guys left.
I got you.
Need a weapon for Tua. Our man Jesse, the Dolphins fan. I saw Mr. Tapia tapping in here on the chat as well. There he is. Yep. Appreciate everybody for being here. A great way to communicate, not just the phone lines at 916-349-1320, but also here on the chat. If you want to watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Go on, connect with us. We'll keep you updated on everything else that's going on in the draft. Joe Burrow has a new weapon. Jamar Chase.
Ooh, that's big time.
A hell of a wide receiver who opted out of the season this year to get ready for this very moment right here. And it's paid off big for him, and he's landed with a great young quarterback, or at least certainly a very, very good young quarterback who I think has the chance to be great. And there's another team, too, that looks to turn its fortunes around. Now, obviously, they didn't select the quarterback this year. They selected one last year, and it looks to have paid off so far for them in the acquisition now here. Of course, they've got a lot of holes they need to fill, if you will.
Yeah. This is
a good addition. This is a really, really, really good addition for Cincinnati. Jamar Chase with the selection here at Cincinnati at number 5.
Can I take you guys behind the scenes with me real quick?
Yeah, let's go. So what we got?
We're doing a show, and I don't have the telecast on anymore, but I had it on my phone because obviously it can't be on my TV. So I had it on my phone, and I had it on the volume low or whatever. And when the Jets were picking, it was this big Zach Wilson montage. Before the pick was in, it was Zach Wilson. They're breaking him down. They're breaking who he reminds everybody of. And the pick comes in, they get Zach Wilson. All you guys that may be watching on ESPN, the one and only montage for the 49ers was Mac Jones. I said, oh my gosh. Oh my God. Because I fully believe they know the pick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Coming in for the telecast.
Yeah.
And I said, oh my goodness. No, sir. So I was prepared to hear the and when I heard the I said, let's go. Let's go. Ooh.
Jalen Waddle is headed to the Miami Dolphins. So I got to imagine our producer Jesse's pretty happy with that as he just brought him up. So back-to-back wide receivers go right there. We've had back-to-back quarterbacks. Actually, we had 3 quarterbacks in a row with Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. We saw Kyle Pitts go at 4 to Florida. Jamar Chase, LSU wide receiver, headed to Cincinnati. And now Jalen Waddle, wide receiver out of Alabama, headed to Miami. Some toys, if you will, for Tua Tagovailoa.
Jalen Waddle, a lot of people believe if he didn't damn near break his ankle at the beginning of the season, he was going to be a Heisman candidate.
Absolutely.
And somebody that could have won the Heisman Trophy. No shade to Devontae Smith or anything like that, but that's just how good Waddle was. So to get that type of weapon with Tua, that's big time. That's time.
Huge.
And given the choice, I probably would have gone Waddle over Smith. No shade to Smith, but he's like 110 pounds. You know what I'm saying? And I know he can still be great, but Waddle looks like he's NFL ready today.
Kyle Madson just hit me up. He's going to be with us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. He'll join us on the live stream. One important note about the addition of Jalen Waddle. Another important note about the Dolphins drafting it. The Dolphins are good. Like, they're already good.
Yeah, they are.
Brian Flores has something working for them. They've got a keep that same energy. You know, they've got to play. They surprised a lot of people last year. I don't think they're going to surprise anybody this year. And you've got to go with Tua Tagovailoa the entire time now. So you got to the entire time. You got to go with Tua Tagovailoa now for 16 games is the idea. You don't have Ryan Fitzpatrick there to bail him out. You don't. He's got to learn. He's got to take the lumps. That's right. It's his show. He's running it. He's in charge. And it certainly doesn't hurt to add these weapons around him like Jalen Waddle and whatever they do with this later pick. But remember, you've got a team that has multiple first-round picks that's already pretty damn good. I mean, they're certainly not bad. They're certainly not the Dolphins of previous years. Like, this is a good team adding good young talent.
Mm-hmm. I agree with everything you just said. I was thinking as things were going on. I know you probably saw some of the same tweets and kind of the rumors that New Orleans was looking to get up into the draft. Justin Fields still there. I mean, do we see some New Orleans movement here with Detroit, or I think Carolina's after Detroit, correct? So
yep, we got Detroit on the way. We got Carolina after that. We've got Denver, who's been a topic of discussion today. Jerry Jones is really sad because he didn't get to draft Kyle Pitts. He's at 10. You've got New York after that, Philadelphia. You've got the Los Angeles Chargers, the Vikings, and at 15 is the New England Patriots.
So the way,
gosh, I gotta imagine Chicago's on the phone right now, man.
They gotta be, because look, the crazy thing about this is, say no trades happen, Fields is falling into the laps of the Patriots. Carolina Denver might take him too. Denver,
I think the next really intriguing pick is Denver. Well, Carolina is interesting because of the situations we talked about earlier with them. They haven't yet exercised the fifth-year option for their new acquisition in Sam Darnold, and this was long believed to be a cheap look. A cheap look at him. Well, okay, like y'all really went and acquired him for a year, and you're paying $7 million to Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah,
like they're kind of. I don't think they're going quarterback because they'd be spinning themselves into a terrible situation if they wind up doing that.
I agree.
But do they love somebody there?
If they love Justin Fields, I think you do it and you figure it out later.
I meant a non-quarterback player. Do they love someone there? Because if you don't, you get out, you acquire some more draft picks, I say you get out, you take some calls, maybe you make some calls, maybe you call Chicago. Hey, Justin Fields is here. What you think?
Wow.
What you think? Like, let's make a move. The next 10 picks or so are going to be pretty interesting. This whole damn draft is interesting. And thank God Mac Jones didn't go number 3.
Hey, thank God for us 49er fans, from my partner Damian, who just has to cover the 49ers. And thank God for Mac Jones, because Mac Jones would have had no shot here in San Francisco or Northern California, or whatever you want to call it. Thank God for him.
Thank God for the content, because that's what I'm all about. I'm rooting for the 49ers. I'm thrilled that Trey Lance is here. I'm absolutely going to root for the 49ers. I'm going to root for Trey Lance. I'm going to root for Jimmy Garoppolo as well. I'm going to root for the team. Well, you know me, man. I'm selfish. I root for the story.
Yeah.
San Francisco 49ers winning ball games. That's good for D'Lo and KC. That's good for Damien and Kitty. That's good for McQueen and the Violet Fog and the Sovereign Brands. Let's ride with that. And this Trey Lance story is absolutely tremendous, and we've got it covered from all ends. Kyle Madson, Niners Wire, set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Ian Williams, NBC Sports Bay Area. He's going to be with us at the bottom of this hour. And as we mentioned, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, he's going to be with us at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. We are going to be with you all the way until 8 o'clock. 2 more hours, 6 hours down, 2 more to go. And I can tell you in 100% honesty, man, we are having an absolute blast with this. You talked about the offensive tackle out of Oregon, Penei Sewell. He went to the Detroit Lions there at number 7. So they're looking to protect their new quarterback there, and Jared Goff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the move to make.
You're seeing something that's making you smile. Like, what is making you smile? Like, you're looking at something and you're grinning from ear to ear. What are you looking at?
John just posted the
he did. Video, I figured that's what you were looking at.
Yeah, I look crazy, but
that's
it's okay.
That's all right. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, it's all good. I love it. Yeah, you got to protect Jared Goff, though. You got to protect him. I mean, we talk about guys that can't move and everything like that. If you're Detroit and you want any type of payoff on the trade that you just made, the investment that you just made with Jared Goff, get a guy that a lot of people believe is going to be a career-long Pro Bowler, all-pro type guy. So, yeah, good pick.
The quarterback and everything close to it. Those are the important positions in football. Like you've even heard arguments that the further you get away from the quarterback position, the less important it is. Now, I don't necessarily subscribe to that theory, but it does fit when you talk about offensive linemen and protecting the quarterback, and then you talk about the other side of that line and trying to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
So everything in football leads back to that one position. Getting to the quarterback or protecting the quarterback, getting the ball from the quarterback. It all leads back to that one player, which is why we see teams like Jacksonville reaching for a quarterback. It's why we see teams like New York constantly trying to find the right quarterback. It's why we see a team like San Francisco, pretty good roster already, moving up in the draft to draft a guy that they love.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this situation in Detroit, and I'm trying to figure out what exactly is their next move here. Like, are they going by? It seems like they're going by what you talked about, as far as building from the football out, right? You know what I mean, as opposed to that. But for the rest of this draft, I'm interested to see what they can do because look, we talked about it a little bit. I don't know what's going to happen now. You know, with the number 3 pick not being there, we'll see what goes on with Denver. But there may be an opening in the NFC North. There may be an opening. And does Detroit go about things, not necessarily looking to rebuild, but hey, there's an opening here. Let's go after this. I want to see what they do.
Let's bring in Damien's favorite person, allegedly, at least according to him, and no one but him. Our good friend Kyle Madson. Kyle, I kind of let the cat out of the bag and told the story how you had some things pre-written for Mac Jones, so we weren't really sure when Kyle was going to join us. Mac Jones wasn't selected. It was Trey Lance. What do you think?
I think it's the right pick. I think Trey Lance just kind of from the jump. He's the right pick. That's it. They did the right thing. Good for them.
I mentioned this. I think Kyle, you might have been on here. Or I'm not sure, but we'll talk about it again anyway. I feel like when it first went down, me and Damien were on the show hours after it happened, an hour or two after the trade to get up to number 3 happened. And the thing that made the most sense was Trey Lance, especially because they said this wasn't a move to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. It was like, okay, you get a guy like Trey Lance, super skilled. You let him sit and learn for a year. And you have Jimmy to still be there for a possible Super Bowl roster. And along the way, we went halfway around the world and back. Mac Jones, Justin Fields, Kyle Pitts, now Aaron Rodgers, all this stuff to get right back where we started. Do you feel like that's where it was the entire time? And maybe just the process of build up to the draft led us to going all over the place? Or was it really kind of indecisive as soon as they made the pick or made the trade, excuse me?
I think they genuinely needed to convince Kyle Shanahan that Trey Lance was the right guy. I really think that happened. When it happened, I don't know. But I think he was, when they made the trade, thinking Mac Jones was the guy. And then the entire personnel staff, or most of the personnel staff, John Lynch, Adam Peters, the assistant GM, all kind of went, dude, this is the guy. What are we doing? And I imagine, I don't know when exactly the transition happened by Shanahan, but that's how I think it went, because you guys are right. They were the perfect landing spot for a player like Lance, who is infinitely talented, but has the 17 games of FCS experience. So going to a team with an established starter, and the 49ers were trying to win a Super Bowl this year. You could tell that in the way they operated in free agency, signing K'Wan Williams to a 1-year deal, bringing back Jaquiski Tartt on a 1-year deal. These aren't things you do if you're punting on the 2021 season. Like, they wanted to win, and I don't think they were going to do that with Mike Jones, and I don't think they were going to do that with even Trey Lance as the starter from week 1.
Two interesting notes here. Robert Griffin III says Trey Lance is the type of player Kyle Shanahan needs. Not a sentence I expected to say today. Kyle Kyle Shanahan also telling members of the media right now that they were very high on Trey Lance from the beginning, and they liked Mac Jones too. Those are some of the quotes out there right now.
What would be wild is if they were like, we didn't actually like Mac Jones that much from the jump, but I guess like he's just a guy. I wish it was Mac Jones, but I guess it's Trey Lance.
Well, believe it or not, this is what I wanted to see. Whether you believe it or not, this is absolutely what I wanted to see. Kyle Shanahan said Trey Lance was the guy all along from the time they made the trade on March 26th.
You know what?
Again, you can choose to believe that if you want to.
I don't believe him. He needs more people.
Nice job, Kyle. You know your audience, buddy. Well done.
You know what though, guys? I believe him. That makes sense. And I know he may have liked Mac Jones and there's things he liked about him, but that makes sense. To make that trade. Even like Kyle, to your point, if he had to be convinced, he really like Mac Jones, he had to be convinced on him. I think to make that trade, and for all intents and purposes, we believe that Kyle made the trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes sense. You made the trade wanting Trey Lance. And maybe he really liked Mac Jones. And he was like, I don't know, guys, maybe we should go Mac Jones here. And maybe they brought him back and was like, no. Go with what you first planned on doing. It's Trey Lance. That's the guy. But I for some reason, I believe him.
This is what they wanted, though. They didn't want people knowing what was going on, especially with Mike LaFleur now in New York, who going to run the same offense as Kyle Shanahan. They're not trying to tip their hand to anybody ahead of them in the draft. And so this mass confusion, whether they wanted Mac Jones at any point or not, I think they wanted to generate this confusion, or like Kyle Shanahan said, they weren't going to work hard to correct any confusion. The thing that puzzles me, though, is did you guys get the same vibe from the press conference that a lot of other people got, that it felt very defensive, like they were setting themselves up to have to defend this selection?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. We determined anytime
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee.
Anytime Armageddon is brought into the conversation, you get a little uncomfortable with the direction of the press conference.
Yeah, and Shanahan was there without his hat on. He was just holding his medium-sized coffee. He didn't even go for the large like normal. He just looked annoyed, and it just looked like a guy who knew he was gonna have to field questions about Mac Jones, and either a great acting job or he was just having a bad day. I don't know, but they did a great job generating confusion for sure.
Well, that's what I was just about to ask you, Kyle. Are we not sure that Kyle Shanahan may be one of the greatest actors in the history of Western civilization?
I'm not going to not say that.
Nice. J.C. Horn, cornerback, South Carolina. He is headed to Carolina. So Detroit, Carolina, no quarterbacks. Justin Fields still out there.
Who
Mac
did Detroit
Jones
take?
still out there. Denver on the clock. Offensive tackle out of Oregon.
I don't have the draft on, so I'm going through you guys for this.
What's really wild is if you had joined us maybe 2 hours ago, we wouldn't be talking about Trey Lance. We wouldn't be talking about Mac Jones. We wouldn't be talking about Justin Fields. We would be talking about Aaron Rodgers. The day started with a report that the San Francisco 49ers had a deal on the table with the Green Bay Packers last night that the Packers just rejected. Trey Wingo joined us and said Aaron Rodgers last night thought he was going to be a San Francisco 49er today. I have to imagine the fact that the 49ers selected here at number 3, that all of that is gone. But what do you make of all of the Aaron Rodgers stuff that started this wild draft day?
If you think Aaron Rodgers, if you think you have a chance to get a player who's going to help you win a Super Bowl, you're going to try and do that. I don't know exactly what I buy on in terms of what the 49ers had put on the table. I don't know if they called and said, hey, you can have the number 3 pick, and that was it. Or if it's true, I think Trey Wingo said they included like the Golden Gate Bridge and Levi Stadium. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if they included those things.
I think it was the recipe to Coke Zero too.
Yeah, the secret recipe to Coke Zero. That's exactly what it was. So
that's the equivalent of cash considerations in the NFL. But go ahead.
I don't know if it went that far, but it makes sense if, for example, if Aaron Rodgers calls the Niners and says, "Hey, I want out, come get me," The Niners are going to make that call. It's Aaron freaking Rodgers. It's not Matthew Stafford, So that makes sense that they would try and go do that, because even if Rodgers has 4 years left, that's 4 years of being the favorite in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to take that and then figure out your quarterback situation later on. We saw what Aaron Rodgers did in a bootleg version of Kyle Shanahan's offense last year. He went 4,200 yards and 48 touchdowns. Like that's something San Francisco will take and like I said, figure out the future later. But I can't imagine they're sitting there hanging their heads that they didn't get an Aaron Rodgers deal done if they got the guy in Trey Lance that they actually wanted the whole time.
Kyle, I'm elated. Feel like you're elated. We're all elated around here for this Trey Lance pick. But as my partner likes to point out, there's still a bunch of other picks going on in this draft.
8 more.
Yeah. What's the very next direction you think this 49ers team is going to go? I think it's defensive back. Where do you see them going next in the draft?
I'd be pretty surprised if they went anywhere other than defensive back. I hesitate to say cornerback because there's a couple guys like Elijah Molden from Washington that I really like, who I wouldn't classify as a corner necessarily. But yeah, I think that's the route they go, unless there's an offensive line prospect that falls that they really like. Same thing with defensive end. They have a couple holes for sure that they're going to need to fill. What I think is going to be interesting to watch though is they have 8 more picks. They have 5 in the 3rd round. I think they might try and trade up and walk away with a smaller, higher quality draft class after seeing what they did in free agency this year. Because going into the draft, going into the offseason rather, it was just like they got to use all these picks. Like they just need help. They need bodies on the roster. But they had a pretty good free agency. So I think they go corner with that 2nd pick and then maybe trade up a couple times to target the other positions they need.
I like that.
What now with Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, there's obviously 2 schools of thought here. There's the Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes school of thought that you play out the entire season. If 49er fans are lucky, if Jimmy Garoppolo is lucky, he has a career year. It winds up exactly the same as Alex Smith. In terms of him getting paid, he winds up on another team. Everybody's happy. Okay. You also have the Ryan Fitzpatrick Tua Tagovailoa situation where Ryan Fitzpatrick is starting, playing pretty well, and the 49ers say, hey, good job. Thank you. Trey Lance is going to start now. Well done. And see where they go from there. How do you think this next chapter of the Jimmy Garoppolo 49er story develops?
I think the 49ers are hoping it goes the way of the Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes route, because that would mean they have Patrick Mahomes on their team.
No, sure.
But I think they're hoping it goes that way because Jimmy Garoppolo has taken them to a Super Bowl. He's capable of winning a Super Bowl. And so if he starts all 16, they're probably in a pretty good spot where they're in the playoffs and trying to make a run. It wouldn't surprise me if we see the Ryan Fitzpatrick situation go down, though, because I think Trey Lance is really, really good at football. And I think he is. Adam Schefter talked about it. Kyle Shanahan's talked about it. He's brilliant. He is such a bright dude. And he's very experienced with changing plays at the line, changing protections at the line. He turns his back to the defense a lot in college, even though it's just 17 games. He has a ton of experience doing stuff that you typically have to adjust to in the NFL. And it wouldn't surprise me if his talent is just so overwhelming and he's so smart that by week 9, the 49ers are just like, yeah, this guy's better. Like this is the better player between him and Jimmy Garoppolo. And then there's a health thing with Jimmy Garoppolo too. He started one season where he's played 16 games. So I'm going to pull out another starter backup comparison. I wonder if we see the Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick situation where Garoppolo is maybe playing well. Niners are 9-2, 8-3, something like that. He gets hurt. Lance comes in, lights it up, and that's the end of the Jimmy Garoppolo era.
That was also a situation where Alex Smith went out and had a concussion. And was like, Harbaugh was like, no, you don't look very well. I think you should sit. And I was like, no, I'm fine. No, you don't look well. Colin, get in there. And that's how that went down. Piggybacking off that though, do you think I want to ask you a different way. Okay. Give me a percentage. Jimmy Garoppolo's the starter week 1.
98.73.
That's well thought out.
Thank you.
I'm
very
well thought out.
Flying through my head right now.
I'm with you, but a lot of people
don't think school education.
A lot of people don't think he makes it through the weekend as a 49er.
I think that was maybe the case when people thought they were going to take Mac Jones, because there was this perception that Mac Jones is the most pro-ready quarterback and they were going to put Mac Jones in and he was going to be as good. Phil Simms was on our station in San Francisco, 95.7 The Game this morning, and said that Mac Jones is already better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And so I think that was just kind of the prevailing thought, where get rid of Garoppolo, start Mac Jones, and everything's hunky-dory. I don't think that that's going to be the hunky-dory.
Wow.
1964? What in the world?
That was an awfully pale reference you just made.
It
there,
was.
Kyle.
Oh my gosh. I did
Awfully pale there, buddy.
I gained a bunch of street cred with the "we don't believe you, we need more people" thing, and then I just
wiped it all
wasted
out.
all.
And yeah,
Unbelievable stuff.
As a matter of fact, I think that's good enough to end your time with us, Kyle. Like, thank you.
You know what? I get it. That's fair.
He is the Prince of Niners Wire. He's also the co-host of Candlestick Chronicles. Yeah, okay. He is also allegedly, according to absolutely no one other than him, he is Damien's favorite person. Patrick Surtain is off the board.
Ooh.
Cornerback out of Alabama. He's headed to Denver. That's a big blow to the Dallas Cowboys, who are on the clock right now. Ian Williams of NBC Sports Bay Area. He joins us next as D'Lo and Casey continue here. The Draft Day special brought to you by McQueen, and the Violet Fog rolls along on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right. Great stuff, my friend.
Appreciate you, Kyle.
Yeah, we might. I haven't really worked out what we're going to do tomorrow. We might run that back tomorrow. So if you see your name in some tweets, don't worry about like missing a hit. You might just run this back.
It's like, what? Yeah, no, like I said, anytime you guys need it, I'm always down to jump on this show.
Did you have something ready when it felt like Trey Lance was gaining some steam? Were you prepared?
Yeah. So this morning, because I had pre-written all the Mac Jones stuff.
Yeah.
Last night. And then this morning, Todd McShay mocked Trey Lance to the Niners.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been on the Mac Jones train for a while.
Yeah.
So that kind of set off a little alarm bell in my head. But what made me pre-write the Trey Lance getting drafted post was the reports very shortly after that mock came out, the reports that the chances were remote that the Niners were going to trade Garoppolo. And it's like, man, if they're keeping him and McShay is on this tip now, that just kind of set off enough alarms in my head to pre-write that. So
you know what swayed me the most, Kyle, and those are all great moments, great points, is Jed York.
Yeah.
Like I kept saying, Jed York is no dummy, and he would not be. He knows what. Well, look, I'll put it to you like this: he's smart enough to know what the pulse of the fan base is, and if he knew what the deal was, all the little funny joke, he knew what it was, and he knew that it wasn't going to be Mac Jones. That's why he can get out there and laugh and dance and tweet and all this other stuff. Because if it was going to be Mac Jones, there ain't going to be nothing funny about that.
Exactly. Yeah, I thought at that point, it wasn't Mac Jones anymore. I wasn't sure who or what it was going to be, but you guys sent him a bunch of that McQueen and the Violet Fog, and he clearly went through it quick.
Yeah, he went ham.
He's enjoying himself.
Went ham on it, man. Well, I'm sure you got more to do, man. We appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on again. I know it was kind of weird.
Yeah,
we
anytime, guys. Yep.
All right.
See you.
Thanks, Kyle.
Later.
Switch back up.
Kyle. That's my guy. The Eagles are trading up with the Cowboys.
Oh my, what?
The Eagles are trading up with the Cowboys. It's only 2 picks because they're at 12. Okay.
Shout out to Ramsey for the baseball updates. Thank you.
Ramsey, you got to stop this. Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. It's a good call. Okay.
That was a stressful month.
Sorry, I'm trying to follow. Okay. The pick has been made, but the show rolls along. Trey Lance, the newest member of your San Francisco 49ers. In our first trade, the Dallas Cowboys traded number 10 to Philly for its 1 and its 3rd pick. Philly moving up 2 spots.
I'm interested. They did that move within the division, rivals, all that other stuff.
What's that all about? Let's bring in Ian Williams of NBC Sports Bay Area. Ian, we appreciate you making time for us, my man. What do you think about the selection of Trey Lance there by the San Francisco 49ers?
Fellas, what's up? I'm glad to talk about some 49ers football.
Yes, indeed.
Trey Lance and that pick by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch is solid. I feel like they picked the best pick with the most upside and the most untapped potential. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do with him in the quarterback room. I want to see how Jimmy G responds to that adversity.
So let me ask you about Jimmy G since you brought him up. 2 questions. You think he's a week 1 starter, and do you think he starts the entire year?
We'll see when everybody gets back out here for off-season training, and we'll see what Trey Lance and the opportunities that they're going to be giving him this off-season. See, what he exceeds at, what he's not good at. But Jimmy G being the starter for week 1 is kind of in question because they did just, take a quarterback at number 3. So that solidifies you as the starter? No, it does not. I think Trey Lance comes in. And I feel like Kyle Shanahan gives both guys an equal opportunity in practice to show their best stuff. And I think the best man wins. And I think at the end of the day, it might be Jimmy G to start the season off. But don't shy away from Trey Lance where, middle of the season, if Jimmy G is not on point, bad decision-making, I would be surprised if Kyle Shanahan pulls him and puts in another quarterback like Trey Lance, just like he did multiple times in past few seasons where he puts in Mullins or he puts in C.J. Beathard. So I see Trey Lance at least playing a little bit this season. May not start the season off, but definitely going to play.
Ian, your job was always to chase down quarterbacks and hit them as hard as you can or take their passes out of the air, one or the other. What do you see as someone who studied that quarterback position so much when you see Trey Lance, when you see his film? What's so unique about him?
Well, when I was watching him on film, I was looking at a kid that obviously gets outside of the pocket and uses the weapons around him very well and takes advantage of the defenses in the SGS. But I'm seeing a guy who has confidence in his arm and then being able to get outside of the pocket and then being able to lift the football 40, 50, 60 yards down the field. So when I see a quarterback who has the confidence to be able to stand upright in the pocket and then also be special when he gets outside of the pocket, and we all know where the game is transcending, and that's quarterbacks being able to be elusive outside of the pocket and being able to ad-lib when the play breaks down. And I think he's the guy, even more than Jimmy G is, who's going to be able to ad-lib. And when everything breaks down, now you force Chandler Jones for the Arizona Cardinals in space against Trey Lance. You force Carlos Dunlap from the Seattle Seahawks in space against Trey Lance. So the containment issues you're going to have for these NFC West defenses against a guy like Trey Lance. So I'm looking at a lot of special things of what he's going to be able to bring to the table for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers.
Ian, take me into the locker room here with a decision like Kyle Shanahan has made. Jimmy Garoppolo, for whatever everybody else seems to think about him, he seems to be well respected in that locker room. The players love him. They love playing with him. And for him, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch just drafted his replacement. And he may not be there week 1, week 10, whatever. Is it a situation where, as another guy in that locker room, you're looking at what Kyle and John were doing, going up to get Trey Lance and saying, I may really like Jimmy, I may believe in Jimmy, but you know what? I respect that Kyle and John are swinging for the fences to get us the Super Bowl. How does that dynamic play out in the locker room right now?
You already said the word, respect. And I feel like those guys in the locker room already have respect for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch because those were the 2 guys that helped this team get over the hump and get to the Super Bowl a few years ago. So those guys know what they're doing. I feel like George Kittle and the rest of the guys on the team who are the leaders, they believe and they respect what the decisions are going to be made in the front office, knowing that, hey, we need some extra heat in that quarterback room, all right? We see Jimmy Garoppolo. We know what he can do. But maybe we need to add a little bit more fire under his butt to bring out some more competition. And maybe we need another kid that saw some great things on film in college that we can bring and implement in our system, and maybe he takes over the reign. But I'm looking at what I saw back when Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick were in the same locker room. I saw that whole dynamic where that whole system changed towards Colin Kaepernick. And I can tell you one thing about this. We had a very veteran team, and nobody cared who was the quarterback. They were trying to go out there on Sundays and win football games. You telling me Patrick Willis and Dante Whitner are worried about who's going to be the starting quarterback for San Francisco 49ers on Sunday when they got to go out there and deal with Indianapolis or deal with Seattle Seahawks and Russell Wilson? No. Yeah. They trusted John Harbaugh and Jim. No, they trusted Jim Harbaugh to understand he's going to put the best man out there on the field to help the team win. And we're not worried about favorites. It's not Pop Warner. It's not high school where you have to be on the team. It's all a business, and it's a job. And I think the guys in the locker room, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Fred Warner, Eric Armstead, they all understand this, and they just want to win football games. They're trying to get back to the Super Bowl. Yeah. They're not worried about winning a few games in the NFC West. They're trying to get back to the Super Bowl. So who's the player at the quarterback now who's going to help us get over the hump? And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch made their assumption that Trey Lance is the guy who's going to be able to get them over the hump.
Oh, boy. We've got some draft stuff happening right now. Devontae Smith, wide receiver, Alabama, he's headed to Philadelphia. The New York Giants have traded their pick to the Chicago Bears.
Oh, my goodness.
The Giants, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The Bears are on the clock. Justin Fields is out there. Let's go. Justin Fields. Ian, Justin Fields is a guy who I can't figure out why he's still here. I didn't understand why he wasn't referenced more in the class with. I mean, I get the kind of risk you take with Trey Lance, but Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, like Justin Fields is, I mean, he's a winner, and I feel like he's as talented as he come. Like, what are we missing here with Justin Fields?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I don't know what teams are missing because I feel like he's a highlight player, and I felt like he showed everything that he needed to show on the college level in the big-time games. I mean, thinking about going to Ohio State, you're playing in the Big Ten, you're playing big-time games on a weekly basis. So if you can handle that against big-time competition, why can't you do that in the pro game? So I don't understand the knock that he's getting. Maybe it's him and his decision-making. He likes to pull the football down and use his legs a little bit more, and maybe that gets him into trouble, and teams are kind of trying to shy away from that. But I feel like overall, if he goes to the right situation in the right system, he'll be successful. So it's going to be up to a team that feels comfortable with his strengths and his weaknesses to be able to make the call and make the draft.
Ian, I want to ask you about the rest of this draft and the rest of this roster for the 49ers. It's a team that, if you ask me if they're healthy, they're ones, all their ones, they're ready to go. They're ready to make a run. But what they really need is a little more depth. Where would you go for the second and third picks in this draft to kind of help this roster solidify itself as a true possible championship contender?
I feel like looking at the roster, understanding the defensive back situation that you have, Barrett, you have Emmanuel Moses, you don't know what's going to go on with Sherman. You need to have some other kind of talent coming into that room. So I look for the 49ers to spend some of that draft capital in the second and third days, shoring up that defensive backfield because you have Jimmy Ward, you got Jaquaski coming back, but those guys aren't 23, 24 years old anymore. They're upwards in their 20s and getting into their 30s, so you need to replenish some of that talent. I feel like you're solid at linebacker. You can always, draft somebody and bring somebody in the mid-round that competes, but you definitely have to bring somebody in on that defensive backfield. And then in the running back situation, you got Raheem Mostert, you got Jeff Wilson. Those are your two top backs. The past few seasons, we've seen Kevin Coleman, we've seen Jeff McKinney, we've seen 4 running backs back there, and it all made sense because running backs get banged up, and I feel like Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they need to add another running back in that situation to add another pair of fresh legs in that room. So you got running back, you got defensive back, offensive line, you shore that up with Alex Matt and Trey Williams, so you really don't have a lot of holes that other teams picking it at the top 3 position would normally have, picking in the top 5. So I'm looking at the 49ers where all you need to do is just exactly what you said. Add a little depth at certain positions and don't overthink this. Pick the guys who are going to fit your system and pick the guys who understand and know how to play football. Don't reach. Pick the best player available for the position that you need. That's what I'm thinking for the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan.
Ian, overall, you happy with the offseason they've had?
I'm very happy with it. I mean, Trent Williams was the biggest question mark on what he was going to do because you need to have a left tackle to be able to protect whoever's going to be the signal caller back there. And he's the main guy. You got Alex Mack, you got Debo coming back, you got Brandon Ayuk coming back, George Kittle's going to be healthy, and then you're going to have the defense coming back. You got Bosa's coming back healthy. So I feel like at the time being, the rest of this draft, just pick some solid guys and understand you got some guys coming back healthy that are going to be hungry because of what happened last year, knowing that they had that bad taste in their mouth, leaving the Miami field, losing the Super Bowl, and last year was supposed to be the revenge tour, and they got all derailed. But you know what? These guys will come back healthy, and they got a new quarterback who's going to add a little fire to the competition and in their locker room. So I'm ready to see what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch got up their sleeves this offseason to add a little juice to the fire. You know, I'm waiting for it.
You and me both, Ian. Ian, you come out of retirement. I never played, but I'll just be behind you. You create the holes, and I'll be the gunner. Whatever the case may be. Let's go. I'm ready to go, baby. I'm ready to go.
Let's go. Let's go. Strap it up. Put a helmet on.
Ian, we appreciate you, man. This was a blast. Let's do it again. Thank you for joining us.
Always.
Take care, Ian.
Yes, that's our man, Ian Williams, former San Francisco 49er, currently of NBC Sports Bay Area. All eyes on the clock now with the Chicago Bears.
No, I'm just saying we got Chicago in the house regularly.
Oh, yeah.
Chicago represents tough
Manny,
for
Sean, they here. Yes,
y'all about to get something right now.
Yes,
it's about to be popping, man. So
yes,
big ups to the Bears, big up to Chicago, baby.
The Bears pick is in. Hey, could we do this pick? Could we bring this pick live? Jesse, is that possible? Okay, let's go.
Health disparities and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen in communities of color, indigenous communities.
What's he talking? No, Roger. No, you do. Raj, you lost that card, fam. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. When we hear the selection or the Chicago Bear or whatever, when you announce the trade, then we'll go back to Roger Goodell right there. I don't want to hear anything else he has to say about social issues. You've lost that card, fam. I'm rooting for Justin Fields in a major way, bro.
Yes. Like I said, I'm rooting for him. We got guys that are friends of the program. I know guys personally, big Bears fans. They've been distraught for years about their quarterback situation, and it seems like they might have got one.
Yeah. Okay. Roger Goodell, Chicago Bears.
Well, how exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, my Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
Yes, I like that.
Yes,
I like that.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
Manny,
Yes,
John,
sir.
congratulations, man. Y'all got a gem right there. Y'all got a good quarterback right there. You got a great quarterback.
That's a hell of a night for Bears fans. You started at 20 and you're thinking, I don't know what we're doing with this pick. I don't know where we're going.
Man.
And you get a guy, we will say it again, Damien. We've been saying it for weeks now. A guy that is number 2 in his class of quarterback and has been that way up until like the last month, for the past decade almost, up until the last month. All of a sudden, he's not number 2 anymore. You've got a guy that is that talented. A great pick for the Bears, a great night for the Chicago Bears. It's lit in Chicago right now.
I'm absolutely thrilled with this. I'm not a fan of Matt Nagy at all. I hope he's a better coach than I think that he is. I hope he doesn't screw up Justin Fields. I had the same exact concern a few years ago when Dwayne Haskins started slipping in the draft and wound up in Chicago. I think Jay Gruden is a horrible freaking coach. I think the only reason he had a job is because of his last name. I think he contributed to destroying Dwayne Haskins. He made his bed too.
Right.
Dwayne Haskins wasn't, completely, Dwayne Haskins was at fault for some things that's happened in his career. But I knew as soon as he landed with Washington that there was going to be a problem there. So, John, man, congrats to you. Congrats to Coach Molly, another Chicago native there.
Chicago in the house.
Chicago represents D-Lo and KC Strong here. So, Manny, Molly, John, y'all got to be feeling good right now.
The big boss. That's a Bears fan.
Yeah.
Biggest boss.
Yes, you already know Ricky Rose. Hey, remember Mac Jones?
Kind of.
Remember Mac Jones was supposed to go number 3? Mac Jones.
There's nobody on God's green earth that would have took that man at number 3.
And the Patriots are coming up. We've got the Dallas Cowboys. We know Dallas Cowboys. We know that they're not taking a quarterback. We know that the Los Angeles Chargers, who are currently at 13, they're not taking a quarterback. Minnesota at 14, maybe there's a question to be had there. They're at 14. They are legitimately the only team, should New England decide to take a quarterback. You've got Cam Newton on your roster next year. You could have a Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance situation in New England if you wanted to. Mac Jones could be available at 15. Now they're showing Mac Jones. He thought maybe he might go at 3, but think about what we're talking about here though, KC. Still 5 quarterbacks in the first 15 picks of the draft. We can make these jokes about Mac Jones. 15, that's middle of the draft. You're winding up in New England. You're coming out a winner in this situation if he winds up going there. But we're talking 5 quarterbacks in the first 15 picks of this draft.
Man, and this is I think this was always, let me know if I'm wrong, this was always projected to be that type of draft with these quarterbacks. I know Fields and Lawrence were always there.
Yeah.
Zach Wilson kind of snuck up on people. Mac Jones probably snuck up on people. Trey Lance has been there, I think, since last year, since, the season he actually played. So 2 new guys to the party in Mac Jones and Zach Wilson, but 5 in the first round, man.
Yeah.
That's big time.
I mean,
big time.
In that draft with Baker, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, we had 5 in the first round then. And remember, Lamar Jackson was 32.
Yep.
Lamar Jackson was the last pick of that first round. And there, I think, have been a couple of other occasions. I'm the African kid with the calculator. Andy Dalton's there, right?
QB1.
Oh, goodness. QB1.
But look, Justin don't have to come in and play right away.
I strongly disagree. Justin
saying.
Fields, I don't know. I guess people said Mac Jones was the most pro-ready quarterback. That's fine. Justin Fields could step on an NFL field tomorrow. He doesn't have to sit behind it. You don't have to. He does not do. No, he does not have to sit behind Andy Dalton. Absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm gonna fight you on that one.
You know what I thought about coming back to the 49ers.
Holy crap, is Nick Foles still there? How many quarterbacks y'all got?
Is he still there?
He is. It's Andy Dalton, Nick Foles, and Justin Fields. Justin Fields is the starting quarterback.
Now, you want to talk about pressure to have somebody being there from day one. The Bears don't want to see no Andy Dalton. They're not interested in that. They're not interested in no Nick Foles. They want Fields from day one. And if somebody else starts, D-Lo did say, don't listen to Chris Sims. Although we said earlier on our show called Take You Guys Behind the Curtain that it could all have been a work the entire time. Sims could have been in it on it the entire time.
This whole damn day was a work. This whole damn day was booked by Vince McMahon, with the first reports coming out that New England is working on a deal. They want to restructure Jimmy Garoppolo's contract. That died before it even gained steam because the Aaron Rodgers story was born. That Aaron Rodgers story caught fire, carried us all the way till 5 o'clock as the draft got underway. It kind of became okay, I don't think this is happening. And then Roger Goodell goes to the podium. He calls Trey Lance's name. And now here we are, the Chicago Bears taking Justin Fields at number 11. And as we mentioned, that's 4 quarterbacks taken. Now we've got the Cowboys, the Chargers, the Vikings, and the Patriots on the clock, with the Patriots being the next likely selection after that. If the Patriots don't do it,
it's a long time after
boy
that. It's a long time.
Was my partner right?
But if the Patriots don't do it, the Vikings and the Patriots don't do it, it's a long time after that.
Maybe Pittsburgh.
Maybe
who is Washington's quarterback?
They got the guy who played in the playoff game.
Oh, right. What's his name in them? Yep, that's how good that's how important it was.
But
Was it Tyler something? Taylor?
He had a buzz. Like, he had a buzz, though. I don't remember his name because it was literally the first time I'd ever seen him in my life. But he had a buzz. Like, they were like, oh, okay, I like what he did. Like, they can go in the next season with him. I'll tell you this. I look at whoever that guy was, and I don't say, oh, we need to get Mac Jones instead of having him.
Right. Yeah. Ryan Fitzpatrick is also on the Washington football team. Excuse me. Fitzmagic is on the football team.
Two things. Number one, you said it felt like this was written by Vince McMahon. Some people would say this was too good today to be written.
Big facts. Big facts. Big facts. He would have screwed up the ending for sure. Appreciate Brandon Nunez, the Heartbreak Kid.
Oh yeah.
Listening to ESPN 1320, man. We thank him so much for that. We appreciate everybody who's listening. We ain't going nowhere, by the way. We here for another hour.
Another hour, baby.
Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky, he's got a reaction out there.
You want to talk about celebration? Me and Butcher Boy on the same wavelength.
You know what?
They get Trey Lance. It's a celebration, baby.
I may just fall out. I may just lay out and let y'all have fun. Let y'all do your thing. Our man John tweeted. Whoo! John tweeted his celebration, and he knows how to do it. He did it with them bottles behind us. That's our mans in them. That's our mans in them. Boy, there's a lot of happy fans today.
Yes.
That's what the draft is. The draft is hope.
Mad fans.
I don't think so. The Dallas Cowboys, by the way, selected Micah Parsons, the inside linebacker, out of Penn State. That was the guy they wanted to get at 10. So
they got some extra picks.
Yeah, why not? Man, why
I'm
not?
surprised they didn't go with Caleb Farley.
I can't. Man, you talk about
surgery, so I don't know about that, but
you talk about guys who a guy who just fell. He's one of them. He's one of them who has. Caleb has. I can't look at anyone who's been selected and imagine a fan base being mad. I mean, you're getting, some teams are getting dynamic wide receivers. I know an offensive tackle isn't the sexiest pick, but he was positioned as one of the best players in the draft.
Yeah. A guy that's going to make the Pro Bowl and All Pro for years.
Yeah.
Maybe if I'm Denver, I wanted Justin Fields. Maybe if I'm a Broncos fan, Justin Fields fell into our lap.
Sure.
And we passed on him. Well, they went with Jace Horn, right?
Denver went with Patrick Surtain, the cornerback from Alabama.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, maybe that's a little frustrating for them. Another thing that I wanted to get to, though, is I can't remember. I think it was Trey Wingo. I think it was Trey Wingo. And they talked about, or maybe I just heard it somewhere else, but they talked about Trey Lance. And they talked about how he was supposed to go to Minnesota. Oh, no, it was Crocker. Crocker said it. He was supposed to go to Minnesota. Minnesota wanted to change his position. He said, no, I'm a quarterback. He left, went to North Dakota State, sat out, redshirted or whatever. I remember because it stuck out. I didn't know this aspect of the story. They brought somebody in to start. And Trey competed. Trey was like, oh, no, there's a competition. I'm going to win this thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the starter.
Yeah.
Won that competition, ended up having an undefeated season, won a national championship. If there's a competition, like I'm from hearing that, if there's any inkling, even if there isn't, he can create his own inkling that there's some kind of competition for the starting job with week one with the 49ers. That previous story tells me Trey is going for the gusto. He is not necessarily just going to be good sitting behind and learning. If there's a chance to win a position, I think he's definitely going to go for it. I like that about him.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think he could take it. I mean, we'll see. I think that's going to be, that all eyes now are going to be on the quarterback battle. All eyes are going to be on the quarterback position. What I hope doesn't happen, though, is Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch make a proclamation about, no, Jimmy Garoppolo started week one.
And say, I don't think
let it be
that.
real. Yeah, let it be real. Like, hey, there's a quarterback competition here. Trey Lance has a chance to start. I don't think you have to sit him just for the sake of sitting him. I don't think you have to sit him just because of the money that Jimmy Garoppolo is making. Like, hell, you can feel however you want to about Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll had the onions to go, hey, that guy we just paid all that money, he ain't it. This kid that we drafted in what round was it? Third?
Yep.
Russell Wilson.
Yep.
That's the guy who's going to start for us.
Yep.
I don't care how much. It wasn't Matt Schaub. Who was it? Matt Flynn.
Yep.
I don't care how much money Matt Flynn is making.
Yep.
This is our guy.
Right.
You've got to have. I hope Kyle Shanahan and I hope he has. I hope he has the thought to do that. And if Jimmy's the guy, hey, cool. Jimmy's the guy for this year. But let it, give Trey something to work for.
And I think I think that's how Kyle Shanahan looks at it. I heard something that Ian said that I really believe. They went in there to bring some heat into that quarterback room where it's not comfortable. It's not, oh, I'm going to be here regardless. I'm the starter regardless. It's like, no, if you're not ready to play, we got this young bull over here that's ready to take your spot, Jimmy. So you show us something. If you ain't ready, we'll get him in there. You know what I mean? And bring some heat, bring some competition into that quarterback room. A lot of people feel that's what was missing last year with Jimmy, where it was just handed over to him. You're the starter. You took it to the Super Bowl. I said it should be the case. I didn't think that he needed that. I thought he had the internal drive or whatever you need to be that dominant starter out here, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe he doesn't need that type of push. Maybe he needs that type of competition. Trey Lance is going to bring that.
The only guy in Northern California who might be more excited than Kenny Caraway, Joe Shasky, the Butcher Boy, the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. He's going to join us. We're entering our final hour of the Draft Day special, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. This whole day has been damn good. We appreciate everybody watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, on youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're listening in the car, you're getting out of the car, you don't want to miss the last hour, you can watch us there. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app. But as I said, we've got another hour to go here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You good? You need a minute?
Yeah, I need to check on my son real
quick.
Okay, it's just me and him here.
Okay, no problem. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to pull it up on Twitter because it was on the game's account, right? I didn't even hear it. I'm just, Danny said he really liked it. So, shoot, they got a lot going on their feed. Okay. Yeah, I might. Okay, there's Joe. Okay, I got it. I feel like that isn't even super amped up Butcher Boy. That's just like kind of amped up Butcher Boy. Yeah, he was. But he's like that all the time. He stay lit. He stay lit. Let's see. We got Butcher Boy's thing right there. Woo, man. Thanks, Cole. We appreciate you. Oh, yeah. There he is. Hang on, Butch. I got you, baby. I got you, Butch. What's good, baby?
Oh my goodness. I'm bumping some Big Sean and E40 because so many people I am never listening to again. I ain't messing with you. I'm telling you.
Yeah, them ain't the words, but I hear you.
Oh, I'm playing the clean cut. I mean, come on.
That's all right. That's all right. That's what we got to do. We still on the live stream. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. What is this? Are we on radio or are we on a live stream?
No, we just on the stream. No, we on commercial break right now.
Oh my goodness.
We on commercial break. We should be back in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness. You guys, I can't tell you. I almost passed out from the anxiety, and I'm not even kidding it, because I have been working myself into a frenzy for weeks, and I refused to believe that Mac Jones was going to be the guy. I was ready to punch Bonte in the face over the last couple of days. This guy had me crazy.
I heard you went ham on a Hall of Fame quarterback this morning.
Oh, Phil Simms? Yeah. You got to have fun, man. You got to lean into it.
Hey, you ever got to whoop those guys' ass once in a while? What's the matter?
Let me tell you this, Casey. You know how I don't like the 49er black jerseys?
Yes.
One of my buddies, wink, wink, nod, nod, sent me a number 3. I'm Joe Shasky III.
Oh,
nice. Very nice.
You got your boy.
I love it.
That. Yes,
I love it, Joe. That's what's up.
Honest to gosh, I'm not even kidding you. I don't even know if it's relief or celebration. It's a combination of the both. Absolutely. I really do think they picked the right kid. Like, I really do. That's one of the things. Now, I don't think you could have gone wrong with Justin Fields either. I actually really like the fit for Chicago for him.
Yeah.
But Trey Lance, I am so ready. By the way, Trey Young wishes he had Trey Lance's hair.
Trey Young, Queen Bee, she says it looks like it's sucked by a vacuum cleaner. I don't know what he's doing with that.
Got them.
Oh my god!
Big old curls.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Are you guys exhausted? You tired yet?
We good, man. We good. We just
you've seen it's been a crazy day.
Nah, it's been fun, man. We had Ian Williams on a couple minutes ago. He's lit.
Such a good guy.
We booked it. He was great, man. We booked this the last end of the show really heavy to keep us. And then the Justin Fields thing. We're huge fans of Justin Fields. So
how can you not be?
Yeah, that helped.
What I can't for the life of me understand is so many people were staking their careers on throwing out there of all the takes. Everyone is willing to die on every hill in this era that we're in. LeBron's not that good. Steph Curry's not that good. Like, you hear the wildest things. Why was not one person willing to say Mac Jones is going to be the best quarterback coming out of this draft?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you heard it from every other quarterback who's in the mix but him. It was like, well, the system, the fit, and everything. I mean, come on,
Joe, because I kept saying there's nobody on God's green earth who would have made that pick. Not one person.
It would have been the most arrogant pick in NFL history. I'm not kidding you. The clock would have started immediately.
Yeah, put that house up for a sale ASAP. You're renting.
How's it sounding? Is it sounding good? I tried to.
No, you sound great. No. You sound fabulous. I think we're coming back right now. Hang on.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey.
Yes! Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Come on, Trey!
Okay.
Let's go! Let's go!
That's our man Joe Shasky, Butcher Boy, host of the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. Joe, I don't think I really need to ask, but I'll ask. How you feeling, my brother?
I'm exhausted. I felt like I just ran a marathon, to be honest with you. They made this trade on March 26th. It feels like the longest month of my life. I have been talking about these draft picks and what they could, would, should do. I'm so happy for Trey Lance. I'm ready to see him be the quarterback of the 49ers at some point down the line, and also just relieved that it's not Mac Jones. Hey, look, Mac might end up being a good player for some other team. I just didn't want the Niners to take him at 3.
Not interested. Absolutely not interested, especially at 3. Like I said,
yes.
Part of this whole thing, Joe, is the fact that was a bold move by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch to move up in this time. Like, it's not like they're a scrub team. Like, they could have took the 12th pick somewhere and really helped their team this year. But they said, no, if we want to take that next step, we need a guy that can take us to that next level possibly. And all the talk of Mac Jones and all this other stuff, I was like, that's not next level. That's not next level. I can live with it not working with Trey Lance or Justin Fields. I can't live with it not working with Mac Jones. And they end up taking Trey Lance. Do you think that Trey Lance was that guy? Were you a Justin Fields guy and they took Trey Lance, or were you Trey from day one?
Let's first, like, the situation that the 49ers are in right now, I think a lot of quarterbacks could come in and do good things. So we're parsing up degrees of nuance here. But I wanted Trey Lance as my number one. I thought he was the number one most ready to come in and be the best fit, not just in the short term, whenever that's a year from now, half a year from now, but also the long term, because you have to have the long-term investment look at it, almost like a property or some other investment that you're involved in. I like Justin Fields a lot. We're splitting hairs between the two, but here's where I really break it down. There's little subtleties of the quarterback position. Getting into a huddle, and Bonte rolls his eyes at me every morning when I bring this up, but there's verbiage and there's a way to get the play call from your helmet to your teammates, and they got to believe with you, and you got to break that huddle, and everyone's got to feel you. A lot of these offenses in college just don't do that, so there's a learning curve there. Hey, then going under center, which we don't give enough credit for. Do you go under center? This guy huddled the most of all these young players that's coming out, even more than Trevor Lawrence, got under center and turned his back to the defense to run play action, which is a staple of the Kyle Shanahan offense. If you're going to run the Cliff Kingsbury offense, none of those things matter. I'm in shotgun. I'm looking at who I've got. So a lot of those little subtleties I thought gave this guy the leg up. It's so hard to quantify from Division I, 2A to what the NFL is going to be. It is a leap, but it's also a leap to go from USC or to go from Texas or to go from Alabama. So I trust Kyle's evaluation. I was worried as hell that he was stubborn and arrogant and going to do something different, but I really like the kid Trey Lance, and I bet on people. You know, I don't know about you guys. I bet on people in my life. When you marry someone, when you have friends that you keep around you, they got to be good people. You don't just keep around a bunch of losers or people that you think are low level. All of these guys seem to be high level, but this guy in particular sounds like the brain is off the charts, and I can work with that.
Yeah, he sounds like a great guy overall, given if you had a chance to hear any of the interviews he did leading into the draft. Like, he's definitely the type of guy that you want on your favorite team. He's definitely the type of guy that you want in a locker room, unless, of course, perhaps you're Jimmy Garoppolo. What do you think is next with Jimmy here is they've drafted what will ultimately be his replacement?
I think we're so quick to throw people into the deep end of the pool in life. Just way too much. I mean, you guys know we got a 19-year-old kid, James Wiseman. We're ready to, oh my God, we made the wrong pick. I mean, how many times have you seen the Kings do this with a player where it's like,
never.
Let's instantly staple him no matter what. Like, we haven't even seen a year of the kid, and let's crucify the young man. Let's not rush this. I mean, let's not rush this. Jimmy Garoppolo can teach this guy a lot of things. I watched a young 20-year-old Alex Smith get given the keys to a franchise with no offensive line, no weapons, and no veteran on the sideline, no veteran in the quarterback room, no veteran teaching them how to prepare, how to lift weights, how to treat people in the building. I mean, guys, do you have any 20-year-olds in your life? I do. Okay, they're my nephews, and they don't know how to do anything. They don't know how to load the dishwasher. They don't know how to park the car properly. So you are going to be the head of a corporation. This is a billion-dollar corporation, and you're the face. It is a difficult transition to just give the keys to some young kid. Keep Jimmy Garoppolo around. And for Jimmy, Damian, I think this is the key element. He can bet on himself. And I think we say that a lot in life and in sports. But look around the land. Okay, the Bears just drafted somebody. They're out of the mix. Okay, you're going to go to New England. They have no weapons. Belichick, we love Belichick. The game could have passed him by. We don't know. But if you wait 1 year and you have a good year, Jimmy, and you bet on yourself with a good infrastructure here, let's see what happens in Tampa Bay. Let's see what happens in New Orleans. Let's see what happens in Texas. Let's see what ends up happening in Green Bay eventually. There might be 6 or 7 better opportunities. Heck, what happens with Baker Mayfield in the Cleveland Browns? You can't go there and run some play action with Nick Chubb and I don't know. If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, I think staying here gives him the best personal and professional opportunities. Now, if his ego's bruised and he wants to leave, then all that stuff is moot.
Let me ask you this, Joe. Do you think Jimmy is here week 1?
I hope. Like, honestly, Kenny, I hope. Because, look, I want to win the NFC West. Like you've got Trent Williams and Alex Mack, and you've got George Kittle. George Kittle's been hurt a lot. I love George Kittle. There's no guarantee he's going to be a baller 2 or 3 years from now. I watched one of my favorite players of all time, Navarro Bowman, have his career wrecked on the field. I watched Bryant Young have his legs snapped in half. Football is violent, okay? I watched Colin Kaepernick look like he was going to the Hall of Fame, and all of a sudden it just poof. The team around him was done. So NFL is not for long. So I'm trying to win now, and there's just no rush to play the kid. What's the incentive? So that he can look a little overexposed, so he can not feel good about himself? Like, if he beats him out in camp and he's just clearly better, and there's no doubt about it, we're talking about a next level phenom or something. Okay, I'll sit here and listen to that. I'm just in no rush. Like, you guys did radio before this. You've done podcasts and things. My boss used to say, Joe, you need the reps. And I'd be like, nah, I'm good right now. And then I got into the chair and I started to realize, you know what? He was right. All of these live bullets in these reps, they train you to be good and to be better as you start to move forward. So I think keep Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know if they're going to, KC, but I want to see him stay a 49er. I might be too pie in the sky, though.
No, I feel the same way.
I mean, Damian, do you want him to be the 49er quarterback, or do you think that's just fanboy talk from me?
For Jimmy Garoppolo, no, I want Trey Lance to be the quarterback.
Really?
I'm ready for Trey Lance to be the quarterback. I don't know that. So if it had been Justin Fields, you could have got me with week 1. If we're talking week 1, I'd listen to an argument. What I was saying to KC before you joined us, Joe, was give me a real quarterback competition. Like, don't let Kyle Shanahan come out and make this proclamation. And I know he spoke to the media. I'm not clear of everything that he said tonight, but don't give me the big proclamation. No. Jimmy's our starter week 1. Jimmy's our starter week 1. That works out for no one. It never works out for anybody. Anthony Lynn did that. I think that was part of Anthony Lynn's demise in his last year in Los Angeles. Because you watch Justin Herbert and you go, what the hell did you see that said this kid shouldn't be starting in week number 1? And I get the idea as well. You don't start rookie quarterbacks anymore. Nope. That's 20 years ago. You do start round 1 quarterbacks now. And if Trey Lance can beat out Jimmy Garoppolo for the job, you start him week 1. If he doesn't, that's fine too. You can still execute the game plan that you want to, but let it be an open competition and see what happens.
I love that. No, I'm totally with that. I mean, guys, how many times we all played sports growing up? Iron sharpens iron. Some of my biggest enemies were my teammates who I went up against who had more minutes than me in basketball or were playing the position that I wanted to play in baseball. And they're my boys. I love them. But like when we step out on the field, I'm trying to take your spot, and it made me better. It made me work on my craft and all the little subtleties and the nuances. The worst thing you can do is give someone the world. Look at Baker Mayfield. The guy was given the world. He shows a nice promise early on. He's doing 10,000 commercials, and then he needed to be humbled. I mean, life is about taking a shot in the chin and bouncing back up. I don't judge people on their success. I judge them on how they face adversity. That's kind of been one of my mantras in life.
Good call, KC. Before you jump in here real quick, a couple of quick notes. The Jets traded up to number 14 with the Vikings to grab an offensive lineman to protect Zach Wilson. The New England Patriots are on the clock at 15.
Oh, boy.
One of the big 5 quarterbacks is left. And it's the guy who was tied to San Francisco for the last 30 some odd days. So we'll keep you updated. But the Patriots are on the clock at 15, and Mac Jones is still very, very much available. Casey, go ahead.
The intrigue, as our guy Gorilla Monsoon used to say, you could cut the tension with a knife.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. So, Joe, this day was wild because of everything that was going on. Mac Jones, all the rumors, like you said, for a month, it felt like 70 months, all this was going on. But it got ratcheted up a little bit earlier today when this Aaron Rodgers story broke. And my partner asked me earlier, before I knew what the pick was, before I knew, this was in the middle of the day. He said, if you do get Trey Lance, that's who I wanted. Does it get a little diminished your excitement because Aaron Rodgers could have been there, and that's immediate Super Bowl bound possibly with this team? How do you feel knowing that you got Trey? That's the guy you wanted. You're good, but there was a world out there where you had Aaron Rodgers on your roster.
So Aaron Rodgers, man, it's like forgetting Sarah Marshall. I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie, but there's always that woman in your life or that person in your life that like keeps evading you and the timing never seems to line up properly. And I feel like that's where I am with Aaron Rodgers. No, for real. I went through the whole 360-degree gamut of how to feel on this guy. I wanted him when he was coming out of Cal. We didn't get him. I watched him win a Super Bowl as Alex has got a broken shoulder and he's beefing with Mike Nolan and we're going down in the tanks. And then in the last few years, I'm being real. I watched a dude who's a straight front runner. He got great talent. He's unbelievable. But I just don't want anything to do with him right now. Now, look, I was open to Tom Brady as a free agent coming here. You don't lose anything. You're not giving anything up. I'm open to listening to that. I'm not giving up the number 3 overall pick for Aaron Rodgers because it cost me 3 future first-round picks. So you're telling me if you just take a step back, 3 first-rounders for a 38-year-old quarterback who is a little brittle, teammates can't stand his guts, and when the going gets tough, like in the 2019 NFC Championship game, he just taps out? I mean, good. I love the guy.
He gave up.
But
the fumble was on the ground. He just sat there.
Casey, thank you. And again, I love the guy. He'll enamor you with the talent. He got a lot of James Harden in him. He's so gifted. But then when push comes to shove and it's down the stretch, and I don't subscribe to these things because I think if you're great, you're great. It don't matter sometimes. But there is something to be said about his playoff performances. And that 4th down, everybody's looking at LaFleur. You think Tom Brady is letting LaFleur dictate one of his last opportunities to go to a Super Bowl? You think Joe Montana or Brett Favre or John Elway is letting some second-year coach who looks younger than him dictate his future? That to me was like, I threw my hands up. I'm like, Aaron, this is your moment.
Yeah.
A couple of quick notes here. Without making a single move in the draft, the New England Patriots, sitting at 15, draft Mac Jones out of Alabama. So Mac Jones is headed to the New England Patriots. Jimmy Garoppolo, obviously, is not. I did notice something that I'm just going to point out because it made me laugh. It's the first time I've seen this. I looked over, saw Mac Jones grab his hat and walk out to greet the commissioner. I also recognize that he's slapping hands with all of the fans there, and I'm looking at that like, God damn, that's brilliant. Let's do that. Let's have 50,000 people there in Cleveland, and let's slap hands with our newly minted NFL players and go hug the commissioner. Brilliant. You gotta love the National Football League. But there's an obvious San Francisco tie-in. Jimmy Garoppolo, long been rumored, making his way back to the New England Patriots. That's obviously out the door. The Patriots have a unique situation here as well. Cam Newton, perhaps your transition quarterback coming off just a god-awful year that I believe is not indicative of the type of quarterback that he is. Agreed. And now you've got Mac Jones there. Jimmy Garoppolo, in all likelihood, will be looking for a completely new home 1 year from now, where it had been thought, oh, the Patriots maybe waited out. Jimmy Garoppolo goes back there. No, it's going to have to be someone else next year.
Yeah.
Things change, boys. Things change. Like, look at Daniel Jones in New York. Are we sure he's going to be there next year?
No.
I mean, if I told you he got the Sam Darnold treatment a year from now, it wouldn't be that shocking, would it? I mean, I'm looking at the situation the Denver Broncos are in. Okay, let's say they don't execute the trade for Aaron Rodgers. They're always going to be in the market for a quarterback. I don't trust Drew Lock, and I like Teddy Bridgewater, but come on. What's New Orleans going to do? Like, Jimmy and Sean Payton could do some wonders together. That might be a nice value buy for someone like that. So what I'm saying is a year from now, there is a weak draft class coming out, all right? Weak draft class. Who knows what the COVID season's going to present this year? Because I think that's part of why Trey Lance fell. He didn't play a game this year, you know? So who knows what's going to happen? But I always go by this. Bet on yourself. If you are a good football player that wants to stay in the league for a long time, there will always be opportunities. Blaine Gabbert, who I know can't play, just got a Super Bowl ring because he stood next to Tom Brady and just went, yep, I'll hold the clipboard. Jimmy is good enough to play in the league for a lot of teams. He's just got to fight the right circumstance for him. And to your point on Cam, I love Cam. We treat Cam so bad. The guy got COVID. Jason Tatum is taking a ventilator every day and doing the stuff, and we're not giving Cam any benefit of the doubt. I feel like we're just railroad this young man. I don't like how we talk about him.
I feel you. One more thing here. I want to go back to the pick, to the new 49ers quarterback.
So happy.
And I look at Trey Lance, and I know he played at North Dakota State, didn't play the greatest competition or whatever. But Joe, I look at him and I look at the tape. All right. And I see things that he can do that it don't matter if he played at North Dakota State. It don't matter if he played at Alabama. It don't matter if he played on Mars and Jupiter. That is transferable. That arm is transferable. That speed, that power is transferable. Do you see the same type of things that, like I said, it doesn't matter where he played. What he can do works everywhere. Do you see that? Or are you still a little apprehensive about maybe that transition from not only college, but a place like North Dakota State all the way to the NFL?
As someone who was never blessed with explosive speed or the ability to jump or whatever, I was a hustle guy. And I was going to be smart. I'm going to outsmart you and outwork you. I've always been enamored with high-end talent. You just got it. If you got it, you got it. And here's the other thing in sports. This is the beauty of it. Mike Piazza could come out of the 35th round. Dame Lillard could come out of Weber State. You got guys coming out of anywhere. If you can play and you've been overlooked, that's great, especially the quarterback position. Look around the league right now. Josh Allen, Kyler Murray had 1 year of starting. I mean, let's call it what it is. Texas Tech. I watched Graham Harrell get thumbed down by every talent evaluator for years, and here comes Patrick Mahomes, and now we talk about him like he was a can't-miss prospect. How many people were like, oh, the air raid, they play in a weak division. Quarterbacks can come from anywhere. Heck, the starting quarterback right now, Jimmy Garoppolo, Eastern Illinois, that ain't no football powerhouse. Great QBs These can come from anywhere. One of my favorites of all time is Steve McNair, and I think that's a good comp for who Trey Lance is. Big shoulders, plays like a man, could throw it through a brick wall. If you need to run and get a first down, I'll lower the shoulder, take somebody out. But you could just see the calm presence in the pocket. I get a lot of Steve McNair vibes from the young man, and I think he's one of the great quarterbacks we don't talk enough about. Warren Moon is another one where he just stand in that pocket, could move if he wanted to, deliver the ball down the field. There have been so many great quarterbacks from small schools. There is no correlation from big school, small school. You can get hits and busts out of anywhere. So especially football, man. I don't subscribe to it. Man, I thought Matt Leinart was a lock to be a stud in the NFL. I was so wrong. So wrong.
Yep.
Yeah. Joe, I think it's almost your bedtime, man. Your alarm about to go off here pretty soon.
Bro, you have no idea.
No,
Your boy don't sleep. Your boy don't sleep, dude. Come on, man. Money don't sleep, and I don't sleep.
Make that money, baby. Joe Shasky, the morning roast.
I mean this when I say this, you guys. I'm really proud of what you guys do. And every day you pumping out stuff on IG, D-Lo and KC, and Twitter and stuff. I'm commenting on everything because I'm in the sports game, and I love listening to good radio. I'm being real with you guys. And you guys get out good stuff.
We appreciate it. I'm sorry I was interrupting you, complimenting us. You should compliment us some more. Butch, big believer in UFOs and Bigfoot.
Let me just tell you this, man. I believe in a lot of things. All right. I watch a lot of Ancient Aliens. I watch a lot of Sasquatch Netflix. So you feel me, right?
Travel Channel. You be on the Travel Channel.
Yeah, I watch it all. And my boy Giorgio, he got the tan over the eyes because he's had the goggles because he's out in like the Egyptian pyramids looking at stuff. I watch all that stuff. I don't even know what to believe, but I'll tell you this. I don't discredit it. I don't dismiss it. Who knows what's out there? That's all I'm saying. And your boy don't like to camp. And there's a reason why. I'm not trying to get abducted.
I hear you. I hear you. Ain't no Sasquatch though, Joe. Ain't no Sasquatch.
You don't
There's
think?
definitely UFOs all over the place. Ain't no Sasquatch. So they made that one up a long time ago.
Well, maybe there's Wolverine out in the woods, Logan, so yeah, howling at the moon, looking at his ladies. I'm a big comic book guy too. I love you boys. I mean it though, for real. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm going to be up in Sac in about 2 weeks. I'm about to hit you up. Jim Boys Tacos, baby. Let's go.
Black Bottle Boys, let's go. We appreciate you, Bush. Love you, baby, man. Thanks for joining us. Joe Shasky, the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Of course, you can listen to him anytime you'd like on the Odyssey app. Great stuff as always. From our man, the Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky. Never low on energy either. And man, that's a good comp. I never thought of that one. I never thought of the Steve McNair thing. That's a really good comp for Trey.
Yeah. I mean, Damien, I'm not going to say I discovered the young man, but I remember we came in here, I don't know, it was maybe October or something like that. And I remember I was dead set. I was like, I don't want no quarterback. And then Crocker said what he said and got me thinking.
Yeah.
I came back in here like on a Monday or maybe it was the middle of the week. I said, I saw this boy Trey Lance and this boy's something else. I know it was a 5-minute YouTube video, but this boy is something else right here. I would take a chance with him, and him seeing Steve McNair was some of the same things I saw. Big, but powerful with his running, but still had the speed, still had the ability to make different plays with his arm on the run and in the pocket. Now, I'm not trying to stop him already. All that bulldozing and running over people, I don't want him to make a living like that in the NFL.
Yeah.
Don't try to do that. All right.
Yeah.
You can still use your speed, but I don't want you putting that shoulder down, that head down, and trying to run through guys. I'm not for all that. Learn to slide. But everything else, very Steve McNair like. I like that comp, like you said.
Yeah, I like it. And Butch is, Butch always very excited about everything as pertains to his favorite teams, whether it's the Warriors, whether it's the San Francisco Giants, or of course the San Francisco 49ers. And this has been it's been a fun day to cover this team. It's been a fun day to cover the draft. There's been so many different things happening in a day where it was, is it going to be Justin Fields? Is it going to be Trey Lance? Are they actually going to go through with this Mac Jones thing? Is it going to be Aaron Rodgers? Is Jimmy Garoppolo going to be traded? It's part of the fun of draft day. Very few draft days live up to the hype. And Aaron Rodgers thing notwithstanding, because that's tough. Like the Aaron Rodgers thing notwithstanding, I feel like the moves for Justin Fields, Mac Jones falling down to the New England Patriots, 49ers wind up getting Trey Lance, the guy who we thought it might be all along. It's like, I feel like this draft has really kind of lived up to some of the pre-draft hype, if you will.
It's been great. It has been great. Now I'll take you guys a little bit behind the curtain, just a little bit. I love what I do. I love my job. I love this. I was trying to get to this place for so long. I love it. But when the whole idea, 8 hours, like, Jesus, 8 hours is a long time. And it has flown by today.
Oh my gosh.
It has flown by. It has been so much fun. It has been action-packed from the moment we got on the air. And that's just a testament to this day. The way this day is played out with the NFL draft. It has been such a good time. It is delivered. It is over-delivered. I've had a blast.
It's a testament to the people listening who've hung out with us and watched on twitch.tv and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We ain't going nowhere. The show ain't over. We got plenty more to talk about. There are some more things I want to talk about. By the way, the Raiders are on the clock.
Okay. What you doing, Gruden? What you doing?
We're about to find out. They've kind of just quietly laid there. They interjected themselves into some rumors a couple of weeks ago. And that's the other thing. You've got to learn to decipher the nonsense. In fact, a better way to do it, it's not even deciphering nonsense. It's just letting it be nonsense. Let it sit down. Oh, this team's going to move up. The Ravens are going to move up. The Raiders are going to move up. This is going to happen. That's going to happen. Chris Sims, Justin Fields to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let it all play out. It's all part of the show.
Is that what Kyle Shanahan did? Remember, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch never said a word.
That's it. That's what I was just about to say. Kyle said nothing. John Lynch said nothing. The only one who was doing any talking was Jed York, for God's sakes.
Oh, my gosh.
And he wasn't really talking. He was just tweeting. And Jed York has been one of the highlights of today. We'll come back. We'll recap everything that we have seen so far here in round one. The selection is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll talk about that as well. And we'll open these phone lines one last time. We're with you here for another 30 minutes. We'll open up the phone lines, 916-349-1320, ESPN 1320's Draft Day Special, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin, continues here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh, let me switch.
Woo. That's okay. Okay. Okay, we'll probably use it tomorrow. Yeah, go ahead. Put it in there. KC, you making this? Oh shit, KC.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I got to run to the bathroom.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
What's going on, everybody? Busy day, man. Busy day. I haven't been in the chat the way I wanted to. Wait, hold on. That's why. Get this up here. Good. So Raiders went and got a defensive lineman. Okay. Warren, it doesn't be. Oh, an offensive. Oh. Well, didn't they got rid of their center? Didn't they get rid of another offensive lineman? Yeah, Gabe Richard. That's what I was thinking. So, yeah, whatever, Hey, Coach Molly. Yes, sir. You already know what it is. I got that McQueen thing going on when I get up off of here. I might even go to one of them bottles over here. Boy, I tell you, it's a good night. I'm gonna go back, recap everything. I'm with you, Coach Molly. I'm having a good little time tonight. John, Manny, I know y'all having a good time as well. I saw Leezy in here. Leezy, I didn't know you was an Eagles fan, but you happy with Devontae Smith? Everybody happy, except for Warren. But other than that, it's all good. She is real talk. Yes, indeed. Chicken feet, super happy. I wonder what the Niners are going to do moving forward. Hey, man, we got more bets to make. Jason, yes. Relief. Relief is a huge part of this. Relief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you, man.
I don't know if I'm as happy as the Bears fans. I really don't,
man.
Because them boys, they got one, man. They got one with Justin Fields. I like Justin Fields. They got one. My homeboy's a big Bears fan. He was hype.
What? Oh, sorry. I don't think I refreshed it. That's what happened. Shanny, young Shanny.
Dance make him dance.
Is he young Shanny again?
Oh yeah, he young Shanny again.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, he young Shanny.
Yeah, I got you.
That boy young Shanny again. Oh, that boy young Shanny. And boy, does he know how to evaluate quarterbacks. Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside. Dun, 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 dun. Red and yellow heel turn.
Coach Molly, you rock. You rock.
Oh, that's Molly, man. Love y'all, Coach. Yes, it does. We roll along here. Want to thank again McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin and the Sovereign Brands and all that they do for us here on ESPN 1320. We thank them for sponsoring today's show. We thank them for allowing us to go 8 hours. We thank them for allowing us to go 90 minutes commercial free. When the draft got underway, this wouldn't have been possible without McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We thank our man, Charlie, who's been doing some work for us remotely. We thank Jesse for all of the incredible work that he does for us every day, but the exceptionally incredible work that he has done for us here on the draft. And of course, we thank everybody who is riding here with us on the Twitch stream and the YouTube stream. And I'm seeing a lot of names that have been in here since 12 o'clock.
12, Damien. Since 12.
Even if you've just been popping in, popping out, running us in the background, if you're on the Odyssey app or if you're listening on 1320 AM, man, I hope you had as much fun today. Even if you're just tuning in for the first time, we got you. We'll recap everything that happened today as the San Francisco 49ers make their selection after moving up to number 3 back on March 26th. Who was the guy? Was it Mac Jones? Was it Trey Lance? Was it Justin Fields? Well, it turned out it was Trey Lance at a North Dakota State. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said about their selection as I stall for time because I don't have the There you go. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
We've been very high on Trey since the beginning, since day one. And yes, the person everyone else is speculating about, we liked him too. But it was just honestly to go through this whole process where, no one has known, my friends, coaches, anybody, how John and I feel and how we felt this whole time. And we do that because you don't want to sway people in this building. You want everyone to just work their butts off and give you their honest info. And that's why we don't share at all how we felt about our conversations when we were on vacation, talking in the first 2 weeks of January about these quarterbacks and comparing them to NFL guys. And when we made the trade, we knew exactly where we were going, what we were doing. Now we want an opportunity to go and look at everybody. But I think just looking at this whole process, I think I was in Mexico the day we made the trade. And, within hours, there's at least 2 people who are out there speculating that their opinions are they think we're taking Mac Jones. And ever since then, I've kind of just watched every single person assume that was accurate and that those weren't opinions, those were facts. And we didn't feel that way from the beginning. I wouldn't have said there's no chance we won enough. We were going to go through this process and I would never have said it couldn't have ended up being him, but I know how we felt about Trey the whole time. And to watch that happen and to kind of watch everyone just assume, because a couple of people say something, that's exactly how you feel. We weren't going to work to correct that at all. I thought that could be an advantage for us, especially when you look into stuff that just came out today, stuff that, you never know with this league. And if the whole NFL is assuming you're doing one thing and you're not doing that, I'm not going to work hard. And John, we're not going to work hard to correct that. So let that be. And whatever way that went, it was going to go. And it was crazy to watch where it all went.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Can we run the first couple of seconds back one more time? Just real quick.
We've been very high on Trey since the beginning, since day one. And yes, the person everyone else is speculating about, we liked him too. But
Casey and I looked at each other like he just went He just went Biggie and Notorious Thugs. It's so-called beef with you know who. Wasn't even gonna mention his name. Wow.
Hey, but I'll say this. Cole said that's cap. Everything that Kyle was saying. I disagree completely.
Me too.
He is 100. I believe him 100%.
Me too.
He's right. He addressed everything that happened, and he just sat back and look. I got a little emotional with Kyle.
Oh,
I said some things about Kyle.
Oh,
but hey, he played this perfectly.
He
played this perfectly, and
baby face turn this has turned out to be.
I believe him 100% when he's talking about two people said something. We know the two people that said it. Everybody ran with it, and he said, "I'm gonna just sit back and let it happen."
Mm-hmm.
I believe him 100%, and he did it the perfect way. The perfect way. To hear him say that, to me, it just hit different. It adds credence to what I feel happened. He's 100% right. And I'll apologize to young Shanny because I went hard on him. I apologize. You played this. You played it perfectly. I apologize.
I said that I really hope that he would say that he would. Well, oh, that's tough. I'll just say this. I believe him. I believe him because I've believed all along that they traded for someone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a GM. I'm not a coach. I'm not in the league. I don't necessarily have a grasp of the advantage of going, yeah, we're looking at 5 guys, 6 guys, 7 guys. They all got better. I don't know what the point in all of that is. Because and maybe part of it is the show. Maybe part of it is the NFL pushing, to keep things secret or pushing to create storylines. I don't know what it is. But if Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had sat at the podium and they said, hey, do you know who you're selecting there? Yep. That's the end of it. We do. Why the hell would we tell you?
Yeah.
Jacksonville hasn't told you who they're selecting. You know who they're selecting, right? The Jets haven't told you who they're selecting. Mm-hmm. You think you know what they're doing. So I'll tell you right now. Yes, we traded up for someone on March 26th. And yes, we plan on calling his name. We went to pro days. We talked to everybody. We did our due diligence. We believed there was a player that we wanted at 3. We believed there was a player that we couldn't get at 12. So we moved up. We evaluated everybody along the way. All very good quarterbacks, all very good prospects. Mm-hmm. We know exactly who we're going to select, and we're going to call his name on April 29th. We're not going to tell you now. You can search for clues. You can go ask Chris Sims. You can go do whatever you want to do. We know who we're selecting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the point is in saying there's 5 guys. We're happy with all of them. I don't understand that. Was it Philly? I don't remember who drafted first, whether it was the Rams or the Eagles.
The Rams went first.
So the Eagles went second, and the Eagles moved up saying, oh, we're happy with Goff or Wentz.
Mm-hmm.
Cap. That's a lie. You knew what the Rams were doing. That's why you traded up to second.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that. You don't make those moves going, well, we like this guy at a 10, but we like this guy at a 8. You're not going to do that for an 8.
Right.
And you're not going to like all of this in again, I ride with it. Like I love what Kyle said right there. Hey, y'all created this in your own mind. And we ran with it. Why? We've got a 4-hour show. We've got 20 hours to fill every single week. So yeah, you give us a storyline, we're going to run with the storyline.
And to use a wrestling term, maybe I was a mark, for this whole thing. But I believe everything that he just said because he was right. He was 100% right. He's like, I didn't say nothing about nobody. 2 people came out and brought this name up, and everybody ran with it. And maybe him saying that because it was Silver and Sims the same day came out and said Mac Jones, and all of a sudden everybody ran with it. And for him to say 2 people came up with names and you guys ran with it, I'm gonna let y'all do what you want to do. If that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. But I knew what I wanted to do. I knew what we wanted to do as an organization, and that never wavered. I believe him.
And it's not his job to go out there and correct you, correct me, correct Chris, correct Mike Silver. It's not his job to go out there and do any of that. Mm-hmm. It's his job to evaluate quarterbacks making the selection for his football team. Mm-hmm. He did that. I believe everything he said there. I still believe some of the things that you said about Kyle Shanahan during this brief heel turn that you made. I think some of the things that you still I think some of the things that you said are still true.
Yes.
I think Kyle does have a certain level of arrogance about him. I do think Kyle thinks he's better than everybody else in the room. I do think Kyle oftentimes tries to outsmart the room. That's not necessarily a terrible thing. You don't necessarily want to be arrogant. Maybe you could change the word arrogance to confidence. Maybe he's confident in what he does. Maybe he's so confident in what he does, it comes across as arrogance. I've been accused of the same thing. I don't know what to say. Like, maybe that is the case. Maybe he is confident in what he does. I need to see more results, though. That's one thing about all of this that has not changed. I'm thrilled they selected Trey Lance. I'm thrilled it wasn't Mac Jones. But I still need to see more from Kyle Shanahan. Does this buy him some time? Do you have him looking at rent.com or Zillow or Trulio or Redfin or whatever these home websites are out there? No, maybe not. But I still need to see more results from him, because at some point the Bill Parcells line comes into play. Your record is what your record you are what your record says you are. And right now, your record says you're not very good.
Hey,
context be damned. Your record says you're not very good.
I may think that he's good, but I do agree with you. It's winning time. It's winning time.
Yep.
And this draft pick, maybe I wouldn't even say about your time. It's winning time. You got to win. You know what I'm saying? And Kyle Shanahan, as great of a play caller as I think he is, I mean, he got this one right. I still don't know about his quarterback evaluation from the things that I said in the past. That can't be taken back, because that's all real. That's all there. But I think he got this one right, and he understood the big picture here. But the bottom line is, none of it's going to matter if that win-loss record doesn't change.
Yep.
None of it will matter. It's winning time. All this stuff is cute. This is great. I'm excited. That's all good. All I want is wins. It's all I want.
He needs to start producing them. Whether it's Trey Lance at the quarterback position week 1, or it's Jimmy Garoppolo at the quarterback position in week 1, whether it's Trey Lance at the quarterback position in week 10 or Jimmy Garoppolo in week 10. This roster is good. You could probably, depending on how the rest of this draft shakes out, you could probably even make an argument that this roster is really, really good. Should everybody come back healthy, Sadiq Bosa come back healthy, they have some holes filled. They absolutely did lose some guys along the way. Richard Sherman, he's still a free agent. Solomon Thomas is gone. Killer Witherspoon is gone. Kendrick Bourne is gone. I don't think they're really lacking in the wide receiver position. They've added to the running back room. Okay. They went and acquired the kid out of New York. They
need that too.
They did. They did.
No, I said they need a running back. I agree with you.
Okay, another running back. Yeah. So there's still some pieces that they've got to not the big chunks. You know, the foundation is there. You got a couple of bedrooms, but right now I think you're just looking for some accent furniture. That's what you're looking like for the house that is the San Francisco 49ers. Yeah. You're looking for the right accent furniture, and you could have $1 million home here. They're not there yet, though. They need to hit the pick tomorrow. We think they hit the pick today. We think they hit a home run with the pick today, but they need to hit it tomorrow. They need to have a good rest of the weekend. And unfortunately, one thing that they can't totally control, they got to stay healthy when the season gets underway.
Yeah, they have to stay healthy. It's about this division first. This is arguably the toughest division in football, if not one of the top 3 at the worst division in football. And you've got to find a way to make sure that you are right there in the thick of it to win that division, to beat Arizona. Arizona got better this offseason. I tip my hat to them. You know, I've been critical of Arizona. I ain't no hater, though. They got better, and they got better for right now. And the Rams, obviously, I think they got better as well. Seattle, I don't know if they made some moves to get a little better too. You know what I mean? There's a couple moves they did that I kind of like that is going to help them get better as well. So, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, you got your work cut out for you. You're in the toughest division in football, and you got to find a way. You got to find a way, because, like I keep saying, it is winning time. Absolutely.
Yeah, there was some big time additions to the Arizona Cardinals, as you mentioned, right there. Malcolm Butler, AJ Green, Rodney Hudson, James Conner, offensive lineman, Brian Winters. They're all new to the Arizona Cardinals. Some additions to the Los Angeles Rams there. As you mentioned a moment ago, Deshaun Jackson. God, that seems like an eternity ago. Of course, they acquired Matt Stafford as well.
Yep.
The one team that you and I are both collectively not very high on is the Seattle Seahawks. So it's there. They're going to be competitive in this division. Let's see what happens. I love what they did today. I need them to follow it up again tomorrow. I need to follow them up the rest of the weekend. They have 9 more picks. Of course, I don't expect to see 9 more guys on the roster when the season gets underway, but I sure hope some of these guys drafted, particularly tomorrow, wind up competing for spots, if not outright winning some spots.
Yeah. Can I also say something though?
You can say whatever you want to.
I just retweeted it on my timeline. Ooh, that quarterback looking smooth tonight. You see what he was looking like tonight? That boy was looking smooth. Check him out on my timeline. Tell me that boy ain't looking smooth. He ain't looking like $1 million out here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He looked good.
Like on 100,000 trillion.
Yeah, we don't accept anything else out here in Northern California, man. He looks sharp.
He knows
where he looks sharp. I love the two-tone jackets, by the way. I think that's going to be my next investment. Where the breast right here is dark. The lapel. That's it right there.
That's fresh.
That is clean. He looks sharp. And Tyrese Halliburton, he did a great job when he was drafted by the. You got to look good when you're drafted out here.
Absolutely.
You got to look good when ESPN 1320 is repping you. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah,
we're gonna talk about it.
I don't know what they're doing anywhere else, but here on D-Lo and KC, we gonna talk about because my man Damien, he don't have step on when he wear anything. You guys know I don't have step on where I wear anything. We gonna let it know. We gonna let you know. Trey Lance, perfect 10 tonight. That boy was looking smooth.
Yeah, he did that. He absolutely did that. One thing I saw John Lynch say earlier is one thing he was really happy about was by keeping everything a secret, they got to call Trey. You got me thinking Trey Young.
I'm going to do that too many times.
They got to call Trey Lance and tell him that he was going to be drafted by the San Francisco 49ers.
That's pretty cool, man. And then that's another thing about these guys, about John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, why I believe what Kyle said when we came back from break. It's on brand for them. They have shown since that regime has been there, they're not chatty patties.
Yep.
They're not out there telling everybody what their moves are going to be. They move in silence. And everybody thought they knew or whatever. And Kyle was like, no, it wasn't everybody. There was a lot of people who you would think might know who had no idea. And that's just how we wanted to keep it. That's how we go about things. That's the way it's been since day one. I remember the story about John Lynch when Jed York asked him to be the general manager. And he said, I'll do it. I'm going to spend the night at your house for this weekend. That was bizarre, but I'm going to spend the night at your house for this weekend. If I hear anything, I'm backing out of the deal because I'm not doing all the leaks and all that other stuff. That was the test. And obviously Jed passed with flying colors. And that's just the way they've gone about business ever since. So
here's John Lynch making that call earlier today.
Hey, Trey Lance.
What's going on?
You ready to do this thing, man?
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the 49ers, buddy.
Thank you.
So happy to add you to our family, buddy. I'm thrilled. Congratulations, man. I'm going to pass you over to Coach Shanahan, okay?
Awesome. Thank you.
What's up, man?
What's going on, Coach?
Nothing doing. You excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited, Coach.
All right. You got a hunch for a while?
Man, I didn't know, Coach. You wouldn't tell me nothing.
Hey, we didn't tell anybody, man.
I know.
I thought you could tell, though, the way I thought you got a vibe, but turn it into them.
I did, but I didn't. I didn't know, Coach.
Hey, man, it was all worth it, man. Dude, we're so pumped. So pumped, man. We'll get you out here tomorrow. Enjoy this night. Have fun with your family, man. You've earned it. Hey, Jed York, our owner wants to talk to you right now.
Jed. Awesome, yes, sir.
Trey, so happy, man.
Yes, sir.
Turn it in.
Yep.
I enjoy this job.
How awesome is that?
That's pretty cool.
Long time to work together. I'm really looking forward to it.
Absolutely, yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Have fun tonight. We'll see you tomorrow, man.
Man, he looks like $1 million. Goodness gracious, that boy Smooth. Man, how cool is that?
Yeah.
I love that. Did you have a hunch? You wouldn't tell me nothing, Coach. You wouldn't tell me nothing.
I like that.
That's good stuff, man.
And I mean, come on now. The MVP of draft day, Jed York.
Oh, he did that.
Yo,
he did
this guy was out here insinuating that he took a call from Wisconsin.
He might have. It was his Uncle Cletus in Wisconsin, but it was, it was accurate. It was nice.
Wild.
Boy, man, he was on one. Jed York, to say my man Jed York was the real MVP today, that ain't no lie, man. Jed York did that. He had himself some fun, as did we. What a day it was, starting with the Jimmy Garoppolo New England rumors just before the show started. The Aaron Rodgers 49ers stuff, really big. Here's we could just rip down the fourth wall as we always do here. We planned on leading with the Kings. It was like, let's get Kings.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Let's knock out this 49-point loss to the Jazz, and then we'll kind of move from there. And about 10 minutes, we meet every day at 10:30. About 10 minutes before the call, I'm like, this is stupid. We can't do this. Like people are really, really buzzing about the draft, and now this Aaron Rodgers thing is gaining steam. So we get on the call for Kenny. I changed the open. We've got to move this Kings thing out. It doesn't feel right. We'll mention it, but let's start with the draft and let's just kind of see where it takes us. And King never really got into the conversation. We mentioned it. We had it there with Deuce and Mo, and Deuce and Mo were talking, and it was like, we got to get out of this. Let's get back to the 49ers. Let's get back to what we're doing. And we never went back to the Kings thing again, man. And I just, there are points where you think you're doing the right thing, and this wasn't it. We've got it. The draft is fire right now. This Aaron Rodgers rumor is insane. Yeah. Let's run with this. And man, I know we said, I remember at the 2:45 mark was the first time I really saw the clock.
Right.
It's like, oh man, these first 2 hours and 45 minutes were insane.
Yeah. Nah, man. And that was a good call by you, partner, to make that. And to be honest with you, that was before Aaron Rodgers that you made that call. We heard the
it was
Niners
there,
and the Packers thing, but we hadn't heard the Aaron Rodgers side of it.
Yeah. Good, right. Good point. Yeah.
And it went crazy after that. But man, this was a blast. This was a lot of fun. Like I said, I don't want to say, I was dreading 8 hours, because I wasn't. It was awesome, but I was just like, all right, the draft is what the draft is. But for whatever reason, I woke up this morning and I was like, it's draft day. That's pretty cool. I turned on my NFL networks and all that other stuff, and then stuff just started coming in, and I was so ready to go by about 9 this morning. I was like, oh, let's go. This is going to be a day. And it lived up to it, man. All the people that tapped in with us the entire time, you guys killed it as well. I mean, in the little section that we had to see how many people are looking, you guys were in triple digits.
Crazy. The fact that I know on YouTube, you can see how many people are watching on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you can see how many people are watching on Twitch. We can see how many people are watching on everywhere. There's still over 100 people. The show is essentially over. There's still over 100 people and this is just watching. This isn't counting the Odyssey app, and this certainly isn't counting ESPN 1320. So we know we've created kind of a different experience here with the live stream. We try to make sure that never, ever takes away from the radio show. We appreciate everybody who listens to us on ESPN 1320. We appreciate everybody who listens to us on the Odyssey app. And we know that this group in here on Twitch and on YouTube is just a very, very interactive portion of our audience, man. And we greatly appreciate you. And Roddy and John, y'all have been in here for so long. Happy for Bears fans today. Happy for Justin Fields getting drafted at the 11th spot when he was being rumored to fall all the way down to 32 and all in these wild places. Again, thanks to Jesse. Thanks to Danny in San Francisco. Thanks to Charlie. Partner, you did a tremendous job as always. And of course, none of this would even be happening if it wasn't for McQueen and the Violet Fog, Sovereign Brands, Black Bottles 916, our man Ben, who made sure not only we could do an 8-hour show today, but made sure that we could go commercial free for 90 straight minutes during drive time. You're shutting commercials down during the biggest time of the day. That's because of everything McQueen and the Violet Fog bring to ESPN 1320 and bring to Dealer and KC. And we appreciate all of you for tuning in. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, hit the thumbs up, hit the heart. Make sure you're subscribing to either one of those channels. If you're listening to the Odyssey app, make sure you hit the heart button. And most of all, make sure you're right back here tomorrow at 12.
Yes, sir.
Because we've got more business to attend to. Again,
my Trey Lance jersey will be in by then.
It should be. It should be. We put a rush order on that. I'm hoping my Trey Lance suit is in by then. Have a tremendous rest of your evening. And again, thank you for being with us here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla, Niners. Oh, Jesse, my man, Jesse.
Yes,
you did your thing, man.
Yo, if you still in here, yo, give us the fist bump emoji, man. Everybody in the chat, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, even if you're on Periscope right now, whatever it is, man. Hit us with that emoji real quick so we know that you're out there, man.
Yes, indeed.
We appreciate y'all.
Who's not even here, still locked in. Appreciate you, Jazzy.
Yeah, there you go, Iceberg. There you go, Iceberg. Leland, Leezy, we appreciate you. Hey, that's what's up, man. Thank you. Yes, sir. Black Bottle Boys, let's go. Let's go. T Green, we appreciate you. Oh, look who's here. Okay.
Hey, Sean P in the house.
Yeah, buddy.
Sean P in the house.
Max, Bryce, we appreciate you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Danny in San Francisco. That's what's up. Yeah. Couldn't do it without Danny in San Francisco. I'm the biggest boss that's seen thus far. The game 916, man. Thank y'all. I see Warren up here. There's Warren. There he is.
Our biggest boss should be happy tonight. Stacey's a Bear fan, ain't she?
She's a Bear fan. Yes, she is. Yeah, she got to be feeling good. I'm so, man, I know Trey Lance is our story and the 49ers our story. I'm so God bless and happy for Justin Fields, man. All of that garbage that was been going on with him for the last couple of months, to see the Bears go, you know what? This is our guy. Let's go get him. I hope Matt Nagy doesn't screw this up, man, because if Matt Nagy screws this up, I swear I'll never forgive him.
Oh, look, he'll screw it up and he'll be gone and Justin Fields will still be there.
Please.
So it'll be all right.
They got to figure out what to do with that quarterback position, man, because that's a crowded quarterback room. You got Nick Foles. You got Andy Dalton. Man.
I feel like Andy Dalton is the type of dude that'll look out for him, though.
I hope so.
That'll be like, hey, I'm going to take you under my wing a little bit.
We know Nick Foles will.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we know Nick Foles will. So I can run with that. But I'm really happy for Justin Fields.
I got Leezy, Eagles fan, Devontae Smith. That's a big move for them.
Yeah. So is that Jalen? Is he he's their guy, huh?
Got him a weapon, and they were probably cool with he might not have been in Alabama then. Devontae might not have been there when Jalen was there, but yeah, they around.
Aceberg hitting us with the WrestleMania 30. Nah, we good, baby. We good. First thing I'm gonna do is go out there and get some food, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, man.
Oh man, I think
fries, all that.
Are you insinuating we're making radio great again? Sorry, that was inappropriate. My bad.
We appreciate you, though.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it no matter what, man. We appreciate it. I'm just being silly. Jam.
Oh, man.
All right.
Good stuff.
Woo, boy. You know what the hardest part is, true story, is these lights. Like, my eyes have been these lights have been bothering me since probably about 4. And there are some points where, especially when I was drinking that damn smoothie, I was like, I hope people can't see. It looks like I feel like I have tears in my eyes. Like I literally have tears welling up because these lights have just been eating me up a little bit.
You have to wear you got prescription glasses and everything though, right? No, you don't?
No, I got LASIK a few years ago.
That's yeah.
I think our new setup where I have screens, I'll shit Instagram what this looks like. All of these screens that I have around me. I think it's challenging my LASIK. It's like, oh, I got your, I got your, you want to work from home, dude. I thought about it. I thought about putting a Ricky Rose look back on.
Don, what up, big dog?
Hey,
What up, baby? Hey, shameless plug. Check out Don. You're gonna be on the latest Casey's Corner podcast. Check him
let's
out,
go.
We wrapped. So
let's go. Yeah. I'm gonna show this setup here. Them lights, iPad, screen, and my man KC. There's the clock. There's the setup. There's some more lights. And put that on IG.
Them lights.
That
was an Iron Man match. Yes, indeed.
Man, this was a lot better than WrestleMania 12, though.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, Ace.
A lot better than WrestleMania 12.
Shout out to Ramsey. Ramsey was giving it. Well, I mean, all you guys were, but Ramsey was giving us the updates on the picks as they were coming in.
Ramsey was giving us updates on the Braves game.
On the Cubs and Braves.
Ramsey was giving us an update on the Braves.
One of the biggest days in NFL history, and he's like, "I can't believe you guys aren't talking about the A's and Rays."
You're missing a hell of a ball game here, guys. Dude, how are there 106 people still in here right now? It's like the end of Ferris Bueller. The show's over. Go home. The show's over. Hey, Jerry Trap House. There it is. I love that name. That is my absolute favorite name.
Jerry Trap House cracks me up.
Dude, you know what we didn't get to talk about, obviously, because it wasn't our focus. Did you see what Kevin Porter did tonight?
I heard about it.
Dude, he went for 50 and 10 assists.
Come on, man. He was right there, man. He was right there.
Oh, my gosh.
Damn.
Oh, my
crazy.
Gosh. All right,
50
Will.
and 10. Jeez.
All right.
You can stay on till midnight.
I'm still bugging out. There's 108 people in here. And y'all, man, there's all these people on Twitch. Can y'all subscribe? I really need y'all to subscribe. We need to boost that channel in a major way. If you just found us, I don't know how you found us, but could y'all subscribe? I'm Damian, D-Lo, that's Kenny,
Yes,
KC.
sir.
We're on Monday through Friday on ESPN 1320 in Sacramento, 12 to 4. If y'all want to watch some, sports talk, can you all just hit the subscribe button? That'd be massive. Hit the follow button. That'd be massive.
Oh, that would suck. Oh.
Ooh. He played 1 minute? I thought I saw something about Giannis, but I couldn't really dive into it. Oh, Caleb Fairley finally went.
Where'd he go?
He went to Tennessee. Ooh. Tennessee.
That was a crazy job. Crazy day in the NFL.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. That rolled ankle again. Jeez.
All right, let's get out of here. I'm actually waiting for people to leave. I keep looking like, man, I don't want to sign off with 100 people in here, but if y'all ain't going nowhere, we just got to leave. Hit the bell icon. Do what everyone's telling you to do here in the thing. Hit the bell icon.
Yeah, Dame got to eat. I actually did have a burger and fries. Dame didn't do anything, so
I'm over here drinking smoothies, man. So I said, okay, all right. I mean, I'm not gonna.
45 minutes away.
Y'all are cold pieces of work. All right, man. We love y'all. Each and every single one of y'all, man. Thank you. And again, Black Bottles 916, Ben. We appreciate you. Thank you for everybody. Thank you so much, everybody, hanging out with us today. We'll see you tomorrow at noon.